Alrighty, YouTube says we're live. I don't know if we are live. We might be dead. Oh no. I love seeing the all these A-class drivers, and then you just have me, it's a D. Hey, I should be a C. I should be a C-class driver. Wow. Yeah, no, not too many C-class drivers. Really interesting. 6,000 irate? Jesus Christ. Wow.
Give us a few clean laps to get our fuel numbers.
No. Hopefully I won't have a spotter in my ear. So that would be bad. I want a spotter in my ear. Alrighty. So this is currently the practice session for the 24 hours of Melons. Yeah, no, so this is going to be a little similar to the last stream. I kind of forgot that I kind of wanted to combine practice and qualifying into the first stream, and I probably just wanted to, like, take a break instead of starting off in the first half. But we're starting off on the first half, I guess. Or, not the first half, the first, stream of a few. That's okay. Because I know I get, like, 12 hours total, so as long as I don't go over 12 hours, we'll be fine. And what, practicing qualifying isn't going to take too long. Yeah, I got 20-minute practice, and then, I don't know how long for qualifying, but it shouldn't be too long. And then, you know, we'll actually start the race. So, I'm not too worried. But yeah, no, I initially scheduled the practice and qualifying stream to actually have practice and qualifying and not just practice.
Got one on your left. All clear, all clear.
Why is my spotter talking to me? I thought we worked this out. No. Stop. No, I don't have a wheel. I mean, I have a wheel, it's just not connected. Spotter. Voice chat? Let's not have voice chat. And then I would like my spotter off, please. Apply and close. Ignore. Please don't explode. Yippee! Okay, cool. I guess iRacing just automatically turns it on. I think your training paints didn't load correctly. Your team it's not delivery. Oh, no. Alright, cool. Well, I'm glad we have this extra practice and qualifying time here. Let me adjust. Yeah, okay, cool. Trading paints. All files are up to date. Are you sure about that, Trading Paints? Well, I'm gonna say re-download paints. Re-download paints. And Trading Paints doesn't want to do anything. Okay. See, this is what we have practice for, guys. We're also gonna run Trading Paints as administrator. Yes. So we have both iRacing and Trading Paints. Okay. And I do have number the in-sim numbers turned off because I have that for oval racing. So hopefully this should all work out now. So here's this Trading Paints is open. Good. The paint schemes are actively reloading for some cars. Instead of describing to you guys what I'm seeing, I'm just going to show it to you. There we are. Okay. So we have paint schemes loading in now. Should be the right ones. I hope. They're still loading in for some cars, but they should be all loaded in before the race starts. Higher psychic livery. Yeah, I remember like discussing about this in the broadcaster chat, and I meant to download some of the extra things, and I just never got around to it. So that is on me, and I do apologize. But hopefully it's working now. Lame sheep racing. Hold on, let me spot you guys. There you are. You guys are in the O10. Is that the correct car? Oh, my eyes are up here, Buster. It's like I do know like sometimes iRacing doesn't show like the right paint scheme, or Trading Paints doesn't like pull up the right paint scheme because like some people have like turn the sim stamp numbers off or on. And then like as I said, that's definitely a big thing for oval. A lot of times they'll drive like cars that look like actual NASCAR race cars on track, and they'll want to mimic the number on there. So I do have it off for that. Good? Yes. Okay, good. Everything's good. We fixed it. Another day's work for me. Alright, thank you for pointing that out, Lame Sheep Racing. One of the teams, everybody, Lame Sheep Racing, they'll be driving the 10 Mazda MX-5 Melons car. It's a different melon on the hood than a watermelon, but I guess we never officially specified what 24-hour of melon we're talking about. My favorite melons are cantaloupes. I love cantaloupes. Let me clear those warming tires there. Let's go back to most exciting. So we've got dozens of teams sitting down, practice laps, practice times, practice everything. Just trying to get a good feel for things. If they didn't get a chance to join the practice session we had not too long ago. I love how the lap counter is saying 3 out of 8.78. So, if anyone goes longer than 8.78 laps, good job. But yeah, no. At least in the last practice session we had, I think it was the Clios that had the highest safety rating, or highest I rating, and it was like 3 points some. So slightly lower right now, but let's actually flip through the field here. Oh, that's cameras. Oh, I don't want to flip through cameras. I want my TV base. Oh, wait. I just saw a face. I love the paint schemes you guys come up with. Alright, there we are. MX-5 class. MX-5 currently holding strong with a 3K I rating. Cleo with a 2.8, and the GR86 is with a 2.6. So it's actually the MX-5s, at least at this point in time, that has the highest I rating. So that's interesting. Sweet yeet. Great. Alright. I'm back. I had coffee. Or I am currently drinking coffee. I went to go grab a Pop-Tart, but the Pop-Tart box was empty. I was sad. Oh, we do have an incident. If we go, I clicked the wrong buttons. No, I should hit shift. Shift. If you guys are looking up at the map, you can spot incidents. They'll have a yellow circle around them that'll highlight them, and then you can just jump to there. And also, all the spots on here are position. They are not actual car number. I would have liked to do actual car number, but that costs money. And I am a broke college student. So next time. Oh, Fantastic designs for sure. Whoa! Spin and a hit. Oh, that is the 89 of Oh, I didn't catch who that was. We can go right through here though. This is only practice though, so they will be able to use the Paddock GG car. A bit of a spin. And you know what? We can go back and see what just happened. We're gonna hop on board. In the cockpit? Sure, the cockpit. Alright. Oh, just gets loose off the corner, I think. I do want to check the outside, see if, sure? I'm going to be mispronouncing so many names, and I do apologize. No, no help at all. It was just, wow, single car spin. Aerodynamically sandwiched between the two of them. And the GR86 of, who was that? Of ORA Motorsports 910 car. Didn't really have anywhere to go. And slammed right into the front bumper of that Mazda. Alright, so they're currently in pits right now. Let's go back to most exciting. And TV mixed. There we go. I will say, like during the actual race, I probably won't have just the most exciting clip. I will be actually like flipping through all the things, but just practicing qualifying right now, so I think I'll just have them there. Charging down the first will do that if you're not careful. Rear wheels will lock. I noticed that on the MX-5. I did a test run around the Daytona road course in it just for fun. And I'm also working on learning manual for iRacing. And I also had a similar incidents where I did like downshift a little too early and it spun me out. And I think it was, yeah, first gear that did that. So something to keep an eye on for sure. I believe that practice is just about. Hello, hey Patrick. You just missed it. We just had like a whole bunch of MX-5s. All.
I saw a crash on the stream while I was with my team.
Yeah, there's a crash, and then you have like these three MX-5s that are just playing in the sand, having a grand old time. Oh wow, hold on. There's a incident back there. The 69 car. Oh, I just jumped all the way to the start. That's not what I meant to do. Oh, let's see here. Coming down in turn number 1. Hard on the brakes. And then... Oh, there was a problem with the MX-5 of the Blame Sheep Racing right in front of him. Let's switch camera angles. See if... Oh, looks like... Oh, there's a bit more contact. Too wide into turn 1. The GR86 is down low. MX-5 makes contact, sends the GR86 into the grass. And then that just sent the MX-5 for a slide. Made connection back to each other. And just sent the 69 Toyota 86 straight into the wall.
A chain of reaction, so to speak.
Very much so.
But just shows you how quickly something can happen, even though it is just quote-unquote a practice session.
Oh, definitely. Anything and everything can happen in a very quick amount of time as well. As it looks like we have an incident out here. 2 cars pulling off now. Let's go back and see what happened. And this could also just be cars stopping on track as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looked like to be the case. I got a little excited there. Because sometimes the cars will just stop in practice, just to, you know, get out of the car, and then The
Oh,
stream
there was
will
a crash
register it.
between two Mazdas. Number, what is it? 33 was one of them.
33
In
car.
turn 2, I think it was.
Turn 2. 33. There we are. We go. Currently in the pits now. Let's go back and see what happened.
Yeah.
Oh, big incident between the Mazdas. But dang, it didn't look like my stream had much of it drawn. Wow. Contact between the threes. Seems like it loaded in just the right time. Wow, hard hit for the 333. And 33 was able to save it, but pulled off from there. Let's see here. Petra, can you see how many cars are currently in the race? Because I have iRacing set to draw 54 vehicles. I don't know if that's...
According to my overlay, it shows me 48. Can this be correct? Doesn't look. It does look at. Yeah, at first glance, 48 sounds about right.
Let me make sure that iRacing actually is drawing all the cars, because like I don't. Because like it like kind of missed out. I guess quick calibration. On like the start of that wreck, or almost the start of that wreck. Yeah, it is. And you said 48? I just want to saw like 54 cars signed up, so I'm going to hit 54, just assume there's a few cars that aren't actively in practice. Ignore. Okay, there we are. That was a problem. And speaking of practice, practice is over. We'll be headed to qualifying here shortly. But yeah, okay, so we now should be... That was the problem. My iRacing was only drawing 30 cars.
That explains it.
Yeah, that should be fixed now, so we should be able to get all the incidents on the track. I was wondering why everything was running so well. Oh, this is multi-car qualifying. Multiple cars are on the track.
It's gonna be hectic.
Oh boy! Wow.
Open qualifying.
Oh, holy cow! We have like 3-4 wide on pit road.
Yep, this is going to be exciting.
Wow!
But this also means getting a clean lap sounds much easier than it actually is.
Oh, very much so. I will say, there's a reason why we stopped doing this in NASCAR. It's gonna be really fun to see it brought back here in the 24-hour Melons. This is gonna be great.
And
wow.
It is especially interesting because the track temperature is extremely high, 46.7 degrees Celsius, so the tires will suffer. So maybe 1-2 laps, fast laps at most, and then the tires will be gone.
Wow. So you want to make sure that your out lap is perfect, so that way you can start that fast lap as well.
Yeah, you want to have 3 things in mind. A, tire temps. B, traffic. And 3, okay, traffic is fine for now, but you start your lap and suddenly a car comes out of the pits and the clean traffic is gone.
Ooh. Yeah, that's...
So...
Oh, that's gotta be hectic for sure. But I wonder if like one thing like these cars are thinking of is drafting. I'm looking at these MX-5s here, trying to figure out what's going on. I wonder if they're trying to set each other up to draft on each other. How much does drafting come into play, or slipstreaming, I think it's called in the road course side of things. How much does slipstreaming come into play on tracks like this?
Yeah, the longest straight, I mean, if you, from a Clio perspective as an example, if you're around half a second behind the Mazda at the apex of turn 4 it is, you may have a chance to overtake. So slipstream is an effect, but also for the slower cars behind the Clio, like the Toyota, you get so much more slipstream as a result of it, thanks to that French box in front of you. But you don't want to be too close as well, of course, because then you sacrifice lap time in the corners. So the second behind would be my sweet spot personally, I would think.
Alrighty.
I'm looking through the grid, I see many packs of 3 and 4 cars. Many cars currently around turn 4. There's a good traffic, and don't forget, Okayama is not the biggest track. It's 3.7 kilometers. Divide that by 48 cars, and you don't get not a lot of space if everyone is out there.
That is very true. Wow. Small circuit, fast circuit though. And a very tight one as well. Not a lot of area to run off, as we were talking about in the practice stream. It's a very natural track limit track. There's grass usually or gravel on either side. So it's very important to keep all 4 tires in there, not only to avoid getting 1x, but to avoid, especially in qualifying, running a slow lap.
Definitely, yeah. But this is what I like about these natural tracks, I call them, and not I have 3 kilometers of runoff area. Hello, Le Castellet. I don't like these I have runoff for days tracks personally, because it makes you think about getting that little bit out of the track.
But there's just,
we are now
you
getting
just
the
can't.
first lap times in, but we have 40 minutes, so almost 35 minutes still on the clock, so more than enough time. But setting a good lap time early takes away so much pressure from you and your team.
Oh, very much so. Actually, out of curiosity, how important is qualifying in a 24-hour endurance race?
It's a bit like you win the race at turn 1, aren't we? It's nice.
Yeah.
But it's, on the other hand, it's 24 hours. So much can happen. We talked about it in my team. If we qualify in 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, it's one thing. We want to stay clean. We want to avoid crashes and penalties and everything. And that is much more important than qualifying P1 or P3. At least that was the mindset for the Missed Apex crew, for example.
Yeah.
Others might think, oh, we want pole, we need pole, we want to drive away right from the beginning. Is also valid, of course. But in the end, you have 24 hours to make a mistake. And mistakes will happen. To everyone.
Oh, very much so. I was just noticing that like some of the cars like kept popping like in and out on the map. So I think I have that fixed now.
Okay.
Kind of. We'll figure that out. I'm sure iRacing is gonna crash at some point, and I'll have to re-enter the server.
It's bound to happen. Let's be real.
It's bound to happen. I'm currently running this on a gaming laptop right now, so Frenchbox is such a great description of Leo. That's true. 3 countries represent the field today, at least in manufacturer terms. The 2 cars from Japan being the Toyota GR86 and the Mazda MX-5, and then the French car of the Renault Clio is France's sole runner in this. We don't get those in America. Patrick, may I ask, where are you from?
I'm from Austria, and fun fact, I also drive a Renault Clio in real life, so this is
really?
my bread and butter. Yes.
Ah, yeah, there you are.
I bought the 2024 Renault Clio Esprit Alpine edition, and I love it.
Okay,
so
that's cool.
This is my bread and butter, this car.
You know the car.
Before I started iRacing, I joked with my friends, I'll become a Clio pro. Just take a look, and look where I'm in the Clio community.
There you are. That's
almost a year
awesome.
by now.
Wow. Man, I haven't. Let's see here. I don't know if I've reached 6 months of iRacing yet. I ran. I actually won a giveaway, and so I had 3 months for free, and I think that ended out at the start of my semester, so I might be getting close to half a year here. I got it sometime during the summer, and I've kind of been like off and on. I know I've done a lot of MX5 races because I really love the MX5s. And while I have mentioned before, I do a lot of oval races. I do, I think I do a little bit more road course races, especially for the MX5s. Because I come from from a background of Gran Turismo, so while my racing fandom does come from the oval side of things, my driving style is definitely learned from road course racing. So I haven't really had like one thing that I've stuck to. I've been like back and forth between like MX5s and then some random things for NASCAR. I tend to mostly do super speedways on that end of things. But yeah, no, I'm glad that you're able to like find a community with like the rental racing side of things. Especially because I don't know if it's just like American servers, but I don't see the Clio very much at all.
Yeah, the problem is the community is, big shocker, pretty European centric. I mean, we have American drivers, we have drivers from Australia and all that, but for these American time slots, it's kind of tough because, yeah, some of us Europeans would love to help be there, but there's a thing like having a job, having a life, all these things, but
oh yeah,
it makes it a bit difficult to get. And if we talk about the cars, I compare now the GR86 and the Renault Clio. The GR86 is rear wheel based. The Clio is a front wheel drive.
Ooh.
One difference. The Clio has no ABS. The GR has. The GR has a little bit of downforce. The Clio has not. So we have two pretty different cars in terms of driving style as well in the field, and the Mazda as well, of course. But yeah, it's a pretty different car to drive as compared to the other two. And it starts with the ABS and ends with that little bit of downforce that the Toyota has.
How different is like a rear-wheel drive car compared to like a front-wheel drive car? And like, how do you attack the corners differently?
We have a saying in the Clio community: if it looks slow, it's fast. You take your time, don't put the gas on too early in the corner or you understeer into next week. So let the car do it, be gentle on the throttle, and wait. And the biggest thing is, which is a nice thing about front-wheel drives, if you start to slide, smash the throttle. 9 out of 10 times you save the car just by pushing the throttle down, and it stabilizes itself, which is a big beginner mistake at the beginning. When you start to slide, you try to off the throttle, work with the brake, you spin. No, just give it 100% throttle and you are safe most of the time. Not always, of course, but it helps. So this is one big difference that comes to mind.
You can't see my face right now, but I have a big smile because, like, as I said, when I do road course racing, I drive the MX-5s, and like that's one of the big things. Like, most of, if not all, the cars I drive are rear-wheel drive, and so just hearing if you're spinning, hit the gas, it's just so amusing to me because, like, if you do that, that's it, you're spinning. But I'm really interested to try the Clio now. I really want to try a front-wheel drive race car. It sounds a lot of fun.
Oh, it's a fun car. We call it the most underrated car for a reason. But yeah, front wheel racing is not everyone's cup of tea. That is just a fact. It's different. And now I have driven so much Clio. If you put me into a Toyota or the Mazda, forget it. Just forget it.
I think my Discord overlay is kind of like over the iOverlay, so it's struggling a little bit here. Is that Julian? You in the call?
Yes, I am.
Ah, fantastic.
Hello.
Is it Julian or Julian?
Julian.
Julian. All right,
Just
cool,
the
cool,
European version.
Awesome. Alrighty. Welcome to the broadcast.
Yeah, so I heard you guys talk about the difference between front wheel and rear wheel drives. But one thing we have to take in consideration as well is the rain that's forecasted during the night and in the end of the race.
Oh yeah, the rain will be a big factor.
Yeah, no, actually, how I haven't done much rain driving. How different is like a rear wheel drive and a front wheel drive in the rain?
As a total expert on rain racing, I don't feel safe to answer this without making at least one mistake in explaining. Yeah, what is the biggest difference? Again, if you slide with the Clio in the rain, smash the floor, smash it, and hope for the best.
And then of course with the Clio not having ABS, it's a very tricky car under the braking.
Oh yeah, in the rain you have to be gentle. Of course, the classic things like you start to brake earlier, you start to brake more gentle, especially with no ABS. It's an interesting car to drive in the wet, but it also takes some time to learn. So this could be one of the many deciding factors in this 24-hour race.
Oh, and yeah, you guys mentioned no ABS. Do you think that the Clio will struggle, like, if we do get rain in the night? Do you think it will, like, hurt its performance compared to the other cars?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yes.
During a couple of the pre-24-hour races we did, it was definitely the Clios that were struggling a lot in the rain, with the MX-5s being a lot faster in the corners, but then the Clio having that absolute top speed over the other classes.
Which is also, when we talk about rain, the other problem. Yeah, the Clio not only doesn't have ABS, not only is it front wheel drive, no, it's the fastest car on a straight line, so it's a challenge for sure. You come in with more speed, you have to be more gentle on the brake, think more, drive it differently. So, not an easy car to master.
I'm also currently watching the qualifying standards, and as it seems, the 4 fastest cars are actually MX-5s right now.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, we saw that in the big practice as well. The MX-5 was the fastest class. It wasn't as big of a gap, I would say, as it is now, but the MX-5s definitely were the faster cars. So that was actually really interesting to see, because I thought the GR86 would have had it.
Yeah, but as we talked about in the practice session, the places where each car shines are so different. So being stuck behind a different class car could be such a pain. Like I mentioned, if you are a GR and you are behind a Clio in that infield from turn 6 to turn 9 is pain. Because you feel you are so much faster, you're holding me up, but it is what it is. It is a multi-class race after all.
Yeah, that is true. Man, I couldn't imagine being a GR86 behind a Clio, like through the corners, because I think that's where the Toyota shines, is through the corners. It has very good downforce, especially compared to the MX-5. It has really good downforce, but because of said downforce, it kind of lacks in the straights. With Clio, it has fantastic straight speed, but no corner speed. And so, you're stuck behind the Clio for the turns. You get to that long back straightaway up there, and it's like, all right, cool, I can finally pass you now. And the Clio's just gone. You're like, well, alrighty then.
But so what does this mean? One simple thing: the tendency to try a dive increases significantly. The longer you are behind one of those cars, the more your patience runs out.
Very much so. So we both talked about like the strengths. We all talked about the strengths and the weaknesses of the GR86 and the Clio. And GR86 good through the corners, Clio good through the straights. What about the MX-5? I mean, we see the 10 car kind of swerving here. Why are the MX-5s the fastest car?
What I would say is the Mazda is a little bit the best of both worlds. It's good in the corners, it's pretty good on the straights, so that makes the difference. But if you take a look at the lap times, they are not that far apart, which is the interesting thing on this track. Of course, this changes from track to track, but here in Okayama, it's really fascinating to me to take a look at the lap times and think, these are three completely different cars, but the lap times are somewhat similar.
And then if we're gonna look at the tires, where the MX-5 really shines is the first couple of laps in the stint, where they have a lot of peak performance in the tires, so they can actually attack the GR86s. We will see that at the start for the first 5 to 10 laps, they will actually attack and overtake GR86s, but closer to the end of the first hour, the GR86s will be faster again than the MX-5s.
Yeah, but the big problem for the Mazda is the tire life. It was just mentioned in the chat, so good timing on that. The tire drop-off is horrible on the Mazda because it's a bit of a slidey car, and sliding, high track temperature, bad combination.
And you did mention the chat. I'd like to thank everyone who is tuning in for the first part of the 24 hours of Melons here. I am Logan Martini. I am one of your 3 commentators.
And my name is Patrick. I will be here for the beginning part of the race, like the first hour of the race. Then I will jump back to my team because I will drive hours 3 and 4. And I will definitely be there at the end again, that's for sure.
My name is Julian, and I'll be here for the first 2 hours. Unfortunately, I have a very busy schedule with another endurance race this evening. And then I will drive the night stints, but I will be there all 4 hours tomorrow morning till the end of the race.
Alright.
Nice.
And you guys are stuck with me. I don't know if I'm going to be doing all 24 hours, but I'll be here for a good majority of the race. And you guys will get to experience, at least in America, daylight savings time. So the start times of the streams might be a little bit off because I didn't account for that. So I apologize to my American audience. But we'll figure that out as time goes on. So, Julian and Patrick, what cars are you guys driving?
I just wanted to point out that the Mazda leader just did a 43.7.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
Oh wow! Yeah, no, that's the fastest time we've seen throughout any of the track time we've had here. That is impressive.
Yeah, it's the fastest lap of today, so nice job.
And then if we even look, like, even though this is just a community 24-hour race, there are 9,000 iRacing drivers here. You're talking about the level of pro drivers like Max Verstappen.
Yeah, it's definitely a strong field across all 3 cars. It's not just that they are all stacked into one car and the other 2 are from iRating perspective. Meh, they are all good. They are all good. I mean, the leading Clio currently has 8,000. The leading Mazda over 6,000. There's a 9,000 driver, an 8,000 in the Mazda. I see a 6,001 in P2 for the GRs. This is one stacked field.
I feel very honored to even be witnessing this race right now with my 1,000 I rating. I feel like I'm definitely dragging down the average for sure in the MX-5s. But yeah, no. As we flip through the standings, we have give or take about a 3K average for the strength of field in each series, and as you guys mentioned, 8,000, 9,000. If you're like a lesser iRating driver like myself, does that put any pressure on you?
For me, not really. But then, to be honest, my team is about the same iRating, so it's mostly between 2 and 3K iRating.
Yeah, I think to myself, I am at 2.8, 2.9 in the Clio, and if I have someone like, who do I pick? Muhammad El Hariri, who is a 7,000 driver right behind me. It's like, I know you are faster than me. I will not fight for the life of me. Because what will happen? A, I lose time because I bail you too hard. I ruin my tires maybe, and the chance for a crash is so much higher because you brake probably a bit later, take the corners a bit faster than me. So if I have a driver of that caliber behind me, I will not wave him through. That's not. But I will not fight for the life of me. That's my driving style when I have a strong driver behind me. I mean, I find it so fascinating if a certain Formula 1 driver, pick whoever you want, is in an official race and you see two reactions. Everyone moves to the side because, oh, here comes Formula 1 driver. Go past, have a good one. Or they fight for their lives for the 10 seconds of fame, which is so fascinating for me every single time it happens.
I have to be fair, I probably will fall in the last category. Those are all the seconds of fame I'm ever gonna get in my life, so then I'm catching all of them.
Fair point.
I don't have high enough I rating in any series to ever get to meet any famous drivers, but I know I'm definitely the last one in most of races I'm in. If I know that somebody is like higher than me in I rating, and like I know that they are way faster than me, I'll let them by. I'm a very cautious driver, mostly because I'm still learning. I'm still very new to iRacing. But yeah, no, it's going to be an incredible day when I get to witness at least a NASCAR driver in one of the oval things. If I see some famous road course driver, I will be very impressed with myself.
Yeah, it's interesting for sure. I just wanted to point out, we talked about the density on track in terms of traffic, but if I take a look at the mini-map, there is a big chunk of track where there is no car at the moment, and then certain parts right now are so dense, like turn 1 and 2 currently are so full, it seems.
Yes, but with two long straights right here, you don't want to be there all on your own. You want to have that slipstream of the car in front of you. Like that's why you see a couple of cars running in a train, and you will probably see it when some people are maybe on a little bit of a worse lap. They actually will lift off to not give the toe to the car behind them.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strategic way of driving this qualifying, which we have 15 more minutes.
Boy.
So enough time to put on 1 or 2 good laps. So even though you are currently in pole, doesn't mean necessarily that you stay in pole. The track temps have gone down a little bit, 1.5 degree, not that much, but if it goes further down, maybe it has an effect on the lap time as well.
Just out of curiosity, for this race, other than rain tires, is there like different tire compounds?
Wet and dry tire. That's it.
Just wet and dry? Okay. I was gonna say that's definitely something that could come into play too if there's like hard, mediums, and softs, but it just looks like there's 2 tire types here.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, we talk about road cars, so you don't need 14 different dry tires.
That's true, very much so.
The difference would be negligible.
Or are all these setups like similar setups, or are they custom made?
I can talk for my team. We tested, I think, 3 or 4 different styles of setups. So there's a bit of a variance between cars in the same class, but I wouldn't say that all the setups are too similar or too extreme apart. So not that like, oh, that one Mazda is 15 kilometers faster than the rest. This is not something we will see. But you have a bit of leeway in terms of setup creation.
I don't know how it is for the Clio, but for the MX-5 and the Toyota, it's mostly like small suspension settings and the anti-roll bar settings that you can swap, and that's about it. But the only thing being the good thing about the GR86 is you actually have 3 settings for your ABS and 3 settings for your traction control, where the MX-5 is just fixed.
ABS, traction control, we don't know those in the Clio. We don't know those, we don't have those.
They're very nice.
I will think about you when I see you standing facing the wrong way in turn 1 this night.
We will see. Maybe it will happen, especially when the rain starts. Which
Oh, no,
will be a
he's-
big factor.
He's just gonna get loose and gas it up, and he'll save it.
I already see we have our first message from race control, the stewards. They are already saying that they've seen quite a few incidents in practice, so the drivers are reminded to give each other space and avoid contact. So, in case like if you were driving, and if you see a driver that makes a lot of contact already in practice, how do you defend or attack them in the race?
Good question. If I know that a certain driver has a reputation, I think it affects you. At the very least, you start to think, okay, what will he do this time?
I don't know if I have much space to speak considering my low amount of expertise. But I tend to avoid, like, if I know like someone's definitely like a troublemaker or has gotten into a lot of incidents, I try my very best to avoid them as much as possible. That's a lot harder on road racing than oval racing for sure. But just give them space. Try to work your way around them if you are faster. If you're not faster, just wait for them to wreck themselves out or wait till that right opportunity to get past them.
Now we're talking about the incident. It's also very important to notice there are no fast repairs. In iRacing you can set fast repairs, but for this particular 24-hour race they are set to 0. So if you have damage, you will actually spend time in the pits having to repair it and lose time being stationary.
Oh yeah, damage, it will be another big factor in this 24-hour long race. So if you keep your car in one piece, this is one big advantage. That's for sure.
Christopher Smith asked what the weather forecast is. Does anyone have like a radar pulled up on like what the plan was for the race?
We expect the first 11 or 12 hours to be dry. Then we will get a big rain chance for a few hours. Or then we probably get another 3, maybe 4 hours of dry, depends of course. And then we probably end with rainy conditions at the end. This is what we expect from the forecast at least. There's always a chance that it does not happen as it is, but yeah, expect rain after 12 hours or so.
I remember that the Box 5 server, whoa, as we have a car going around for the MX-5s, number 20, just a simple slide. The camera moved on, but they'll get back to their pace there. Yeah, I got to sit in for a practice session for the Box 5 team, and they had a dry practice session, but they also had a rain practice session, and that one was in the night. So definitely, yeah, the night and the rain, that's gonna be really hard just in general. There's no lights in Okayama, so you're just relying on your headlights, and it's already slick and wet, and you can't see anything. So that's definitely going to be a challenge for sure. But it's the most realistic chance we'll get is definitely at night, if there even is one, of course, because it is, while simulated, it is Mother Nature, and it can decide if it wants to rain or if it doesn't want to rain.
Yeah, definitely. So it's all percentage based. It might say, I don't know, 60% rain chance. Still means there's a 40% chance it might not rain. It's no guarantee.
And then of course there is how much is it gonna rain. You have a chance that it's gonna be very little rain, but then on the other side it can be a flooded track.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, I was about to ask that too. If we knew like how much rain when we do get the rain.
Yeah, I can tell you from, I think it was last week in the Production Endurance Challenge. It started to rain. It was expected that the rain gets stronger. Quite a few drivers went to the pits changing for wet tires, which was a big mistake because it didn't turn out like this. So some of them decided to go back to dry tires. So this can happen here as well. So one wrong tire choice can set you back quite a bit.
And that's another thing too that I've seen in dozens of different things. I remember, I think it was Monaco a few years ago in F1. Max Verstappen stayed out on hard tires for forever. And anytime we get rain at a road course in NASCAR, it's always a question like, when do you pit for tires? How long do you want to stay out on slicks? The slicks are faster, but you don't have any grip. So it's going to be interesting to see how long each driver stays out on their tire type. But like,
definitely, yeah.
If you're in like an MX-5, a Clio, and a GR86, and the rain starts coming, how long do you stay out on dries, would you say?
I probably want to pit about a lap before I spin out.
Yeah, I would say you drive for at least 2 to 3 laps, except it's a monsoon rain, of course. Then it's a whole different thing. But you see how the track develops, how the lap time develops, and if you start to gain this feeling of I don't feel comfortable anymore on the dry tire, it's probably the point where most drivers will say, okay, we go to the pits. But of course, some people might say, okay, we're gonna risk it. We lost a few minutes earlier, maybe this is a chance. You always have to keep that in mind.
Of course, all these teams have the same radar from in the iRacing UI, where they can see if the rain comes, how intense it's gonna be. So every team has the same info, but the biggest difference is the driver. He knows when to pit.
Hopefully. Hopefully. Sometimes you misjudge it though, so...
Speaking of sketchy track conditions, I'm seeing a lot of gravel on the race course. Will we see that when we start the 24-hour race? Do you think like drivers will calm down a little bit? And if not, how much does the gravel being laid on the track, how much does that come into play?
It will definitely decrease the amount of grip you have, but it's mostly on the exits, so you have to be a little bit slower mid-corner or wait a little bit longer to go on throttle. But it will be a lot cleaner because the cars drive over the gravel and then they want to stay on track as much as they can, because there is an incident limit. If they have 120 incidents, they will get a drive-through, and every 20 incident after. So how the incidents work in iRacing: if you spin, you get 2 incident points. If you go off track, it's 1 incident point, and you get 4 incident points if you have heavy contact with another car.
Yeah, 120, it sounds like a lot we talked about in the practice session, but if you think about it, 100 points divided by 24 hours is 5 per hour. That's not a lot. If you are in a few incidents, you gather those sadly pretty quick.
So you see how easy it is to just take a little bit extra gravel, especially out of turn 2, because even though it are a couple of corners, it's all flat out to the hairpin. So you want to take as much exit speed there as possible. Same with the last corner as well. And right here, you don't have any runoff. You are immediately in the grass or in the gravel.
Yes. Definitely. So it's a fine margin as we are heading to the final minutes of the qualifying. A bit over 3 minutes. Maybe we see 1 or 2 changes in the standings. Track temperature still pretty high. So pretty consistent across the qualifying. But now it will be crunch time in terms of qualifying performance. I wouldn't say that any car in particular is safe for pole position. They always can get catched by a rival. So you want to be out there, you want to be in the position to improve yourself one more time.
That's one of the things I'm currently looking at, is the difference in the lap times. Even though if you're pole in MX-5, you will start in the last class. So right now the 755 of Compton Racing team, they won't start actually in front. They will drop back to be in front of the last class. So they actually, with their pace that they're showing right now, they are gonna overtake the GR86s and some of the Clios during the first stint.
Yeah, traffic, inter-class traffic is another big factor, of course, which can decide duels. So maybe not at the start of the race because of the starting procedure, but as the race goes on. I talked about it in practice. You might be just 2 seconds behind your class rival, but there might be 2 different cars between you, and this can decide quite a bit.
And I don't know if it's actually fixed, but I remember from last year there were actually a couple of teams that blew up their engine due to being too high in the RPMs. Is that still the case with the Clio?
I don't hope so. I don't hope so. Never seen it before, so I don't want to find out, to be honest.
Of course, you have a couple of long straights here, and the thing you saw with some of the Clio drivers, like you said, it's not the most popular car, so a lot of people don't run it too often. And they were actually they were changing gears when they actually got to the rev limiter. But apparently the Clio didn't like that back then.
Oh, no. The number one tip, ladies and gentlemen, the number one tip in the Clio: don't rev up to max. You upshift at 5,500, not at 6,000, not at 6,500. 5.5. Believe me, it's so much faster. But it is the easiest trick to gain lap time in that car without doing anything else in driving.
And I did want to touch on that because like I'm hearing a lot of cars like hitting the rev limiter as we get up to the corners. Why not shift up to that next gear before you hit the corner? Why hit the rev limiter and risk possibly blowing your engine?
I think this is something you have to ask each driver individually. Maybe one driver says they want to be to have to do less downshifts, could be one thing. Maybe they don't feel that it is worth it. I think it strongly depends on the driver in question.
It's mostly the balance of the car. When you downshift, you get a spike of RPMs, which can lock the rears, which in the GR86 the MX-5 is pretty strong.
Yes.
So sometimes it's better just to get to the limiter, because you will lose time switching, and then you will have a little bit of unbalance in the rear of the car and the braking.
Yeah, the Toyota and the Mazda are definitely 2 cars that struggle with that. So the Clio not so much from my personal experience, but from the Mazda, yeah, I've seen it. When you downshift, you get a pretty big, I call it a kick into the car, another impulse which can make the car unstable. And some drivers don't want that. So they say, I stay in a lower gear for it, so I don't have to deal with it as much.
But that's of course the difference, like we talked about earlier, between front wheel drive and rear wheel drive. With the Clio being front wheel drive, it's not that bad as a rear wheel drive car, which makes the rear lock up.
That's definitely another difference between the cars we talked about earlier. So they are less prone to it as a front wheel drive.
So it seems like we're done qualifying. I don't see any cars improving right now.
Is over.
Just 2 or 3 cars on track, but like once the final corner, it's a Toyota.
And then we have this one Clio that is going down the back straightaway right now. But yeah, no, other than that, qualifying is over.
Yeah, went by quickly. I would say 40 minutes. Flew by.
I wonder if all 24 hours are going to fly by this quickly.
We will see. We will see.
So right now, for the drivers, this is a quick moment where they can park the car, maybe do a last toilet break, grab something to drink, because the stints for all cars are about an hour. And sometimes we'll even double or triple stint at the start.
Get yourself ready.
Alrighty, so with qualifying being over, Alex Kofard will start on the GR86 pole, with Brock Kelly being in second and Miles Swell rounding up third. For the MX-5s, Tom Rushforth will start. Oh, and my iRacing just crashed. Great.
Amazing. Tom Rushforth was in pole for Master, Ednan Grostanovic for 5-Star Motorsport in P2, and Nicholas Shepard in P3. And for the Clios, Matthias Pentila, Muhammad El Hariri, and Stephen Hurt were the top 3. Doesn't shock me when I read those names. Bruno Gaiotto in P4. This is happy for me because this is my team. So, but qualifying is one thing. Now we talk about a 24-hour long race.
One that I would...
Sure, it's nice to have pole, but it will not decide the race. It's not a 15-minute sprint.
So, for you as an endurance driver, would you rather start first knowing that you cannot really pull away? If you look at the qualifying times, it's all pretty close. Or would you rather stay second and maybe just stay a little bit behind, lift a little bit in all the corners, save a bit of fuel so you can extend your first stint?
It's a possibility for sure, but I think it also depends on the cars behind you. If you're getting so much pressure from P3 in that example, I'm not sure if staying relaxed like this is an option because they want to get past you. So it depends what happens behind you. But if you get the opportunity to say, I stay behind you, I lift and coast, save my tires, save fuel, why not? But it's all theory, and then you go into the actual thing and it could be completely different.
I was gonna say,
but I'm looking forward to it.
You can like put on a whiteboard. All right, this is what we're gonna do. This is where everything is going to go. This is what how we're gonna take the corner. This is how we're gonna do the driver stints. And here's our plan. And it's gonna be perfect. But there's a reason why you do it on a whiteboard and not in pen on a piece of paper. Because plans change, especially in racing.
Oh yeah, I always say plans are made to be broken.
I like that.
You can plan for 10 different things, and then number 12 is happening. Great, I planned for 10 things.
Yes. So one thing we have to take in mind, all classes will start on their own. So even though iRacing will give them the green flag when the leading Clio starts, actually all the other classes have to leave a 10-second gap and then start on their leader. So we have 3 individual starts.
Little correction on that, the Toyotas are actually starting. The Clio is the last car in the grid. But yeah, this is usually something in the PEC and PCC races, which is so awful. When the Clio is ranked as the number 2 car, but in terms of lap time is number 4. I speak from experience, it's awful. Here, it's a nice change for me as a Clio driver to be the final car in that group.
All right.
And we're green.
We are green flag racing here for the 24 hours of Melons. Trading Paints is working a little bit. I apologize, but we are green.
Now the Mazdas are pretty close to starting as well.
All the GR86s are clean through the first couple of corners, going
Always
mostly single file.
To see.
And right behind the MX-5s, as they make their way to turn number 1.
3 wide into turn 1.
And now the Clios are also starting as well.
They are starting, I do believe you. I just don't see them.
There was a Mazda in the pits. There was a Mazda in the pits I've seen. Also for the Clios it looks pretty safe, but now you have to think there is one Mazda between all those Clios.
P2 and P4 came into contact.
Everything is going wrong. Why is everything going wrong? Alright, I'm gonna need you guys to color commentate this while I work out why they are not showing the Clios.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, like I mentioned, we have the situation because one Mazda was in the pits, that there is one Mazda in the middle of the Clio pack. So we get this, what we talked about earlier, right at the beginning of the race. We see a bit of a gap between cars 2 and 3, I think it is, for the Mazdas. We see a spin by the Clios. This is a missed Apex car driven by Bruno Gaiotto. This happened in turn 7. So we have the first Clio incident.
So the cars that came into contact were the RD Sim Sports and the R&D Racing GR86s. Those does look like they can both continue, but they probably will have some small aero damage already early on.
And you hate to see that. You hate to see and hear that. You also see already a bit of groups forming for the Mazdas. There's a gap between 7 and 8, and I think 12 and 13 in terms of positions.
Whoa! We had a spin. 2 MX-5s, the 10 car and the there was one other car.
Yeah, it was in turn 4. Yeah, hectic race at the beginning, but
yeah, also in the GR86s, the Melon Hub and the Project 88 car came together on the infield. Simply by the Melon Hub car just not leaving any racing space and turning itself on the nose. And almost finishing its own race into the wall.
Which would be a horrible start for a 24-hour race. So you are lucky to hear the word almost if you're a fan of that car.
I believe I have all of the cars drawn now, except saying that all the Clios have DNF'd. So we're working this out. I apologize greatly for all the problems we are having right now. It was working fine in practice, you all saw it. And it's just...
Yeah, it's technical stuff, it happens.
Yeah, all the cars.
Don't worry about it, just stay relaxed.
Luckily we have our own support team in the YouTube chat already. Thank you guys for all the help.
Oh, shoot. Okay, hold on, I'm missing that. I really need to start looking at the chat more. It's the max cars that is set to 30. Yeah, quick version. Max
that
cars
explains it.
Set.
Because we have a few more cars than 30.
That is true.
We also have Toyota in the pits right now. I think.
So right now we're seeing the Clios getting to the MX-5s and actually overtaking a couple of them already.
Oh yeah.
There it is.
Cost chaos.
Yes, the car in the pits is the RD Sim Sports car that came together earlier on in the race with the R&D Racing car on the first lap. So they apparently do have some steering damage or heavy aero damage.
Yeah, which is the worst case scenario for the opening of such a race. Little contact in turn 6 between a Clio of Harry Fox and I think it was a Mazda. Yeah, must have been a Mazda. But yeah, we already get touchy racing early on.
Big thank you to Jason Baxter for pointing that out. Once these Clios hit the start-finish line, iOverlay should figure out that they exist, and we'll be back. So thank you for pointing that out. I had all these settings. I don't know why iRacing unsaved them, but thank you for pointing that out.
The RD SimSport GR86 is already back on track. They are a lap down right now, but I mean everything can happen with rain incoming. It's just one lap. They chose to repair the damage early and get the car fixed.
Which is a smart decision because you had to pit unexpectedly anyway, so get the car fixed, start fresh.
Maybe even put some fuel in so you're now offset to the rest. Because everybody has to pit around the hour mark, which can make a very busy pit lane.
Oh yeah, definitely. So this can be, I wouldn't call it an advantage to having to pit after one lap, but it could make it less stressful.
And then if you talk about big differences, we're talking about the RD SimSport car, the GR86 being a lap down, but currently their teammate in the RD SimSport 2 class in the Clio is actually leading their field by about 1.5 seconds.
Talking about the Clios, we had an incident on lap 1 with Bruno Gaiotto driving the Mist Apex car. He was in P4 after qualifying, has just overtaken for P12. So we may see something there, a car within its own class that has to work its way back through the field. In terms of damage, I don't think there should be a lot. It was...
There's a car that spun on the inside.
I see that, the 14th place car. Oh no, I was looking at the GR86, the police car. That's Parker Hummus for a Penguin Racing Team. Oh, and he spins again!
Oh, you hate to see that. Oh, I can see it right now.
Not a spin, but a slide. But that was another close one.
Yeah, it's a hectic start to a 24-hour race. So, like I said, all plans for few of these teams might be already out of the window. And we are, 8 minutes into the race.
So as a GR86 car, you've spun, and you're now in a pack of MX-5s. And is that frustrating, or do you just let it go, focus ahead, carry on?
No, frustrating for sure. Frustrating for sure, but it is what it is. You can't change it. You have to deal with it now. Like it or not.
That's one of the things with if you spin in iRacing, especially with all these cars being an older tire model, these tires will actually heat up a lot on a slide. So if you spin, you have to be so careful the first couple of corners because you're gonna have no grip. And then in an MX-5 or GR86, which is rear-wheel drive, you really have to nurse the car for like half a lap to let the tire temperatures come down. And if you don't do that, well, then you can probably see cars that spin twice in a couple of corners.
It's already a bit of activity on the Discord for the race control. 3 incidents have been mentioned there, so, and they are currently investigated. But yeah, if you take a look at the map and the track map, and you see the different colors, so we already have the chaos. I think the cleanest class in terms of that is, no big surprise, the Toyota, which has most of them being on their own, but this will change as well. The 14 and 15 in terms of Toyotas are within Mazda territory, so to speak. And if you see the overlap between Clios and Mazdas, it's quite a bit after the opening section of the race. We have a big group there at the end of turn 4, Mazdas and Clios. This is the Clio leader, Matthias Pentila, who tries to get past all of them.
Do one of you guys... Whoa, hold on, never mind. We have almost an incident between 2 MX-5s right in front of the leader, or right around the leader of the Clio pack. I've been keeping an eye on them as of late. The leader of the Clios have caught up to the back of the MX-5 pack, as it looks like the MX-5's, just looking on the map, is still trying to catch back up to the, other than the few cars that have spun, keeping up with the GR86s.
Yeah, but this is what we talked about, the difference of cars. You saw that Matthias Pentila, the fastest Clio driver after qualifying, he had to brake because his car is different, has to brake earlier than the Mazdas, and it almost caused an incident for him. Luckily it did not happen for him, but you can see how easy it is to get involved into stuff. And now the same thing for P2, Muhammad El Hariri and Stephen Hurd. They all have to work with those Mazdas we just saw. And vice versa, of course. The
And of course,
Mazdas have to work with the Clios.
right now, if you're the 666 car, you actually want to get past the MX-5s in front of you as soon as possible, so you can get back to the rear of the 2 car leading the Clio class. Because with these cars being between them, that car can become really big, really fast. Of course, I don't think it will be too hard to overtake the 20 car, because it seems like they have some front-end damage, which will definitely slow them down in a straight line.
Yeah, and the Clio is the fastest on tracks, on the straight, so Muhammad should get past. Right
he is pulling
now.
out indeed for the hairpin.
And he's passed. But yeah, the Mazda, different braking points can cause, at the end of that the longest straight, I mean, the whole course is 3.7 kilometers, so it's not super long, but for the course it's the longest. Could lead to interesting moments throughout these 24 hours. Remember, we have just finished the first 12 minutes. More of it to come. Like the battle for the lead here for the Toyotas, 1, 2, 3, and 4 super close together.
Right now there's also a good fight in the Clios between the purple sector car and the Wiskins Modus Racing Intoxicated by iTelemetry car. There was some little bit of moving around and some bumping there.
I almost went 3 wide into turn 1. A single file out. Yeah, Baxter says I might need to restart the sim. I'm still seeing some problems where like I'm not hitting everyone.
All good, no pressure, no pressure.
So I do apologize for to everyone who's watching the stream right now. It was working just fine for the practice session, so I'm not quite sure what the problem is now.
And we have the first decider for one of the incidents, cars 69 and 88, racing incident, but both drivers are reminded to give each other space. So no penalty, but we will keep an eye out for 69 and 88. So the first race update from the stewards.
These are the cars that I talked about earlier, with the 69 just coming too much over to the outside of the corner and spinning himself over the front of the 88 car. But currently they're both pretty far down in their class by being P10 and P11 in class.
I'm looking right now at the Clio that got spun around, not because it's my teammate, but also how this quote-unquote comeback drive could look. He was P13 after the spin. He's now right behind P10. So maybe he can gain a few more positions. But what is also interesting is the fight for the lead for the Mazdas. Real close together. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Really, really tight. Maybe we see now an attack from Grostanic to the inside. Maybe, maybe not. No, he stays behind. One person has dropped due to upload packet loss. Yeah, technical problems could also. No, it was G Nix. Don't know if he was. Don't think he was driving, but still, this can affect the race as well. If you're the active driver and you lose the connection, the car gets back to the pits. All hell could break loose in terms of hectic. So, but best thing is just stay calm. It's a long race.
That's one of the things, of course, that we probably didn't talk about yet. In real racing, you have, of course, engine, suspension failure, or even a sensor can break. But right here, we have the same thing, but with our own hardware. So it's your steering wheel, your PC, your internet connection. It can all be a reason why you will lose laps or even have damage or get into crashes if your brake pedal fails, for example.
We have the first warning for a car. Car 808. Warning, causing an avoidable collision. If the stewards see other similar behaviors, a penalty will be rewarded. Little update there. 808 is a Clio, driven by... I only see the first letter of his first name.
But look at
Thingard.
Thingard.
Oh, Luca
Yeah,
Thingard.
the first warning of the race.
I will say that is a very beautiful purple car. I love shiny cars and I love purple cars. So not something you want to have on your record. You definitely don't want to have a warning, but if it makes him feel any better, I do like his paint scheme.
Yeah, it's a good-looking car, the 808. But we have talking about good-looking cars. We have many good-looking cars on this grid.
Very much so.
I have to say. So picking a favorite, if you're, it's difficult. It's difficult to pick a favorite.
How do you draw 63 cars? There's no way there's more than 63 cars on track. My computer just refuses to draw all 63 cars, I guess.
Like we mentioned, it's a technical thing.
Yeah.
Don't get too worried about it.
I'm just a little bit worried about it, considering it says that half the Clio cars DNF'd. Well, we might get some actual DNFs throughout the night, so that will help me out a little bit. So as we were going on, I'll swap into the Clio cars when necessary to figure out where everyone is. But for now, I apologize on what's going on. I don't know. It was working fine in practice. Everything seems to be working. Like, all the settings seem to be accurate, but Summit Unicorns.
And like I said, we talked about in real-life racing, you have broken sensors, broken suspensions, all that. For us, it's the technical side. A disconnect, connection issue with the wheel, all that stuff. It's basically the same problem, just on a different level, so to speak. But you hate to have problems. I'm currently taking a look at the Mazda top 3. Number 4 is dropping a little bit. With little bit, I mean 0.9 seconds, which is not a lot. But
So
also
We have
the-
Card on Pit Road. I'm trying to get to it.
We also
Infield
have
cars
another
here.
update from the steward from the car 169. For an unsafe pass is deemed as a racing incident as the move was unfair. Just unfortunate contact, no further action.
And that is the Toyota Race Leader 169.
Ooh.
So that would have been if there was something else being said. A blowback for the leading car.
What is there any update on the 88 car on why they may have pulled off on the track?
Yes, the 69 and the 88 car was deemed a racing incident.
Ah,
And the 808 Clio got a warning for an avoidable collision. That was on lap 1 in turn 7 with car number 24. Must have been that. But it seems to me that things are starting to settle down a bit for the time being. Also, one of our chat members says, Project 88 car had technical issues that resolved itself the moment they hit the pits.
I
Talking
know.
about the
That
technical
is a minute and a
gremlins.
half.
Well, that's
Yeah,
of course always nice to be, but then what are the problems? Because The 88 car seems to be pitting again, so I don't think it's solved yet.
Oh no. Back down pit road, hitting pit road speed before those yellow cones. I did notice as the 88 was coming down pit road, they have like quite a long, like area to dive into before they actually hit pit road. How does that affect, you know, just pulling into the pits in general compared to like the pits are right there?
Well, for me as a driver, I like these kind of pits because there's so much time to gain. Like, you can drive in slow all the way, but the actual pit cones are past the exit of the last corner. So you have like a double right-hander, even though it's the pit road, it's still full speed. So right there you can really make a difference as a driver and gain a couple of seconds just by knowing where to brake, how much you can push.
But
then
also you can lose a lot of time if you overdo it. We see a battle for P8 for the Clios down to turn 4. As of this moment, but yeah, the field slowly starts to stretch out. We still have big groups like the Toyota 327 pretty close together as an example. 127, excuse me. But then a bit of a gap between 7 and 8. Quite a few seconds already.
Is there also someone who saw what happened to the 911 car, which is 2 laps down?
The 911.
About the Senf Racing team.
If you're looking at my overlay for that,
No,
they might not actually be 2 laps down.
No, they're actually. I'm using the iRacing standings. They are 2 laps down there as well.
Ah.
And we have a crash. A Clio and a Mazda in turn 10. I think it was Harry Fox, which is Wiskins Racing car number 220. I just witnessed. So this is definitely something the stewards will have to take a look.
Hope that the cars were drawn in here. Was it 220 you said?
I think it was 220. Let me double check this. 220? Was it? I thought it was the 220. Huh.
Oh.
No, it was not the 220. Okay, never mind. What? How do I come to number 220? I apologize to car number 220. It was not your fault. I apologize. But there was contact.
The 220 car of Harry Fox, though, is currently in 4th, and he is coming up on a MX-5 car, that being the number 89 of Tourmorland, Paddock.gg.
The 20 car we were talking about earlier with having the heavy front end damage is right now in pit lane, probably to fix their damage.
Probably, yes. So much action on this small track. Heads up. Info in the chat we just got. Heads up, all of the drivers in cars number 37 and 38 are all women. We just got the info in the chat.
Noted, I'll keep that in mind. I do apologize if I get names and genders wrong. I probably should have asked for a driver sheet before the race. I could have printed out and had like all the how to pronunciate names for. But I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Georgie.
It's talking about the 37 and 38 car. The 38 car is currently leading the field. They started P6, but they are already up in the lead of the GR86 and of course the entire field overall.
Yeah, from 6 to 1. That is impressive.
Of course, they're currently followed by R&T Racing, chasing unicorns. Let's say that's probably like about 8 cars right on their ass.
It's a tight battle here. A really close train of GR86s for the lead. Was it?
The mention that 38 is with the 101 having the inside of the next corner.
Oh, here comes a 169. Might try to make a move and capitalize off of both of these two.
It's a good battle there for the lead. I like to see it.
Of course, the next one is a left-hander, so the prismatic car can be almost contact there on the rear left tire.
But it was mindful driving. Mindful, but I think we will see more of this as the race goes on, and that is a good thing.
Mindful yet entertaining.
Oh yeah. As we're approaching the first 30-minute mark of the race.
Already?
Yes!
Wow.
We are at 28 minutes in a few seconds of session time.
And everything's been going pretty alright, knock on wood, other than the fact that an entire classic card just doesn't exist on our on the broadcast. We'll get that
battle there between all the GRs for the lead. That's a good thing.
very much so.
The
I mean,
Mazdas, there is a gap. No, the Clios, there's a bit of a gap between 1, 2, and 3. Also, Mazda leading battle, interesting.
and they're in the blue color here on your left. A lot of I think it'd just be easier if I just went to team rather than to flip through all these drivers.
It's actually the top 4 in MX5 that it's all pretty close.
Oh yeah, this is an exciting race for them thus far. They just got past the Toyota not too long ago.
So these 4 have been in this formation literally since the start of the race. They qualified all behind each other, and they're still all in the same. So the leader right now is the one who qualified pole. P2 was P2 at the start, and that goes for all 4 cars in MX5.
Yeah, but as we mentioned, 24 hours, long distance.
So right now, with the Gumption racing car being the leader, they are definitely using the most fuel out of all of them. They have to punch that hole in the air. And all the other cars are just sitting behind, lift and coasting, and just gaining the same lap times, but saving maybe 1 or 2 laps of fuel.
Now we're something that I know a lot of is an oval drafting. It's a little harder to do on the corners for sure, but especially with all 3 of these cars being very slow, drafting or slipstreaming, depending on where you come from, it's very important here. And as they mentioned, the car being the leader, you're the leader, sure, you're using a lot more fuel than anyone behind you. You have to pit a lot sooner.
Oh yeah, over the course of a race, this adds up. Suddenly 1 lap becomes 2 laps, becomes 3 laps, and it goes on and on and on and on. And we talk about a race that will have hundreds of laps. Hundreds. The
iOverlay is saying it's expected to be 821 laps.
Yeah, of course, pit stops and all that will decrease it. When the rain hits, it will decrease it, but...
Yes. So we were talking about the MX...
plus.
So we were talking about the MX5 tires earlier on. And right now you can see it really well with the leading MX5 with Dana Moore driving and 9K iRunning drivers, so he knows how to drive the cars. You definitely see that he was doing 44.2s early on in the race, but right now he's doing 45 lows. That's pretty much a full second slower already, halfway through a stint.
And it will only increase as the stint goes on. But yeah, we talked about the tire situation for the Mazda. Be interesting to see how it will turn out on the second half of the stint, because you can say we are now on halfway point for stint 1 for everyone.
Some hard racing in the GR86 again for P3.
Also interesting fact, the leading GR has the fastest lap for its car. The leading Clio has the fastest lap for its car. For the Mazda, nope. Not the leading car, not even a car in the top 4. I'm just trying to... Car number 8 from the Mazdas has the fastest lap time at the moment for the class. Which I find kinda interesting in terms of what is the possibility in the second half of the stint.
Oh, remember we talked about this earlier. I'm watching the battle for GRs right now. As well, you go 3 wide. Clio gets put between a GR86 sandwich. Look, the contact as well. Bullied. Wow. Yeah, no, we mentioned that the GRs are right through the corners, and we got to ride aboard some of the cars here. And
this is for the lead right now.
Yeah, that's
for the lead
in
the 86. So no time to lose. As we talked about how much the tires degrade on the MX-5, if we compare it to the leading GR86, that's only half a second, where the MX-5s are more than a full second slower already.
Yeah, that's definitely a factor.
That poor Clio definitely had a very rough time with the last lap.
Oh yeah.
Having that full GR86 train right behind them, because that's all for the lead. Like that entire train wants to pass as fast as possible.
Yeah, so this means Clio, get out of here. We don't want you here. Go away. Is basically their mindset. The last thing you want is a different class, quote unquote, ruining the opportunity for you. Even though we have 23.5 hours left, doesn't matter.
As we talk about that, well, they're catching another Clio, the regular racing team. 57 car driven by Christopher Landy. That is currently trying to overtake the leader back into the hairpin. Let's see how that goes. Well, he's taking it slow.
Real tight there.
Park it on the inside.
He parks it on the inside, and if he is smart, he lets them mostly pass, because yeah, he does it because it's not worth it for him. He's pretty much on his own at the moment, at least. Let them pass. Don't get into any further trouble, especially if you have maybe already 10-12 incident points. We talked about the 120 incident point limit, and we talked about 5 per hour on average. If you're right now on, I don't know, 12, you're way above that.
Or even worse, you connect with another car and you break a suspension or something, and you're in the pits for the next 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, that would be also kinda bad.
We talked about it earlier. The 88, I believe, is either going a lap down or going another lap down. Do you fight to stay on the lead lap here, or do you let this train of leaders go by in the GR86 category?
So right now there was again a good fight in the top 4 of the GR86. If I was the Clio and I was as far down as the other cars, I would probably let them go, because there's so much of a speed differential. But of course, you also don't want to lose too much time every time they're gonna pass you, because then it's the top 4, then it's the P6 to P7, then you get MX5s, and then you will lose a lot of time very quickly.
We just got a message on the Discord. Some PC issues are happening for the current driver for car number 908. We are handling it in the pits with a swap. We'll try to be predictable as possible.
So the 908 is the ORA Clio currently driving in last position in the Clio class.
Yeah, technical issues are such a big factor, and I mean the intention is good. We try to be as safe and predictable as possible. We have a car in the pits right now, Toyota, if I have seen it correctly.
I will say it is making me feel a lot better that I'm not the only one having technical issues as well. But man, it's got to be really disappointing having problems this early in the race, and especially when it's something technical. It's something that you can't necessarily fix because computers just do whatever they want to do.
Yeah, sometimes they can be fixed, sometimes you're stuck with it, and the danger for it to stay there and be a hindrance for the entire race is so big, and you don't want that.
This Lady Livery currently said the top 4 and MX5 are all within a second. We're seeing that, but it's kind of boring with you guys. You're all just staying behind each other. Come on, get some action in.
But don't crash.
It does make good TV.
Yeah, but you don't want to ruin your race on hour 1 of 24.
Yeah, that, of course.
I can fully understand this mindset of, okay, we have time. We handle this.
Okay.
And especially if you take a look at the gap between Mazda 4 and 5. Take a look at that gap. It's totally understandable that we say, hey, we are so much faster. We can handle this later.
It does seem like the group in the GR86s are getting pulled out a little bit right now, with the top 3 having a run for it because there is a lapped car in between them. With the 30, oh, correction, the 38 made an overtake. Sorry, that was a mistake on my end for not reading the information correctly.
No
But
worries.
yeah, but that's because so they were fighting the 38 and the 108 car. They actually overtook each other, and you immediately see that the top 3 is running away. There's a little bit of a gap. Like it was 1.2 seconds, and if they get like 2 or 3 tenths more, they are out of the draft. And then the top 3 will probably run away.
The chance for this is there, definitely, yep.
See, you might have been P5 in the train. You were like, oh, I'm just gonna fuel save and we're just gonna chill right now. Now, with the people battling and the train being broken, all of a sudden you will find yourself in a position where you're actually losing time to the front runners again.
If you want to talk about spread out, there's nothing more spread out than the battle between the Clios right now, with Matisse in the RD SimSport team currently taking the Clios by storm with a gap of 3.2 seconds off of the 666 car.
Yeah, but we talked about it so much. 24 hours is such a long time. Being 3 seconds up now is nice, it's good, of course. Gives you confidence, but doesn't mean anything. One little hiccup and all of this is for nada. But of course, leading, having a gap is good for the feeling at the very least. Taking a look, currently the race control and race updates are pretty quiet, which is a good sign, I have to say.
We love to see quiet race control and updates.
Right now we also see battle for position between the RD SimSports 2 and the RD SimSport 3. Even though they are in different classes, they are in the same team. So, of course, that makes it a bit more difficult, because one thing you don't want to do is end the race with your teammate.
Oh, definitely not, no. You don't want that. That would be worst case scenario.
But then on the other side, the RD SimSport 3 car also has 2 other MX5s right behind him. So you can't lose too much time or they will overtake you.
Yeah, it's not the easiest situation. Of course, when you drive against a teammate, we have a slowdown penalty for car number 7 at the moment, my overlay says. This is Mark Innes, it's a Clio. First slowdown I actively noticed on my overlay, which will cost him a lot of time. He's now in turn 1. Lost him a position to John Cook.
Oh no. I was flipping through too many cars. And the stream crashed.
So remember when we were talking about the P3 and P4 gap in GR86 increasing, it was 1.2 seconds. Now we're 2 laps further and it's 2.8 seconds already.
Yeah, which
So they're
could
completely
be
out of the draft.
this, but another factor, maybe they attacked the tire too much. We have to keep that in mind, even though track temps are falling a little bit. We were around 45 at the start, we're now at 38 Celsius.
Currently, you're seeing it. You see the 108 Team Ground Effect car looking on the inside, trying to overtake. The Yon GP car, like looking for a gap. They're all seeing the top 3 running away, and they want to be there as well.
Yeah, of course. And you always get the feeling, I am faster than him. We hear it if we take the example in Formula 1 as example. Every single week.
There was some door banging. The young GP car lost another position as well. Everybody is looking for a way to get past each other.
Yeah. To bring it back to what I wanted to say is you will hear it every single week in Formula 1 when 2 teammates are behind each other. Hey, I'm faster than him, let me pass. We are looking. Come on, I'm faster, we're losing time. It happens every single race. And it's similar here. I feel that I am faster than the person in front of me. We have a Mazda heading to the pits, car number 10.
And is that a scheduled pit stop, or is that something happened?
A bit early if you ask me.
Fair enough.
A bit early if you ask me.
This is very painful for the Lame Sheep Racing team because the 020 car is already 6 laps down after repairing the front end damage earlier on, and it seems like the 010 car is into the pits a bit prematurely as well. They are currently doing a driver swap, it seems. I don't see any damage on the car, so it seems like they just chose to do an early pit stop.
Yes, the problem though is sometimes you don't see damage on the car, but there is damage. So maybe we can only speculate here. Had it happened to myself this week in our Clio SOF race where I had front damage, but taking a look at the car, I saw nothing. So the visual representation not always gives us a good insight. Again, many GRs here into turn 5, the hairpin after the long straight. Battle for 4, 5, 6, and 7. Yeah, this is a good battle. In general, the GRs are giving us a good show. 7 and 8. No, 6 and 7, 4 and 5, so 8 has a bit of a gap. He has a lapped GR in front of him now. Overtaking a lapped Mazda. That's the P18 Mazda. Gets passed by 1 GR, by 2 GRs, probably by the following very soon.
It did seem like a normal pit stop for the 010 car. They just swapped tires, put some fuel in, and they went out again.
Okay.
Possible strategy move for long term, you think?
Well, like we talked about, early on in the MX-5, you have a very high peak performance on the tires. So maybe they tried to pit early and try to get those positions, and they maybe think that they can defend on track their position then when everybody else pitted. So get a little bit of an advantage now and then try and keep your position later on.
Yeah, or at the very least, think about the potential problems later. It's not a now problem, it's a later problem. We're gonna fix it somehow.
P1 and P2 GR86 are currently bomb drafting into the hairpin. So that definitely shows they are working together. They want to run away with the top 3 and leave everybody outside further away, just to give them that room for the pit stop.
And they already
if you
have
look-
a.
Yeah, their gap is steadily increasing because of the fights behind them, but they definitely they want to stay. They want to work together and make the gap as big as possible.
Which is a smart thing to do. If it works, of course. You need cooperation for this.
That's the good thing by being the P2 car. You have the control in that situation. It seems like the P3 car, he's hanging on in the draft, but doesn't really have the pace to make a move. So you can really work together as the P1 and the P2 car, and be as fast as possible working together on the straights. But right now, of course, they're all gentle and they are lifting, coasting a little bit. But what if you get to the point where you're gonna make pit stops and you get a run? You probably want to make that move to be the first one into the pits and then probably also be the first one out. And with having that fuel saved, like just having that little bit shorter pit stop, maybe 2 seconds, that will put them out of your draft as well. So you're running all in clean air without somebody trying to follow you in your draft.
Yeah, and we are getting close to the first scheduled pit stops. We are now at 48 minutes. We expect stint length of an hour, so we are getting there. To see who will try what. Pit a lap earlier, pit a lap later. Do the opposite of what the car in front of you is doing. The good old box opposite call, so to speak. And we can't forget, this is still super early on in the race. If we break the race down to the length of, for example, a Formula 1 race, we are at the equivalent of like lap 5? Lap 6?
Maybe not even.
Depending on the track. Not even. So, relax. Just find your groove, stay consistent, stay out of trouble. Especially now when we have the quote-unquote easy part. It's dry, it's sunny.
One thing we of course didn't talk about yet, the drivers that are in the car now are probably the drivers that qualified the car. But when are they gonna swap? Some teams are gonna swap after the first hour, some after 2, or maybe after 3 hours. So you're gonna get so you're gonna have a car that's maybe leading now, but has a slower driver in 1 or 2 hours, and that will definitely.
Or vice versa, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe the cars behind them are gonna catch them, and this will go on the entire 24 hours.
And that's something you can throw in as a strategy as well, because you drive for a long time, you get tired, and everything starts to annoy you. Everything just starts coming together, and so you have a angry, tired driver, and you can either replace them with a new one, or you can keep them going just a little bit longer and then swap it out, depending on what your plan is through the night.
Yeah, and we can basically guarantee that we will see so many different driver strategies in that.
And then of course you have different strategies. Are you gonna start with your fastest driver and be at the front, or maybe do you say, well, we let a slower driver in because it will all be close and he can keep up, and maybe being behind everybody a couple of seconds, that will actually keep us out of trouble by not going door to door too much. Then
or
you
the
of
most
course have
consistent.
yes, yeah. Which driver will you put in the rain in the car? Because you need a driver that knows how to drive in the rain and is comfortable. And then of course it's 24 hours. So do you have a team that's all in the same time zone, or do you have drivers from all over the world? They can of course help with nobody having to be up at 3 in the morning.
I mean, I can tell you this from my team, Missed Apex Motorsport. We have a driver from Austria, one from the UK, one from Scotland, one from Brazil, and one from the United States. So we are pretty covered. But yeah, this can be a factor if you are all from the same time zone.
Oh,
Who
and
does
you
the night
mentioned
shift?
you mentioned a driver from the United States, and I mentioned earlier in the last stream, daylight savings time is going to happen for us. Does that come into effect? Do you think?
Well, there's of course a chance that a driver forgets about it and doesn't make the proper adjustment and maybe wake up too early or too late.
Yeah, these are all factors, of course. Which brings us to the thing of a plan is nice. Execution is a different thing.
As you said earlier, plans are meant to be broken.
So we were talking about the pit entry earlier on, and actually one of the stewards did say it in the Discord that everybody has to remember that the pit counts are late, and it does seem that some people didn't practice their pit entry, so yeah, they have to find out on the fly where they have to brake. And of course you can say, okay, I take it a bit careful when I brake earlier. But what if there's a car behind you that did practice? He's gonna come in thinking you know where to brake.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. This is another factor we have to
And a pit road speeding penalty. It won't cost you a lap, especially here at a road course, but it's still going to hurt you a lot. It's going to put you a lot further behind than where you want to be.
It's an easy to answer question. Do I want to lose 1 second by maybe not doing it right to the edge, or lose 30 because of a stupid penalty? Most drivers would probably say, I take the 1 second.
But then of course, being in a train going into pit lane, and if you're the front runner, you don't want to brake way too early, because that will create a mess behind you as well.
Of course. So the pit opposite call, if you have enough fuel of course, could be vital.
So we just talked about having drivers in different time zones. Well, I've been looking at our own stint planner for the ORA 910 card, GR86. We are actually all GMT or GMT plus one. So that will mean we will have to drive during the night in our own night as well. For me, example, I'm going to be driving somewhere between 12 and 3 for a double stint.
So doing something like that, how do you prepare for that? Do you like eat a big meal? Do you take a nap in the middle of the day, or do you just tough it out all day?
Well, my problem is I also have a other league race, a 4-hour race, which probably finishes around 11 tonight. So there won't be much sleeping. So I probably just make sure I'm hydrated, get some sugar in my body. That's also something we didn't talk about. This track, as you can see, there are no lights around this track. It will be pitch dark, and when it rains tonight, it's gonna be really hard to see those puddles in time.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. This will be another big factor. Not only the rain, but in combination with the sight. And maybe you won't see them as good. Oh yeah, this will be interesting.
I know.
This is probably the place where the biggest mistakes are just bound to happen.
Oh yeah,
so,
I mentioned it. I think it was in the practice stream. That I got to sit in and watch a box 5 team practice, and they practiced in the rain, in the dark. It was pitch black. You couldn't see anything, and it's just a struggle to like find your pits, to find your braking zones. Just relying on your headlights and relying maybe on the headlights behind you as well.
Yep. It's a difficult task for sure.
So we talked about the strategy. So one of the cars that was in the chasing group of the GR86 is actually pitted last lap. So they actually went for an undercut. Just maybe pit 2 laps earlier, having that fresh tires, just make the jump on the other cars. Because we're getting to the hour mark, so expect a lot of pit stops to be happening very shortly.
We do have a car on pit road right now. I think there's a 303 of Thomas F. Logan for Sim Party Racing. It says that he has a meatball black flag though. So possible connection issues or damage?
If you have a meatball, that's gonna be damage.
Damage. I'm gonna go back a bit, see if we could figure out what that was, but he could have been on pit road for a long while or not even drawn.
He He's already
The
4
dreaded
laps down.
meatball. Yeah, the dreaded meatball. You hate to see it. As we currently have a battle for the Clios, P7 and P8.
Oh yeah, he's been on pit road for a while.
Talk about something other than our leaders, because we have interesting situations all over the track.
So the Simpody racing car that has a meatball actually stopped on track and took a tow.
Oh,
Don't see anything where they actually hit another car that would have got them damage. That's definitely a strange one.
had to be something either internet related or like actual like equipment related, like a steering wheel or something.
They did swap their driver, with Thomas Logan being in the car right now.
We do have another car in pit road, the number 24 Clio of Bruno.
Gaiotto, my teammate.
Gaiotto.
Oh, he went too wide into
Oh
the
no!
pits.
Oh, he missed his pit stall.
Oh.
Oh, that's been something I've had to learn.
That's something.
To see that. Yeah, that's something I've had to learn in iRacing as well. The only other game I've had where I get to drive on pit road is NR 2003. So finding those zones, finding that pit stall, listening to your spotter as it does a countdown, figure out where you need to go from there. It's all tricky, and that mistake right there will cost him a little bit of time on pit road.
And if you take a look, he has one of the first pit boxes, so there wasn't maybe enough time to see where. Oh, I already have to pit. Tries to go there and overshot it a bit. I have to mark it down for myself.
He's probably just focusing on the pit entry line, making sure he's on the speed limit, and then he's watching on his right and he just sees his lollipop man just standing there, and yeah, he couldn't make the turn anymore. So just reversed a little bit, and well, take the couple of seconds of time loss and try and get it back up in the next stint.
Yep, he's now behind P3 of the Masters. Fresh tires, so it will be interesting. The Master is faster usually. He has fresh tires, probably.
Leaders of the GR86 crew are currently pitting. I think it was Napster. She just pitted and switched out with Alice Davison, who is now behind the 38 GR86 machine. There was some more action on pit road before I clicked away. So I'll go figure out who else is there, other than our lovely Porsche pace car. The 411 of Cook, a Clio, first pit stall, or second pit stall in the lineup. Several more cars coming down pit road.
Oh, there's a battle for the pit exit line between Clio and the GR86. They're actually hitting each other here.
Oh, we might see something like that.
Yes, because one actually was going out of the pits and one actually had to box in. They were actually door banging in the fast lane.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, there's several pit stalls that are like overlapping each other. That's really interesting.
Oh, this will be a factor. One of the many factors of this race.
Yes, this will definitely help with missing your pit stall. With having a car there already and maybe not seeing your lollipop man in time as well. And if you're finding out too late in the pit lane, you can't reverse anymore, or you will get a disqualification.
Speaking about that, the Clio, the Formulama number 411, they just changed drivers to Blake Tovey, quick driver. So I think if I have it right, the Formulama have 8 different drivers driving for them. So this is also another factor. This is a big team.
So one thing, we talked about the fuel saving. Currently, the car that has been in third a long time, the 101 RNT car, didn't pit yet, while the other 2 cars in front of the GR86 field, they did pit. So this will be very curious to see how are they gonna come out of the pits. Will it help them having that lap extra, or will they actually lose time? They're currently getting it from pit lane right now.
From Gumpton Racing just made his way out of pit road.
Here you see the problem with the MX-5. He didn't know where the speed limit was, and the GR86 pretty much ran him over into pit lane. That was very close call for the 101 car there.
Yeah,
coming
Jenner,
into
take a
pits.
look how many cars are there in the pits right now.
So many.
This is stressful.
I don't know if you can go back and see a replay of the 101 car entering
I
pit lane.
should be able to. I just gotta find where there they are. And then, yeah, let's go back and watch that happen. I think we'd want a rear chase for that. Oh no, front chase. Oh, actually, I could just swap the vehicles here. There, we're gonna watch the MX-5 of the 333 pulling the pit road here. Wow, you know, just like we talked about earlier, knowing when you need to come or slow down for pit lane. The Mazda braked a little too early, and the GR86 was right there.
Yeah, we talked about it for a reason, though, no? Didn't we?
That's true.
If you watch, here they're braking. They're way too early on the brakes, because the line is like way later by the yellow cones. So they didn't know where it was, and luckily it went well. But yeah, you could end your own race and multiple other people, but just not knowing where to brake. That was very different. That was a very hard move that could have cost a lot of people their race.
Oh yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure.
And something I've noticed, at least on the oval side of things, I don't know how true that is on the road course side, but I feel like the where the pit speed line is for a lot of the tracks in iRacing are different than the actual speed line in iRacing. So I feel like some drivers might slow down a lot more thinking that the speed line, especially if they didn't practice pit road, is in a different spot than it already is.
Well, in iRacing, it's always the yellow cones where that's where the speed limit line is. So you have to be under the limit there.
We got a message from race control. Car number 42. Warning, very clumsy. Be more mindful of who's around you, please, especially when recovering from a mistake. Thank you. So car number 42 got a slap on the wrist, so to speak.
So fuel saving wise, the ORA Motorsports 910 car, that's the car that I'm driving on. They saved so much fuel. They just pitted with the GR86. They went like 4 laps longer than most of the other GR86s. If you can do this for a couple of stints, that will definitely shorten the last pit stop.
Yeah, the last pit stop will be crucial for that. You work all the way towards it, and then you can gain so much.
And we just saw an almost incident in pit lane with the pit lane speed limit. But you see R&D Racing currently 4.8 seconds behind. It could very well be the time they all lost entering the pit lane behind the MX-5 that was pretty slow on the entry. So things like that can really cost you a lot of time. So right now they have to play the catch-up game for sure.
Definitely. And also car number 20, a 10-second stop and go for causing a collision. Be more mindful of people around you. Car number 20. The first, I would call it a major thing. 10 seconds is not... is a master in P19.
Okay, so we talked about the 303 car having a meatball. Well, I found out what happened. Apparently their driver had FPS issues, mistimed the downshift, and they blew their engine.
Oh,
So, yeah,
I read about it on the disc, and I was like, okay, which car was it? Now it makes sense, of course, yeah.
It's the
Oh,
car
no.
I said, yeah, they towed and I don't see any damage. Well, the damage wasn't exterior, it was
It was
interior.
interior, yeah.
And in iRacing, that means probably like 40 to 45 minutes of damage
Oh
to
no.
replace the engine.
I don't want to find out, to be completely honest. But, gentlemen, it was a pleasure. I will now leave you for now. I'll go back to my team spotting and then driving the next shift in roughly 50 minutes for 2 hours.
Alrighty. Well,
No.
Patrick, it was nice having you. I know you have a very busy schedule driving and, as you mentioned, spotting, but feel free to come back at any time when you're not doing those things. We'll keep an eye on you, eye on your team and you on the track.
Thank you. Car number 24, Clio, purple.
Hard to miss. Love purple cars.
Have fun. Later.
Mm. Alrighty.
So the 20 car was black flagged, causing a collision.
Oh, again, or same incident?
Oh yeah, it's probably the same incident. Yeah, they definitely have a hard day already with having an early damage, being a couple of laps down, and now having a 10-second penalty, stop and go. Yeah, their first hour isn't going like they probably wanted to.
Not at all. But we still have, what, 22 hours and 52 minutes left to go out of 24 hours. Long way to go, for sure. Time to make that up? Probably. Anything's possible. This is motor racing, after all.
It does seem to be a little bit spread out right now. With some action left and right, but not really the long trains anymore after the last pit stops. There's the 20 car exiting pit lane.
Pit strategy will definitely throw you just all by yourself in some situations. You can pit together but have a slightly faster pit stop or better entry or exit. Gumpton Racing is still leading the MX-5 class, though, after their pit stop. Yeah, I feel like chasing unicorns. Oh, go ahead.
If we look at the top 3 right now in each class, we have the Chasing Unicorns leading the GR86s, followed by R&T Racing 5 seconds. And then the Team Ground Effect in P3, 10 seconds behind the leader. Then the MX-5, we have the 755 Gumpton Racing team leading with 5 seconds over the 5-star Motorsport. And then it's a 20-second gap to P3, the 555 Nims Meatball Food Truck. And if we watch the Clios, the 666 Hell car is leading the Clios. Only 5 seconds in front of RD Sim Sports 2, which has a 9-second gap to P3 in the Clio class. The number 8 car, Paddock.GG Red.
Flipping through all the cameras here, I am noticing, we mentioned it in the practice, that a lot of these cars are on very similar ground. They have some places where they excel and others where they don't, and that kind of puts them on a similar ground. There's a lot of MX-5s and Clios and GR86s all throughout the mix. It's like a mixed bag of M&Ms. I don't know if they had those where you're from, but here in America, for a little bit, we had mixed M&Ms. So we had like the regular peanut and peanut butter all in a bag. That's the racing we're having right now.
So I also just had some contact with the 303 car, the car with the blown engine. They are repairing the car, but they will be out when they repair the car. So we'll see them back on track.
Fantastic. We'll keep an eye on that as the race goes on.
They had 30-minute repairs for the MX-5, so they have a pretty good pit crew with changing an engine in half an hour. They have 13 minutes to go.
Alright. Devastating hit on the day for sure, but there is always the chance to make up some extra positions. That's one of the things I learned early on in sim racing, is that, you know, you might be in last place, but something can happen. Someone can wreck, someone can lose connection. So it's always important to stay in that fight even when you think that it's over.
It's great to see these cars because this is a hosted session, so safety rating and I rating. It will not update after the race. They're just here with a bunch of friends, having a good time and just chilling and doing laps for 24 hours.
Do you think that that changes how they drive in any way? Because I know I drive really safely because I'm very, very cautious of my safety rating. Do you think that changes their mindset coming in?
Well, they still have the only 120 incident points before they get drive-throughs. But yeah, I mean, after you have an incident like this and you're out for a good result, you would definitely watch your mirrors when you see leaders coming up. If you see the first couple of cars in each class coming up behind you, you're just gonna pull over if they're really faster. You're just not gonna make it difficult for them. Just let them by and let them have their race. You know, just being with friends. All these guys are probably on TeamSpeak or Discord and just having a good time, cracking jokes. And that's how it's supposed to be.
And I definitely love that. I mean, just going into the Melons server, it's really fun to just see like how, you know, how good friends everyone is with each other. Everyone's here for the love of iRacing. They're here for the love of driving the quote-unquote worst cars in the sim. And they're here and doing it for 24 whole hours. Do you remember when Patrick said that his stint was going to start?
He said in about 50 minutes. So yeah, after the next pit stop, he's gonna be in the car and then he's gonna do a double.
Ooh. How does that impact you as a driver, like doing a double? I mean, I know like it's a lot shorter than it is in the real world because they typically do 4-hour stints, but doing like 2 hours total, like back to back, how does that affect you as a driver?
For me personally, I'd rather have a triple stint than a single stint. Like doubles are nice to do, and it also depends on the track. On a track like this, you do a lot of laps before you do a pit stop. Like if you, for example, look if you do the Nürburgring Nordschleife, it's 7 laps, and you're back into pit lane again. So if you do a quad stint there, it doesn't feel as much. But then, of course, this is and where are you on track? If you are in a big pack and you're consistently fighting with other cars, you will feel it. But if you can get into a rhythm, be by yourself, and run your laps, like yeah, it can be really nice to just have a couple of stints. And sometimes you will be alone at night, but you can also have teammates there. You are talking with teammates, looking at strategy, and all stuff like that. It depends for every driver.
For sure. I remember.
One thing that's important to do before you go into the car, make sure you've been to the toilet and make sure you had something to drink. Because it's awful if you drive for 10 minutes and you're finding out you have to go to the toilet or, you know, you're getting thirsty. Because if you have to do like another 2 hours then, it's gonna be a long time.
Very, very much so. I do that even before just short races. Because nothing is worse than being in the middle of the action and sitting there realizing like, man, I have to pee. Because that's another thing that's on your mind. It's something that's distracting you. It's something that's making you mess up every little corner. And in racing, all those little corners add up. I've done a 9-hour endurance race in Gran Turismo at Tsukuba, and they don't have stints in GT5, and so doing 9 hours straight at Tsukuba, I remember getting very exhausted because Tsukuba is such a small, tiny track. It's a really fun one for sure, but it is small, and going around there for 9 hours is tremendous.
Yes, you will definitely feel it. That's what I said. Like if you look at Le Mans, for example, Le Mans is a lot of straights, so you can just relax. Maybe even for people who have a heavy direct drive wheel, if you want to rest your hands, you can lay them on top of the steering wheel. And it's the same for the Nürburgring with Dottinger Hohe. Like you're pretty much for a full minute you're going in a straight line. Just try and relax, you know, and get some energy back before you're starting your next lap again.
And yeah, that long straightaway is right. It's almost like the last that last area before anything else. And depending on what version of the circuit you're doing, because if you're doing like the full 24-hour circuit, it's a long straightaway right before you hit the start finish line. But if you're doing the I think it's just the Nordschleife that doesn't do the GP circuit. You have like a little bit of chicanes, and then you're right back on the twists and turns through Green Hell.
Yes, but then at least you still have the Dottinger Haue where you can relax.
Very true. I know anytime I've ever done the Nürburgring, I always focus like, just make it to the straightaway, just make it to the straightaway. How about here at How about here at Okayama? Do you kind of have like the same mindset, just like just make it to the straightaway, or do you feel good about the corners?
On this track, I'm usually just hitting my laps and just running them, and then I'm just carefully watching all around. Like I'm just gonna watch, for example, on my relative. Okay, I see a car. Am I gaining on them? Okay, 10th a lap. So every time I watch a little bit, and okay, I'm gaining on them, and then I'm overtaking them. Then I'm watching the next car. Because sometimes if you indeed have to do like 30 laps in a stint, or 35, and you have to do 2 or 3 stints, it can be a lot if you're gonna be like, oh, I'm on lap 10 of a 90 lap stint. But then if you get past halfway, you can say, oh, then you can start counting down again. You're already past halfway.
Something else that I find really cool is the variance in countries where every driver is from. As I've mentioned dozens of times, I'm used to ovals. I'm used to just seeing Americans, and so seeing like how broad the iRacing community is, let alone this one. It's really cool to see like everyone from so many different countries participating in today's event.
That's one of the things that, of course, with iRacing is very good. If I take a quick look right now on the iRacing UI, there are 14,000 people online. So it can be people who are running a hosted like we are, like right here in the Melons 24. It can be people who run an oval race, maybe like a full-length NASCAR race. It can be people who run maybe dirt rally cars, or on the other side, you can also drive GTP LMDH cars on Le Mans or Spa. And that's the great thing about iRacing. There's something for everyone.
And definitely, if you're just getting to learn, a lot of people will want to help you for sure. I remember I was rookies in ovals. I tried the Legends cars. I just couldn't make a lap without spitting out. And I got on the radio. I was like, you guys, what am I doing wrong? What am I supposed to do here? And one of the drivers gave me like exact like, okay, so here's what you want to do each and every single lap. You want to make sure you're easy on the brake and da-da-da. And like everyone here wants to help you get better. I mean, you do have your instances for sure where, you know, drivers get upset. But I think for the most part, like a lot of people here, they want to see you do well. They want to see you race, and they want to race with you as well.
Especially when you're like new doing rookie series, or maybe even after the race. If the race is over, like, and that's the beautiful thing. If you're running maybe 1 or 2 splits, it can be that you're driving with people who are 8,000 I rating and really know what they're doing. And if you ask them like, oh, I see like I have a lot of right front tire deck, especially in ovals. Just say, can somebody help me with it? And there are 4 or 5 people maybe watching the replays and trying to figure out what you did wrong and what you should do. And that way, like, everybody can grow.
That's something I've definitely had to learn over my time in iRacing is saving tires. I think that's probably been one of my hardest things to learn. And
that's the part where we're talking about being like just doing a race by yourself. But like what we're seeing here is maybe one of the best parts of the community. Like people forming teams and doing 24-hour races together. Like right now we're doing a hosted Melons, but even on iRacing you have at the start of the year you will have a 24 hours of Daytona. You have the 24 hours of Nürburgring. All these kind of special events, which will really help with the camaraderie in your team.
100% for sure. I'm excited to see the 24 hours of Daytona earlier this year. It's always a fun race in the real world, and I'm excited to see what it's like in sim world as well.
Oh yeah, if you get the chance, I will say absolutely try and drive it. Like it's a very easy event because, well, it's just turn 1 with International Horseshoe, then you have the Western Horseshoe, and then you have turn 6 coming up into the oval and the bus stop, and then you're back again on start finish. So you have a lot of straights. Traffic management is really easy there.
And the Daytona road course is easily one of my favorite road courses. Just in general, it's really fun. As you said, it's probably one of the easier ones, if there is such a thing as an easy road course. And I quite enjoy Daytona.
So I'm seeing some things in traffic. You see cars pull over, which actually can be a bit of a problem if you're the faster car behind, because there's one thing you want them to do is be predictable. And you see some of them, like at the last second, pull off the racing line and let you go by. But if you make a move at the same time and they start braking, you can have very nasty accidents there.
Oh yeah, very much so. And that's kind of the tricky thing, especially if you're the slower car, is like trying to get out of the way, but not inconvenience anyone else. And that's really hard to do on a road course because you're everywhere. Every like section of a road course is well used. You can't just move up to the high line because the driver is going to need the high line coming into the corner.
Yes, the best, like if you have someone trying to overtake you, the best way is do it on a straight. Lift off a little bit earlier, let them like go past you in the braking zone, brake maybe a little bit earlier and try and then get behind them. And maybe even follow them, because the draft in these cars is pretty strong. So maybe like they are 2/10 quicker in clean air, but you being in the draft, you can actually stay behind them and gain lap time that way as well. So I'm missing one car right now. It seemed like they had something happen to them. The 38 Prismatic all-female car we talked about earlier. They are dropped quite far out of the position they were in before the pit stops.
Oh, that's right. They were the leader. They did a driver swap with Alice, and they are now currently 6th in the GRE6 stables. And we mentioned that earlier as well. A lot of the drivers who started the race more than likely did the qualifying. So we probably started out with the fastest drivers. We're probably putting maybe the slower drivers or the newer drivers. We're probably putting them in the middle now, and teams will probably put the faster drivers again towards the end. Or they might just be taking their time, saving their cars, saving fuel, saving tires. It just might be an overall strategy.
Oh, they might have. No, that's not it. I thought they maybe sped on pit lane, but that's not the case either.
Oh, looking in the Race updates check. Car 371 had a warning for causing an avoidable collision. So just a warning, no penalty yet, but we will keep an eye out on that for sure.
371 being the Itasca Point Box 5 car. There was an incident in turn 5 with the 808 car where they hit each other, so yeah. They got a warning, so right now you have to try and stay a little bit more gentle maybe with an overtake or a defending move, because you're on the radar of the stewards at this point.
I mean, some might argue, aren't you always on the stewards' radar?
I don't see anything else right now, but it can of course change.
That's true. So after our first set of pit stops, everyone has spread out a little bit. This is more than likely what you'll see for a good majority of the race, and that tends to be how it is in a lot of endurance racing. Mostly because, as we mentioned dozens of times before, it's a 24-hour race. You don't want to damage your car in the first, 4 hours. You don't want to damage your car, not even ever, really. You want to make sure your car can last till the very end before you start pushing it and causing problems. We'll probably see a lot more harder drives coming, definitely with 4 hours to go, but definitely within the last 6 or so hours. And then something we also mentioned was the driver stints. Do you think closer to the end of the race will we be seeing less driver swaps?
We will probably see it in the morning, depending on what drivers there are. If you're in multiple time zones, usually in the morning you will see, during the night in the morning you will see maybe triple stints even, to accommodate that people don't have to be up at 3 at night. Especially if you're in different time zones. That's usually when I did a triple stint, when I drove with Americans. I started at probably 6 in the morning in European time zone, and I just drove till 9, so they could get a good night of rest, and then maybe get an Australian driver in, and that way, and then afternoon GMT, you get the Americans back that can come out of bed, then they start driving again. So yeah, that's usually where you get your triple stints in.
And that's definitely a big benefit of having drivers in your team from across the world, is that you'll have well-rested drivers.
And that absolutely helps.
Right now on screen, we're currently watching a battle between two Clios and GR86. Those are your Clio leaders, with Hell Motorsports taking the lead on them in that beautiful blue and fiery Renault.
Well, it's not the Clio, the Clio that's behind them. That's the ORA car.
Oh yeah, you're correct. That's it's in P12 in the Clio class. And the GR86 that is sandwiched in between them is the Goes Honda Esports car, which is P9 in the GR86 standings.
And here you see on a long run, you definitely see the difference between the cars. So the gap between the GR86 leaders seems to be about the same. Couple of tenths each lap. Sometimes the R&T car gains a little bit, sometimes they lose a little bit in traffic. And I think it's about the same in the Clio class. The only real fight that there is right now is the fight for the lead in MX5 between
The
Gumpson
MX5.
Racing and 5-Star Motorsports.
And we currently have our eyes on that right now. And right behind them is the number 88 GR86, which had some issues earlier on in the race, and is now sitting behind these two MX5s in P14 for its class.
But it's definitely a difficult position because if he has the pace to overtake them, like yes, you wanna use your pace, but on the other hand, P2 and MX5 doesn't want you in front of him because if you make a mistake, he's gonna lose the connection to the leader. And you don't want to, of course, ruin the race for the leaders in MX5 as well. So that's a really hard position to be in right now.
For sure. And then right behind them is a Clio driver. Not for any position per se. Currently, I have him at 6th. But definitely one for sure. And you'll probably see that become more of a problem on the straightaways. Because as we mentioned before, the Clios have really good power on the straightaways.
Yes, but then you come to the braking zone, and then actually the MX5s and the GR86s will be faster. And then in turn 1, it's difficult because turn 1, you still want to carry some speed through the corner. So the best position, if they want to overtake in a Clio and overtake another class, I would definitely try the hairpin on the back straight. So currently there is a message that car 411 has a bad connection and lap 51 and lap 52.
And yeah, we mentioned that as well several times in the broadcast, is connection issues playing a big role in sim racing as a whole, and especially here in a 24-hour stint. So
it's the 411 car being the Formula Llama car in P6 in the Clio class.
They'll currently be monitoring the situation. The iRacing connection quality rule is also enabled for this session. So, explain to everyone, what is the iRacing connection quality rule?
So, if you have a connection that's too bad, iRacing will put you back into the pits, and then or you can change your driver, or there will be, or you have to fix your own connection issues if you don't have a driver standing by. But then, of course, there are also the Melons stewards who can say, please pit, your connection is so bad, but the system isn't kicking you out yet. But this is just a danger on track for everybody else. Right now, we're also seeing a pit stop of the Itasca Point Apex disc car, the 71. Does seem like a scheduled pit stop. Swap tires, put some fuel in, and go back out again.
There's another MX-5 in there as well. It is the I got the name right now. Not that one. Oh,
the 20 Lame Sheep Racing car.
There it is, Lame Sheep Racing. That also seems to be a scheduled pit stop.
Yes, they are damaged early on, front end damage that they repaired. So yeah, they have a different pit schedule as everybody else. So they probably just ran the tank dry, and this is a scheduled pit stop. Yeah, being 6 laps down, they need a lot to happen to get back into the fight for the podium again. But then there is rain expected at 2 different points in the race, so anything can happen.
That is true. A Sim Party Racing vehicle is still on pit road. That was the one that had engine problems earlier, correct?
Yes, the 303 car was indeed the car that had damage earlier on, but I think their damage will be fixed any moment now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because it's been a bit. I think we said what? Lady Delivery put in chat 45 minutes for an engine. And
I got a message from the driver that's now in the car. He said it was 30 minutes and 13 minutes to go. That's weird. If I think it should have been fixed already 13 minutes ago.
Do you think
So
that there's
apparently-
like possibly more damage that we're not seeing too? Because like I had a onboard of the front of the car, and the nose did have some damage to it. So I wonder if there's like more damage that we're not seeing.
But usually iRacing will say in your screen how much required damage has to be repaired. Yeah. I'm currently, I've sent them a message, so I will keep you updated if I get a message back from them.
Because my overlay had them at 17 laps down, I think it was. So very far behind in the standings.
The 25 left right now.
I'm 25.
So maybe they even have different issues, maybe a hardware issue or something. You never know.
It's definitely a possibility.
But we will keep you guys updated as soon as we hear something from the Sim Party Racing team.
Here's something we talked about: leaders navigating lap traffic. The leaders of the MX-5s currently trying to make it around the GR86. And remember the 88 GR86 we were talking about earlier is currently utilizing the draft with the two leading MX-5s to also get around the 69 car. Not sure if that's for a position, but
So right now,
that's for position.
There's also was an incident between the 808 car that hit the 20 car on lap 25 or lap 52, correction. So yeah, we will see what the stewards have to say about that. So currently the Tank Esport Race Motorsport, they lost a position to the Team Ground Effect. That was for a podium position in GR86.
Let's jump back up there.
So yeah, they're running within half a second of each other. So that could be a good battle. But then on the other hand, if you have about the same pace, you could help each other as well, trying to catch P2 or maybe P1.
That's true. We were talking about drafting earlier, and definitely being able to lock bumpers and work well with each other, and the draft will definitely help you catch up to the leaders who have gotten ahead.
Then I'm watching currently the P1 and P2 and MX5. They are catching the ORA Motorsport 910 car with about 4/10 a lap. And they're 2 seconds behind. That will be for a position overall, but of course they are different classes. So we will see if that maybe makes them swap position or if that makes it more difficult.
That's something I really wish I overlay had. Was overall standings, because all three of these cars they have each of their own individual qualities that make them better in one way or another, but they all are basically the same. I mean, we had the MX-5s having fastest lap, even though the GR86 is considered the faster class. Julian, out of curiosity, what does your sim setup look like?
Well, I just have an aluminum frame, triple screens, and I'm running Moza R9 with a Formula wheel, and then Trustmaster TLCM pedals.
Oh. That honestly sounds like my dream setup. Right now, I'm currently just working with a singular monitor and a Logitech G920 steering wheel.
Oh, yeah. We all have to start somewhere. I mean, I started with a T300 Trustmaster with the basic pedals. But of course, that's the beautiful thing about this hobby. With it having such a boost in the COVID times, with all the real racing being stopped and things like NASCAR and Formula One drivers actually going to iRacing. So it gained a lot of momentum, and you definitely see that with the direct drive wheels being over €1,000 even for a basic one. Like a couple of years ago, like 5 years ago. But if you look now, you can get a good bundle with a good direct drive wheel, like a base steering wheel, pedals. You can get that from under 1,000. Well, usually you just had the engine, so you still have to buy the wheel, the pedals. So it's definitely a good way to go.
For sure. I started with a PXN wheel, and the one that I had, it was $100 USD. It didn't have any like force feedback or anything. It was definitely a baby's first wheel kind of thing, but it was a lot of fun for sure. I actually built a roll cage around the couch I had in the game room out of PVC pipe we had lying around the house. So that was my very first sim setup, and then sadly the PVC roll cage took up too much of the room, so we took that down. I got my Thrustmaster T150, and I had that for a little bit, and then I entered the NASCAR iRacing College Series. I've yet to make an actual race. They're headed to Iowa pretty soon. I think qualifying for that's up this week. But I won in a giveaway a Logitech G920 from the series, and so I have that now, and I've been messing around with that and racing with it.
Especially in oval, like there are multiple really good drivers. I don't know if they're still racing, but there used to be pros that actually got there with a 920, just a single screen 920. So it's still possible. Like it's all fun that you have all these things like VR, haptic pedals, like or active pedals. Like, of course, you can make a rig for 20, 30 grand. But on the other end, if you can just have a simple laptop or a simple PC, single screen with a basic wheel and pedals, you can still run on iRacing and you can still be pretty competitive.
Oh, very much so. I look back to the during COVID, NASCAR had the Invitational Pro League, and there was a NASCAR driver, Timmy Hill. He normally drives for underfunded teams, usually back to back. He was very competitive on iRacing. Did he have a big fancy setup like Denny Hamlin, who had like full-on motion simulator? No, he just played on his laptop and his desk with a steering wheel. And so I definitely look to him as, an inspiration when it comes to sim racing, because it definitely shows that like anyone can have anything and still be good at the sport.
Unfortunately, I have to say that I have to leave for my other league race.
Oh, well, I wish you luck in that race.
Yes,
and then when will you be back in Melons?
I'll be back in the last 4 hours in the broadcast, and then I will be driving during the night.
Alright, fantastic. Well, we'll look out for you then. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Yes, thanks for letting me commentate, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Alright, we'll see you tomorrow. Then there was one. I'm going to close Discord on my computer so I can save me some resources here, because we have had issues with iRacing. I still haven't completely figured out the problem with why all the cars aren't being shown. Because I told iRacing, hey, draw 64 cars, and iRacing was like, okay, I'll do that. And then it didn't. So since it's just me now, we'll look over at the chat a little bit more. Yes, I'm back in J-Rail. I saw the opportunity to commentate for the Melons 24, and I was like, you know what? I kind of miss doing it for the NASCAR Home Track series that I had last year. So I'll hop on for give or take 24 hours, and I'll do that. I will say though, I will not be commentating all 24 hours, mostly because I like sleep. But I will be here for a good majority of the stream, that's for sure. Use a G29 for my first 7 years on iRacing. Oh, well, there you are. It's definitely goodwill for sure. I mean, I do love my Thrustmaster. It's a really good wheel. But I think the G920 is also, like, it was a step up above the Thrustmaster for sure. If I were to change how I got into sim racing, I'd probably start off with the Thrustmaster. Because I think that was a really good wheel. I mean, that is, like, you know, limited budget. If I were to go, like, very, very limited budget, I would say I was definitely fine with my PXI $100 wheel off of Amazon. Because while it didn't have any force feedback, it definitely was a very good beginner's first wheel, especially for something like Gran Turismo. It was absolutely fine. But yeah, I'd definitely start off with the Thrustmaster, and then maybe move to the Logitech, for sure. So great day, or great weekend of racing, honestly. I know for sure on the NASCAR side of things, we have our championship weekend. NASCAR truck driver Corey Heim just clinched the Truck Series Championship last night. Tonight is the Xfinity Series Championship. I forget all who is in the championship for, but I know that Connor Zillage is, who actually came from IMSA MX-5s. He has made it to the Final Four. He has had a phenomenal season, shattering just about any and every record that there is to shatter in the Xfinity Series. And so he'll be fighting for a championship tonight. I know that is probably one of the times I will not be commentating is during the Xfinity race. The stream will still be up, that's for sure. But I will not be commentating. And then the Cup Series will have its championship race on Sunday. I believe that is at 2 Eastern Time for the United States viewers. And the championship is between Denny Hamlin, Chase Briscoe, William Byron, and Kyle Larson. That's right. There's 4 drivers in my head. Haven't had enough coffee this morning. And that's just NASCAR. I don't know if we have anything else like Formula One or the World Endurance Championship or Le Mans, but we do have a form of endurance racing here with the 24 Hours of Melons, driving the quote-unquote slowest cars of iRacing, the MX-5s, the Mazda MX-5s, the Renault Clios, and the Toyota GR86s. We mentioned it in the practice session before, but these cars are pretty similar around here. They're running very similar lap times, 145s. It's just like in the milliseconds that you can see a slight difference. Like definitely a close competitive field for sure. Now I should say I should give you guys the plan for the stream. It did change a little bit, I will say. Because the practice session was supposed to include practice and qualifying for for the actual race, but the practice and qualifying stream just ended up being the big practice that happened an hour before the race. So we'll have this stream, which will go on until we reach about 18 hours left to go, and then I'll start up the second part of the stream. And that will go for 6 hours exactly. Well, more so give or take, but it's planned for 6 hours. And then there'll be a third part of the stream that will be 6 hours, and then the final one, which will be 6 hours plus any post-race that we decide to do. We should be wrapping up at about 8 a.m. Eastern time, I believe, because the race itself got started at like 8:30 Eastern time. Oh yeah, we do have daylight savings times, so I don't know. We'll figure that out. I know that I'm gonna stay up just to make sure I can get all the stream stuff, because I did originally have the one stream scheduled for 2 a.m. And then after I like made the schedule and whatnot, I was like, oh yeah, it's daylight savings time. But the reason why we're chopping up the race into several parts is because YouTube doesn't like having streams longer than, I think it was 12 hours. And so to not lose any more of the race than my computer is letting us have, I just blanked out on what I was saying. Oh yeah, it's to not miss any other racing, looking back on it in the future, I wanted to make sure that we had like each individual different parts. All of these streams can also be found on a playlist on my channel. I believe it is titled Melons 24 Hour or something like that. So if you guys do want to look back on it in the future, there's a playlist with all of the streams right there for you to watch. As right now we have a battle between a Renault Clio and a Mazda MX-5. That is the 220 car. Oh, we have a car off! Mazda hit the wall hard, and they just blinked out before I could catch back up to them. Let's see if we can switch over to pit road and figure out who that was. There we are. It was this car right here. Let's not do pit lane camera starters. Let's go TV mixed. And then jump ahead a little bit. I went back a little too far. Whoa! Wow, it looks like contact between... Oh my gosh, was that the... That was a second place Clio! Oh no! That was a Clio that was in second place. Let's take a look at this from the chase of the Clio. See what happened here. Oh, the MX-5 is already on the inside. Just went up with the Clio there. Ah, that is not ideal for the RD Sim Sport Clio. Wow. And I want to take a look at this from the, not this one, but this MX-5's point of view as well. I'll be looking in the race chat to see... Wow. I think what happened here was touch the grass a little bit, trying to stay out of the Clio's way, got loose off the grass and the curbs, and just ran out of racing room. I personally think this is a racing incident, but we'll see what the officials have to say. But very, very unfortunate for the 212 car, and extremely unfortunate for the second place in Clio class with the number 2 car. Let's see if we can get some different camera angles on that Renault. It doesn't look like too much damage, but that doesn't mean anything, that's for sure. We'll catch up live. Seems like they're still on the track. They dropped back 2 positions, though. So they might have pitted. Actually, I'm kind of curious. I do want to see if they did pit. Oh, no, they had another off-track excursion. Oh, no. Got loose in the sand and locked the brakes, it looks like. And went off to into the gravel pit. Was there any other? The car wasn't being drawn through here, so we sadly lost some footage. But we'll keep an eye on that number 2 Clio, Red Daffron, the RD Sim Sport machine. And actually, yeah, I did mention I'm checking the race control now. Car number 2 turned into car 212 on lap 64 was the message I sent, and Melonbot is currently looking at it. Going to race updates. Car 808 received a final warning. 2 drivers are now warned for causing collision. This move was never on the brake before the MX-5 and rolled into the apex and subsequently his door. So the 808 is on their final warning. If I remember correctly, the next warning will either be a full team ban or just an enforced driver swap. But I'm going to lean more towards a driver ban, or sorry, a full team ban. So the 808 team and the Reynolds, Neon Night Racing, they're going to have to drive pretty safe for the rest of this race. And we're only 2 hours into the event as well. Oh, GR86 was a little wide there. I'm going the wrong direction on the cameras. That is the 777 car of RIL Team Kermit Power. There's more to that, but Stream put it off. So. We'll keep you updated on the number 2 Clio there. As I said before, it just seemed like the racing incident. If anything, I think the Mazda got in too far on the inside and just went up and hit the 2. But I'm not an official. That's not what I volunteered to do. I volunteered to sit behind this microphone and talk to you guys about the race. So we'll see what goes on from there. The number 2 Clio is still holding on strong in P3, making their positions back throughout the field. Let's take a look at our GR86 leader of Brock Kelly from Chasing Unicorns, currently making his way through MX5 traffic right now. A little heavy braking into the hairpin here. Hairpin? Is that a hairpin? The NASCAR driver in me calls that a hairpin. But currently making their way through MX5 traffic right now. MX5 thought he got a draft off of the GR86, but was not able to make a move. And yeah, we're seeing a little bit of the MX5's power here, and that power being a little bit best of both worlds. I think it was excuse me. I'm getting names right now. I think it was Patrick. It was Patrick who mentioned earlier. Oh, a little bit of trouble here on my end. I apologize. The 169 pulls down into pit road. But yeah, it was Patrick earlier who described like each of the car's best qualities. The GR86s are fantastic throughout the corners. The Renault Clios are fantastic on the straightaways. The MX-5s are a little bit of both, and so you'll see them perform really well here. A bunch of scheduled pit stops happening as we are coming in on the hour. You might see some driver changes here. So I'm going to have the iRacing UI pulled up because that will show some of the driver changes. Just went to seeing for a second. There we are. Tony S. is now into Chasing Unicorns GR86. Let's here. We go to most exciting now. Alright, so we're probably going to want to find a car that is on pit road, and then, whoop. What is this? This is a car not actively on track right now. There we are. It just took a little bit to load. And then, yeah, we're gonna stick to the pit lane cameras for these drivers. It's pit lane 2. Not pit lane 2. Blimp? Nope. There was a good pit lane camera that I really liked, and I can't seem to locate it now. That's alright. But yeah, we will be seeing lots of scheduled pit stops here, as it is the end of the hour. Something I wanted to mention a lot earlier, we're actually going to hop on board the leader of the GR86s. Actually, no, we're going to hop on this Mazda right here, currently on their way on pit road. And there's a car with a bunch of damage on the MX-5 class. The leader of your MX-5 class is also pitted. They're the teal and green car to the bottom left of your screen. The car that's currently parked is Parksdale Cruise for the 212 Racing MX-5 team. Let's go take a look at the rear chase with front damage of that vehicle. Both them and the 15 look like they have meatball flags. So something had to happen here. I don't know why I'm getting a blue and yellow flag. Looks like the 212 car has been here for a little bit. And I'm a little worried that iRacing might have not drawn the incident. Going to race control. We'll just jump live here. Go to TV3. Car 303 tapped car 10, lap 65, has since returned the track position to us, has been noted. Lap 64 for car 808 gets hit by the rear by impatient car 169 in turn 7. So that will also be looked at. Nothing further in race updates. So not sure if anything else will change there. But yeah, looking at the 212 and the 99 cars, both of them with meatball flags, both of them with damage. That's why camera's not changing. Yeah, a lot of MX-5s currently on pit road. We have another GR86. I believe that is Donk Motorsports, is it? I'm starting to memorize names here. I'm a little proud of myself. Oh, it is a long name. Donk Esports Motorsports Sim Sports Racing powered by beer. That is probably one of the greatest sim racing team names I have ever seen, and I love it. With 2 question marks in front of it, so I don't even know how you'd say that. Thong? Esports, Motorsports, Sim Sports, Racing powered by beer. Yeah, you have to question Thong Motorsports, Esports, Motorsports, Sim Sports, Racing powered by beer. If they get in an incident, I'm going to use their full name. Like, oh, trouble, Thong Esports, Motorsports, Sim Sports, Racing powered by beer. Anyways, memes aside, they are out of pit road in their shiny car with the thinking emoji all over it. Whoa, a little bit of a scary situation having a bunch of race cars pulling out right in front of an MX-5. What else can you do there? It'd be terrible to be the MX-5. Just nowhere else to go, really. You just sit there and let it happen, I guess. But they're currently P5 overall in the GR86, as we're sorting through the field as we have green flag pit stops here. I don't know why I say green flag pit stops, like we'll have yellow. So we've had several incidents, but no yellows. So let's take a look at our... Here's our GR86 leader. Currently does not seem to have any other competition around it, and is just taking time of his life. Make sure he has nice, clean laps. Something I've wanted to talk about for a long while here is the is how not clean the track actively is right now. Lots of gravel everywhere, but if you squint hard enough, I hope that the YouTube live stream is clear. you might see little black specks on the track. That's rubber. As you know, on road courses, you have very specific lines, and usually through the turns, you want to be on the inside. And so that's kicking all of the rubber off the tires into the higher lane. If a car gets into that, they get loose. If a car gets into all the gravel that's been thrown on the track, they get loose. You want to be really cautious coming off the corners here that you don't hit one of those. Or if you have to, if you're put in a situation where you have to go 2 or 3, even 3 cars wide, you don't want to be in a situation where you're in all that dirt on the track. Looking at race updates, it seems like race control, the stewards are agree with me. Not at fault. The Clio number 2 left space and the car on the inside 212 took a composed line and drifted wide. Sorry, compromised line and went and drifted wide. So I do agree with the stewards there. I do feel like that's what happened. It's just a racing incident. 2 cars battling, not necessarily for position, but 2 cars battling for a spot on the track. And just something that happens. It's motor racing. Very unfortunate for the 212 MX-5. Definitely got the worst end of the damage there, but it looks like the Clio has dropped back a little bit more from where it left off. It did get back up to the 3rd position, but I am going to boldly assume that is because of pit stops. Oh, yeah. Well, I also, told it to, be behind, because I'm trying to have my, yeah, again. I'm just saying this. Don't quote me on this, but I feel like we might now have all the cards drawn? No? I don't know, I feel like we have more cards drawn than normal. I'm kind of interested to look through settings here. Since not too much craziness is going on. See if I can fix that problem. Not the cockpit mirrors. I don't want that. And yeah, I'm telling it to draw max cars. And I'm telling it to draw all. That's replays. And that's pits. So I really don't care about pits. I think that's really only for if there's a pit box. And there's no pit box here. So I'm not sure what seems to be the problem here. But and I have restarted the sim as well, so I don't know. I think it just refuses it. There might be more than 64 cars on track, who knows. But yeah, no, it's just refusing to draw everyone. But as the night goes on, we might get some disqualifications, we might get some incidents. So stuff and things will happen. And as much as I don't want anyone to wreck out, because I want everyone to, have a nice, fun 24 hours for my computer's sake, it would be nice if you cars did TNF. But yeah, no. Oh, out of curiosity, I think that's incident points? No, I'm trying to figure out what the 8x is. And there's no way that's total incident points. Per driver. So there's no way every driver has 8. But yeah, no, I'm blanking out on what that is right now. Oh, here's P2 for the GRD6 team. And look on the map on your upper right hand. Look how far, I know it looks close, but look how far they are from each other. I think, yeah, you can see the leader right there. So not super far, but still a good distance. Whoa! GR86, the leader, the 169, kind of goes wide to avoid an MX-5, is not able to get around them. The MX-5 is going to go wide through the corner, try to give the GR86 some space, but there's a right-hander that puts 86 at an interesting situation. But they're able to get it nice and smoothly, but here comes P2 for the GR86 class. That is the wrong direction camera, and now they have to make it around the MX-5. Trying to make the pass on the straightaway, utilizing the side draft. That is the 38. Napsugar's back in the car. She was in the car for the start of the race for the first stint. Switched it out with Alice. I never got her last name. And the 38 all-female team is currently making their way up through the field. Both the 38 and the 37, if I remember correctly, are all-female teams. Yes, the 37 in the Clio class. It looks like the 38 is a lap down, though. I'm not sure how accurate the my overlay is, because as I said, I have had issues of drawing cars on track. So I'm not sure how accurate it is right now, but they are a lap down. So they want to make it past the leader here. They want to get the lap back and see how far they can go from here. Alright, we have made it. 2 full hours. My voice is somehow not dead yet, but it's getting there. I've been drinking lots of water. But how's everyone in the chat hanging out? How are you guys enjoying the stream so far? I will say I do kind of miss my my Be Right Back that I had for the home track series. And I really wanted to add something like that, and I just never got the chance to. I also had a thing planned for the start of the race, because for the 24 Hours of Le Mans, they play this one classical song, and then it ends, and then the race starts. And I wanted to do something like that, but we just started off with so many issues early on that I just wasn't able to get to do that. I am very disappointed because we had such a good practice that I was like, okay, cool, all of the bugs are worked out here. Here we go to the race, it's gonna be great. And then we've just had so many issues, some of which haven't even gotten fixed yet, like some odd reason not drawing all of the cars. But is there a way to see overall? Oh yeah, here we are. That's kind of blocked by our eye overlay here, but we don't. It looks like I don't get a choice. Yeah, here we are. Here's overall, and yeah, eye overlay is just not letting me. Probably because I'm on the iRacing screen, and F6 for iRacing is something completely different. But I can see how many cars we have. No, we only have 49 cars. So in all honesty, I only need to be drawing 49 cars, not 60-some. Yeah, for some odd reason, I'm telling it to draw 60-some, and it's not. You know, I wonder if that might be an issue. If there's somebody in the chat who is a lot better than I am at figuring this out, let me know if there is a problem with me trying to draw 64 cars even though there's only 49. I will say I do find it a little annoying that my frames per second keeps popping up on the side there. I thank everyone for not pointing out that I can only run 30 frames. We're not going to talk about that. Instead, we're going to talk about... actually, no, yeah, let's go back to the Hell Motorsport Clio. Currently your leader at the moment. And I think right in front of them is, yeah, that's the number 2 of RD Sim Sport. They were previously in second before they had their racing incident. The officials deemed it as just a racing incident, more or less. So nothing was updated there. Oh, speaking of race updates, car 303 had a warning for causing a collision, but the stewards acknowledged that the position was handed back. And there's a smiley face emoji. That's definitely something that I tend to find myself doing in iRacing as well. Is if I do like bump somebody, I'll typically just give the position back. Especially like if I really don't want to battle them. Usually on a road course, I'll just give it the position. Or if I know like somebody in my mirror is a lot faster than me, I'll just give it the position. I turn over a lot easily. I turn over way too easy than I really should be. But I'm also brand new to iRacing, so I'm just learning all the like how to drive race cars. And you know, I'm used to Gran Turismo where the AI just kind of roll over for you when you look at them funny. So that's definitely something for sure. I just saw up ahead, if iRacing would like to draw cars, GR86s were having a bit of a battle. I think it'd just be easier if I just went to here and then I went to not focus on crashes. I don't know why I went straight to the 7. There we are, the 81 GR86 is currently 5th in the GR86 class. And there are your leaders for GR86 currently battling. I believe that is in fact first and second, the Australian and the American battling it out for P1 and GR86 class. And the car that's right behind them is in 6th, I believe. No, they're in 8th, but still actively trying to get their lap back from the leaders. And here are the GR86 leaders, or at least three GR86 cars working together in a draft, looking to make it past this lone MX-5 here, coming into turn number 1. I'm really interested in what car is like rev limiting. I've chalked it to either the MX-85s and GR86s, and it looks like the MX-5 will get out of the way for the leaders. Not necessarily for the 8th place 38 car. She'll have to find her own way around the MX-5, it looks like. And that MX-5 is the number... the 212 for 212 Racing. If I remember correctly, that car was on pit road earlier for damages, so it looks like they're back on track, 9 laps down. But they have made their way back onto the racing surface. And here we go, back to the leader battle between the 169 and the 101. Sorry if I get the numbers confused, there's a lot of numbers on screen right now. But just for reference, it looks like the orange numbers on the left, that is the last lap they pitted. For the most part, if they say DNF, don't listen to that. For some odd reason, even though I've told iRacing to draw every single car, it is struggling hard to draw every single car. So I'll mark some cars as DNF. I'm not sure we've had any DNFs. I can actually look at the standings here and let you guys know. That's the weather radar. That's not it either. That's rules. There we are. Oh, yeah, no, we don't have any active DNFs. We do have a car that is 27 laps down. That is Sim Party Racing car. They had a frame issue on their computer, and they overrode their engine, and they blew an engine. And so they said that it would only take 30 minutes to fix, but it's been a little bit longer, so I am a little curious on what's going on over there. I know that Julian was in contact with the team, but he left to go do his other endurance race that he has, and he'll be back racing in the 24 Hours of Melons as well, but that will be in 4 hours. Patrick as well. I believe Patrick is actually racing in I forget what number he was, but he is racing in one of the Clio class cars. So I say, how about we go find him? Let's go find where Patrick is. I will not leave you guys for a race. I am not actively racing, unfortunately. There he is. There's our co-commentator Patrick, driving that beautiful purple Renault Clio. That car actually, one of the drivers of the first pit stops overshot its pit box. So fighting a little bit back from that, but currently in P12, 2 laps down, but still in contention nonetheless. You'll see some black and white flags. Those are just more than likely course-cutting penalties, if anything. Typical iRacing stuff. Nothing that the stewards will look into too much. They'll mostly just let iRacing handle that. But yeah, no, if you're new to the stream, first off, welcome to the 24 Hours of Melons. We have, let's see here, almost 3 hours down. We're at almost 2.5 right now. GR86's Chasing Unicorns is currently leading, with RT Racing in second and Torque Freak Racing in third. In the MX5 class, it seems like 5 Star Motorsports has taken over Gumpton Racing, who has led a good majority of the laps so far in the MX5 series. If you look back past our Clio here, that is the MX5 leader. And the Shop 5 is in third. In Clio, Hell Motorsport has been leading for the entire race, with Purple Sector Motorsports in second and Cool Camel Racing in third. And as you can see, there's some other drivers throughout, and you'll see all the top 10 except for the Clio, because we're currently focusing on the 11th place car. He's one of the co-commentators. Someone in chat just said, let's go Prismatic. Prismatic is cars number 38 and 37, and an interesting thing about that team, it's an all-female driven team. So I know there's a few of those in, I think it was both Le Mans and the 24 Hours of Daytona and the Rolex. So it's pretty cool to see that here on the Sims world as well. We love seeing women in motorsports, as well as all sports, really. And equal playing field here, not only in the sim world, but just racing in general. I would love to see a lot more female drivers in NASCAR. I really would. Alright, let's look at our battle here. What battle should we look at? I believe this is our MX5 battle right here. Between... Are you on... No, that's just the leader in the 15th place car. The second place car for the MX5s are... you do have some cars here on pit road. They all seem to be damaged. One car just disappeared. I'll keep my eye on it. Alright, it looks like a driver change for the either 10 or the 20 of Llama Racing. And I just lost the ability to go on pit road now. That's fine. That's okay. Instead, we'll circle through. Let's see what other battles we can find throughout the track. Here's a lone Clio, currently in the 4th position, in 34. Purple Sector Motorsport Racing. Not to be criticizing or anything, but that car isn't purple. Oh, that car also just disappeared. But that car isn't purple. It is a beautiful paint scheme, though. I will give that. Oh, Aria Jez. She'll be in the Clio in a few hours. That is the 37 car, if I remember correctly, for you guys. Yes, it is. Georgie McKay. She is currently in there. It says DNF. She did not DNF. Do not stress, Aria. She did not DNF. My iRacing just refuses to load race cars. And we continue to have a tight battle here for the GR86 lead, which we didn't see in the first sector of pit stops. And for the most part, like after pit stops, a lot of the drivers all kind of spread out. I mean, there were like cars close to each other, sure, but none of them were battling for position. So seeing this in the GR86 is definitely really interesting. This is something we mentioned in either earlier on in this stream or in the practice stream. The Renault Clio really good on the straightaways, which are coming up to one right here. I believe that is the number 2 machine. But the GR86s are awesome off the corners. You can see the GR86 leader of chasing unicorns just trying to make a pass because he was faster outside the corner, but he is able to dive into turn 1. He kept side by side. He wasn't able to make as quick as a pass as he wanted to. Past the, I believe, the number 2 Clio. Yeah, that was the number 2 Clio. Number 2 Clio is victim to another GR86, who currently also wants to get around him to maybe catch back up to the leader and try to make a pass through there. And then there is our now in 5th place Prismatic Motorsports machine, trying to make her way around the Clio as well. That's right, Garrett Gotcha Racing is back, and we are live for the 24 hours of Melons. So you'll hear my voice, fortunately not for 24 hours. I don't think anyone can stand my voice for 24 hours. But we'll be back. Oh, a little bit of lockup from the Clio. 38's going to have to take evasive maneuvers to make the turn a lot tighter than she wanted to. Not able to get around the Clio, though. But it's got to be frustrating for sure. But you will hear me for a good majority of the race. I know for sure that I'm going to step away at time for the Xfinity Championship start. The stream will still be here, don't worry. So I just won't be commentating. Maybe we'll have other broadcasters back by then. Who knows? Patrick is currently driving in a Clio right now. Last I saw, he was 12. Yep, there he is, still in 12th. Doesn't seem to be near. Let's see, Clios are pink. Yeah, it's not near the 11th position. Oh, shoot, we have a runoff. It was a second place car for the MX-5s. Doesn't seem like it's damaged, but a big moment for the Gumpton Racing Team car. Whoa. Okay, I didn't want to go that fast. Oh, just looks like he took the corner way too wide. Tried to go through the NASCAR line of it. Might have hurt his speed just a little bit, but no damage to the car. Just more than likely a hurt ego and some damage to the time. Oh yeah. I think their full name is Hell Motorsport. I think that's what they signed up as in the Discord. But yeah, I know. Here they're just Hell. Actually, I want to show you guys the Hell car because it fits perfectly with their team name. A lot of cars here. There are, I believe, 49, if I remember correctly. 38 GR86. Oh, there we are. So yeah, in the 666 Hell Motorsports car, they went very well with the Hell theme. That is for sure. And here's the front of the car. Seems to be taking it really easy through turn number 1. Let's ride. Actually, let's ride on board for a lap. So that was a lap on the 666 car. It seemed like they were... Feels like they were just taking it like really easily. I want to hop on board another Clio. Here we are. Yeah, this is the number 2 car from earlier. Had that problem with the MX-5 racing incident. We're gonna take a lap with that. Yeah, no, something I noticed between the 2 onboards that we stopped and listened to is definitely feels like the 2 is running a lot harder than the current leader. And you can also see that in the last lap times as well. Second place car ran a 145.286. The lead car ran a 145.498. So the lead car is saving some fuel, saving their tires, trying to make sure, you know, that they are just reserving everything, because it's a 24-hour race, plenty of time to have different strategies and whatnot. You just want to save. And definitely the leader of the Clio has a very, very great position to do that. They have a very large gap from second place. If we go back far enough where it can load the second place car. There's the second place car right now, and if you look on the map to your right, the leader of the Clio class, which is pink, is just entering the last few set of corners now. And the second place Clio car, which is now in orange because I'm on that car, is just heading down the short chute. It's a very good gap for the leader, so they're definitely fuel saving for sure. Yep, Erotic Autosport repairs. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of sponsors and stuff for Melons, and Andy Oakley, he's in charge of setting all this up. And so I was like, oh, you know what I want? I kind of want like something where like all the sponsors like scroll through. It's like a GIF that I can have and I can put at the bottom of the stream. I was like, hold my beer, and send me the files, and then that's how we have that. And it feels like such a professional broadcast with the sponsors down there. It's pretty cool. Another thing I noticed is how quiet the Clios are. I wonder how hard that is, like, when you're shifting. Because I know I like loud engines, because I get to know when to shift. I always turn my volume up if I have a quiet car, just so I know when to shift. Here's your current battle for the GR86 lead. Currently surrounded by MX-5s and Clios. I made the reference earlier before. That's like a bag of mixed M&Ms, which is something that was sold here in America. But I think a better analogy would have been trail mix, because I feel like that's more of an international thing. Any analogy works, that is for sure. And there is the number 37 Clio for Prismatic Motorsports. Aria was in the chat not too long ago. She'll be hopping in that car. I'm going to assume in like 22 minutes for the next stint. Oh no, she said in a few hours, so maybe not the next stint, but coming up for sure. And something that I've really enjoyed is having like a whole bunch of drivers pop in and out of the chat and get excited to see their teams. So that's been pretty fun to watch. You know, it's been a while. Let's check back on race control. Some penalties or some complaints were made. Ooh, a little bit of beef in race control. Not number 2's fault. I lifted so much between T1 and T2 and let them by T2. I take the racing line and they turn into me. You can clearly see I'm on the racing line if you turn the assist on. I'm not allowed to send screenshots here. They gave us 15 plus minute of repairs. And then another chat says car 71 hit car 20 on lap 71 in turn 1. Ignorance of an incident ahead and not trying to avoid it until the very last moment. Another complaint was made. Car 20 kills car 24 while trying to drift through turn 1. And the suggestion to turn off the driving line was made. On the car 71 hitting car 20 on lap 71, no further action, but drivers are reminded to look ahead and avoid collision where possible. In the race updates, car 169 got a warning for causing an avoidable collision. Please ensure you can pass other cars safely. So that's all the updates here. So we continue battling for the GR86 lead within a mix of Clios and MX-5s. Am I still on TV Make? Oh no, I'm on TV3. I was gonna say I haven't gotten like the on track view yet. That was kind of nice to see. Oh, lock up for the 37. Oh no, she locks up, doesn't get any damage, but will drag some gravel out onto the track. There are some Clios behind her. That looks like the leader, so she won't lose any positions, but definitely an unfortunate situation for sure. Let's go back and see what happened there. Coming through the turn. Oh, I think she slowed up early, trying to avoid the GR86 sandwich, and just locked up. She was trying to get out of the way of the GR86 leaders, and just, oh no, I don't, hold on. Oh, I think she was actually trying, she didn't see the one GR86 on the inside, and avoided it, and then locked the brakes into the corner, almost hitting the other GR86, and through the sand. Unfortunately, that's a situation that happens in class racing. Trying to get out of the way, the faster drivers, you're bound to make a lot more mistakes. And something like that could happen. But thankfully, it wasn't worse for the 37 Renault machine. Oh! Oh, I thought I just saw a car get turned. That gave me a heart attack, oh my gosh. No, I thought I just saw the, yeah, the 38 here. I just thought I saw her get completely turned. Okay, no, I'm just going insane. It's alright, guys. You know what, I think I'm gonna go for a coffee break. So I will be right back. But for now, enjoy, I'll give you guys the, GRE6 battle here. Sit on the second place car. So enjoy the battle, enjoy the sights and sounds of Okayama International Circuit here in Japan. Ooh, coffee is still being made, but I came back and I see that well, not only that we have a new leader in the GR86s, but a little bit of a gap between the leader. Oh, here's what happened. There was an incident. Oh, and it looks like it was a multi-car crash too. That pit lane. I want to go to chase for this. And here's what happened here. You guys saw it live. Oh, it looks like a Clio locked up. Oh no! And the GR86 of chasing unicorns got spun. Just an unfortunate situation trying to avoid a wreck. And actually, let's move up to this Clio of ORA Motorsport. And I think he was, going a lot faster than, I think that's Patrick. Yeah, that was our co-commentator, Patrick. Was going a little faster through there, and didn't want to run into anyone. So locked up on the brakes and went through the sand. And when that happened, yeah, there was a bit of a checkup here. And here is 6th place driver for RD SimSport. Just very unfortunate situation for the 2nd place car. And I think actually, yeah, the lead was taken from him not too far earlier. Oh. One of the Clios had trouble, it looks like. It looks like there was a stopped car. Oh, yeah. Another problem with locking the brakes was the same car that would lock it later. Wow. Very, very unfortunate for several drivers involved. So yeah, the gap to your your GR86 leaders has just advanced significantly. And I guess that is a little bit of a benefit of, how far of a gap that they had. And even then, I wouldn't say that they're too, 2nd place of GR86 is too far back. Are they still in the... Oh, no, never mind, I lied. They are a good ways back. Oh, no, yeah, they're an entire back straightaway apart from each other. iRacing doesn't even want to draw them some of the time. Wow. Chaos unfolding while I stepped away. I just wanted coffee, man. Yeah, there you are. There's your 2nd place GR86. Very frustrated driver for sure. Let me check out the race control here. Let's go Thonk Esports, all juiced up on Fango and ready to roll. You're on Fango, I'm on I'll be getting myself a Red Bull. I can see myself getting Red Bull later in the afternoon. Car 37 defending and blocking, moving under braking as a blue flag 1 lap down. On lap 91 on car 101. Car number 1, lap 95 in the hairpin corner 5. Car's a lap down 2. Nothing in race updates, but we'll keep you updated on that. Right. I'm kind of afraid to step away and get more coffee because I feel like something else is gonna happen between our leaders. Okay, focus on crashes here. And it takes us to the lead. It was the leader of the GR86. Now the 2nd place car for the MX5s. Sorry, not GR86, MX5. Let's see here. Where is the MX5 leader? It was blue? Oh, a little bit of a bump to the GR86, number 38. Driver behind that wheel is Tom Rushforth. Just gave a little bit of contact to the GR86 of Nap Sugar. The MX5 leader is far, far ahead of second place. I believe that was caused due to pit road happenings. Oh no, wait, didn't... There was a bit of an incident that the Compton Racing team got into, but... I think they just had an off-track excursion, nothing too chaotic. And they were already in second place by then. Adam, isn't it? Isn't it like Thonk Esports, Sim Sports, Motorsports, powered by beer or something like that? All right, I forgot my water bottle, so I'll be back. Oh wow, we don't have much of a battle for any class anymore, do we? I mean, here's later the Renault Clios, and they are pink. And that's a far gap for them. So I'm just gonna throw it on most exciting. Most exciting, it goes with the pace car. That already misclicked. I think it's funnier to say that I hit most exciting and went to the pace car. If we had cautions on, I am sure that that is what would happen. Actually, I'm gonna do one better. I'm gonna go focus on crashes and see where that takes you guys. Alright. I'm gonna go finish making coffee and getting water. I shall return. Alrighty, I'm back. Spring Carpenter's Go-Go Juice might be alcohol, mine's coffee. That's because I'm not old enough to drink alcohol. So I don't think it'd be a very fun stream if I was drunk. I mean, it would be fun, but it wouldn't be professional. Looking out for some battles here, seeing if there is anyone. Interest on track. I'm going to check race control again, see if anything has changed in that department. The 37 defending and blocking and moving under braking as a blue flag has been deemed a racing incident. Note to brake in a straight line. And in race updates, car 1 has received a 10-second penalty for causing a collision. So, that's big. I believe that's our second biggest penalty of the night, or of the morning. Didn't car 1... There was another 10-second... No, it was car 20 that got a 10-second penalty earlier on. So, big hit for the number 1 car. Cal Young of RD SimSport. That might have been the incident we were looking at earlier. That was, in fact, the incident that we were looking at earlier. Oh, shoot. Trouble. Big wreck for this GR86 here. The 777 for RIL, Team Kermit Power, etc., etc. Let's see what happened here. I'm gonna make a guess. Oh no, just way too far into the sand. Oh, hard hit into the wall. Very disappointing for the 777 there. Currently 11th in, or was 11th in the GR86 standings. Hard hit and very slow right now on the track. So drivers will be looking out for them. I don't expect race control to say anything for that, because it didn't happen. Although Melons bot's going a little crazy. I'll expect the 777 to be making it down here road. Why are there so many? Whoa! Oh, a little bit of contact with the GR86 trying to make it down pit road. Oh, and another car is pitting. This is scheduled pit stops. We are in time to do some stint changes here. Let's actually go back. I want to see the almost contact that we had. I think I went back a little bit further. Not that far. Oh, yeah, just a little bit of a kiss. Nothing too damaging to either car. Very unfortunate. That might get a look at by race control. But we have pit stops here, live on the track. Drivers are changing out, doing driver stints. Your second place in GR86. No driver change. And we'll keep Tony S in Chasing Unicorns machine. Let's go down to a car that is on actively pit road. Oh, there we are. The 8 Clio actively pulling out now. Matt Z, the 212 Racing Machine, still on pit road, 41 laps down. If I remember correctly, they had damage a little bit earlier. Still trying to fix that. Nico Ron for the Sim Party Racing Indigo team is on pit road now. And then, yeah, there's the GR86 from the incident that we were just looking at. Still sitting down here on pit road. I love this view from the grandstands. So cool to see. Here is the number 10 machine of Lame Sheep Racing. One of the few drivers from Antarctica. Kind of funny that iRacing has Antarctica as a flag. I wonder if there's any scientists who I race and are currently living in Antarctica. I don't know. That'd be interesting. I'd love to do a feature story on them sometime. That'd be fun. Let's see here. Here's one of our co-commentators, Patrick. I don't think he has pitted yet, but he's still running out there in the Clio. Someone was saying, there was an apology in the race control chat. And that was to the car blocking in car number 1 blocking. The apology was, yeah, sorry about that, Broccoli. Unfortunately, got hit at the beginning, and now have to push to gain positions back, and sometimes it just gets awkward. When you're passing a car who's a lap ahead, hope you guys have a good race. And so that's all the updates we have there. I'm currently looking through the chats trying to see if we have any other information of any other things happening out and around the track. Rushforth, currently in 5th. He was not out, I just saw him. But the camera changed, so we're not in a different car. Here's the GRD6 for Thonk Motorsports Sim Sports Racing, powered by beer, in all caps. And I believe it's a GRD6 version of the team. I believe there's also a Clio and... No, I think it's just a... Oh, whoa! Problem! GRD6 for Thonk Motorsports and the Honey Badger are off. This is for ORA, the number 908. What happened here? 2 cars racing for position. Oh, looks like the Thonk Motorsports car might have gotten involved. I'd like to do a chase of Thonk Motorsports machine. Ooh, I don't know. 908 might have... I think the 908 jumped down low into the GR86 and kind of took both of them out. Wow. And that's your second place car right there that just got taken out. Let's look at that one more time. I think I want the front chase, or sorry, the rear chase of Motorsports car. Not that car, that car. Yeah, he just didn't seem to know that the GRD6 was there. And then GRD6 got deep inside the car. I don't want to pop into the cockpit. It is a blind corner. Would not be surprised if just didn't see him. However, that's why you have your spotter on. I didn't realize like how tight the window was in the Clio. Yeah, just did not seem to know that the Thonk Motorsports machine was in there. And have a car going out right now. So the spaceship. Ah, there we go. That was the Toyota GR86 that we saw behind. Another hour has passed, so we are seeing some more driver changes. Stints are ending. Drivers are pitting. I believe. That is Patrick on pit road. There he is. I wonder if he's swapping out of the car or staying in. Nope, looks like he's staying in. And he'll make it out. Let's see if he made his pit stall. Oh, coming in real hot. Good. Let's see. Wow, sharp turn. Sharp right turn to the pit box. And yeah, he made it in just fine. So, as pit stops continue to go, we will see drivers swap places more and more. Tony S. getting that second position back for chasing unicorns after the incident that Thunk Motorsports had. Currently falling down into ninth. I don't think they had pitted at the time, so 5+ seconds to Ocon for Ocon. Let's see. Let's go back to swapping around here. Cars going off pit road. There's a Thonk GR86 that we talked about earlier. Race Control has a new message. Just some penalty problems. Melons bot said, Remy, it's called a motor race. We went car racing. Beautiful. More trying to figure out that. There we go. Car number 908, pit entry on lap 101. Please warn or something about where the pit line is. Someone said 10 seconds stop and go. But I think that was related to the over the confusion that was going on. Oh, looks like the Chasing Unicorns GP6 is back in the lead. Looks like pit stop strategy has worked out well for them. Let's go to the battle, or to the winner GP6 team. If I can get them. We'll get there at some point. Here they are. Currently a 3-second gap between them and the second place of R&T Racing. It says that they're out. Let's see if I can convince iRacing to draw them. Alright, we'll have to wait for a full lap. Or not full lap, we'll have to wait until they cross the line for IO Relay to acknowledge their existence. I don't understand why iRacing just isn't drawing on cars, but that is besides the point. There we are. We have about a 3-second gap. Last pitted on lap 107, so they are actively in the battle right now. I believe it looks like all but like the 10th place GR86 has pitted, but at least the top 5 has. Yeah, all of them have pitted. It's currently lap 104. Well, actually, sorry, that depends on who we're asking here. Let's go to the GR86 leader, which is somewhere in this field. There they are. Yeah, so we're about lap 109 in the race. 3 hours down. 21 left to go. well, actually 20 hours, 47 minutes. Still a long race ahead of us. A lot of action has already happened. With a lot more chaos still left on full race control. Still trying to figure out one of the penalties from earlier. Hopefully they'll get all of that sorted out. The rest of the cars who have not pitted yet are coming down to make their final stops. You know what, here's something I've always wanted to do. Well, start a poll or start a Q&A. Let's start a Q&A. What was your first win in iRacing? And start Q&A. I just always wanted to do something like that. It's like I know a lot of YouTubers like do things like polls and stuff in the chat, but well, wait for some of your guys' replies. My first win in iRacing, ever, was at Talladega, in the ARCA series. I don't remember if it was like the official ARCA series or if it was the Draft Masters Challenge. But it was racing in ARCA. I did my usual strategy of not qualifying, sitting in the back, and letting all the chaos unfold in front of me. Me and like two other cars, we were together in the back of the pack, and we just stuck together. There was a big wreck in the front pack, and so us three were able to get past everyone who had wrecked. And coming down to the white flag, I stayed on it was a 20 car. I stayed on the 20 car's bumper. It was a purple Taco Bell car. Coming through 3 and 4, somebody over the radio yelled, "You better win, Taco Bell car." And it wasn't because I did anything, because I don't think I had any involvement in any incident that race. I'm pretty sure I got 0x. I could probably look back on that. And I still don't know to this day where that driver was on track, so it wasn't the car that was behind. And I thought that the car behind me was a lap down, so I wasn't focused on him. I slingshotted past the leader. The third place car did kind of the same, trying to get around me. And I almost let him pass me, thinking he was a lap driver. I swerved down to kind of side draft the 20 car to make sure that he didn't get past me on the inside line, and like I almost like clipped the nose of the third place car, and we made it back to the line all clean, and I won the race. It was a awesome moment for sure. I don't have too many wins in iRacing. I just have 2 oval wins. Second one came at mini street stock race in Charlotte. And for those of you who don't do ovals very often, Charlotte Motor Speedway, the mini stocks, is honestly just a super speedway. Both the mini and the street stocks, it's just a super speedway. So I was sitting behind the leader in second place. They were both like very high numbers, which means that they were very low in iRating. So I figured like they were actual rookies, and I remember looking back and think at least one of them were. And they were just not racing very stable. And I was like, somebody's gonna wreck here. Somebody's going to wreck here. So I just sat back, I let them battle it out, I ate my popcorn, I made sure I was close enough to stay in the battle, and then turn 4, last lap. Guess what happened? They wrecked into each other. And so that happened. My computer froze for a second because there was like so much smoke and stuff. It's like, oh, I have to process things. It's scary. And so I accidentally ended up like clipping through one of the wrecking cars. I think it only cost me like a 2x. Like I didn't get a 4x from it. And then I went on to win that race. That one's a little bit more of a fun story, I'd say, than my first win. But I am still very proud of my first win. Well, yeah, no, so tell me about your guys' first win in iRacing. If you have one in iRacing. If you haven't won in iRacing, what's been your closest? One thing I am disappointed in is that I've never won an MX-5 race. I absolutely love the MX-5 cars, and I drive them a lot. And I've yet to get a win in one of them. There's 2 licenses that I care about the most, and that's my oval and road course licenses. You might see that I have a pretty high dirt oval license. But I don't take dirt oval, I don't want to say seriously, because like I take all my sim racing seriously. But when I do a dirt oval race, I just do it for fun. I don't do it for I rating, I don't do it for safety rating, I don't do it to, you know, try to move up in the ranks or anything. I just do it for fun, and really I only do the winged micro sprint cars, I think they're called. Because they're just a lot of fun. I just like having fun. The racing is fun. So I don't come into a dirt race with the goal to win. I come into the dirt race with the goal to have fun. And then if I win, that would be mighty impressive. Beautiful Porsche pace car. I kind of wish you could choose what car was the pace car on track. I think that'd be pretty cool. Let's say, swap some of these. Excuse me. Oh. Chugging coffee grounds is great. Well, actually, right now we are focusing to the on the 3rd place car and the 8th place car, as well as a 9th place car. So actually, we're going to focus on this battle right here. This is the battle for 8th. They are both 1 lap down. And yeah, it's Cal Young and Alice Davison. She was in the chat earlier, driving for Prismatic Motorsports. That car was leading the GR86 class for a little bit, very early on in this race. So ever since, the girls in that car have been trying to make their way back to the front. Slowly yet surely, for sure. But, as was mentioned, I sound like a broken record here. It's a 24-hour race. Anything and everything can and will happen. It's just important to put yourself in the right spaces when you need to be there. So Cal Young will grab the position from Alice. Seems like Alice is just going to keep on the back bumper, but not put up too much of a fight for the position. Oh, whoa! Bit of a swerve there for Cal Young. I don't think he was expecting the Renault to stop so early. I don't know if the Renault was just trying to get out of the way or just was not able to make the corner as fast as GR86 was. As we mentioned before, the GR86 is very good on the corners, and that's its strong suit, where the Reynolds' strong suit is the straightaways. And the MX-5 is a little bit of mixture of both worlds. Here's your leader of the Clio. As far as I'm aware, it's been leader for just about all race long. The Hell Motorsports car really knows what they're doing when it comes to these tracks. Race control, car 908 got a warning. Pit speed starts at the yellow cones, not the speed limit sign. I talked about this earlier. I know for sure on like on the oval side of things, that the iRacing pit road speed line seems to be a lot different than NASCAR's speed line, especially on, as I said, all the ovals. So that also kind of seems to be the case here. On this is less than optimal. Oh, this is less than optimal. Oh, everything just disconnected. Okay, yeah, because OBS just sent me a notification saying that it just reconnected. I apologize. That was really interesting. I think my roommate walked into the dorm and killed the Wi-Fi, because I could have swear I felt the door open. No, I was going to joke with him, so. So sadly, it was not my roommate who walked in. It was another roommate who walked out. And that killed the Wi-Fi. Did not realize that one of my roommates had control of Wi-Fi. Gotta bring him back. I hope he hasn't gone for long. I want my Wi-Fi. But no, yeah, I do apologize about that. We've been talking about it all race long, that, you know, in real motorsports, you know, things with cars can go wrong very easily. In sim racing, things with computers tend to go wrong very easily. And, yeah, internet seems to be one of those things. So, yes, I do apologize. Oh, looks like there's some more drivers in the chat. Welcome. I apologize that you came in at such a bad time. We're still slowly yet surely loading into the sim, as 24 hours of Melons still carries on. Just a broadcaster short. Also, we could take a look at some of the iRatings here, because I remember, like, yeah, we have 6,000 Cal Young, 9,000 with Dan Armour. We have some pretty high iRating drivers in here. It's really cool to see, for sure. I feel honored to be in the presence of such high sim drivers. There we go. Alright. We're back. I overlay is there. Okay, it's open, it's functioning. It's just not giving me the standings. Why? There we are, there we go, we got standings. Yippee. Alright, we're just gonna give everything a second to get back connected. Paint scheme's gonna take a little bit to load. Maybe this time it will load all of the race cars that are racing on the track. But yeah, no, I apologize on that. I currently live in a college dorm, and the Wi-Fi is absolutely abhorrent sometimes. It probably should be a little bit better for the next 24 hours because not a lot of people are here on campus. So I'm hoping that it keeps the network mostly free, gives us a nice steady race, but I make no promises. That's all just knocking on wood. And yes, I do apologize for all of the problems we are having today. Actually, I would like to. So, okay. What calibration? Oh, I killed it. Okay. No, I have. So it should be drawing all the cars. North. Alright. So whether or not it actively wants to draw all the cars or not is still yet to be seen, but who knows? Maybe I'll fix it. Alright, we're in the half of the 20-hour mark. 20 hours and 30 minutes left to go. We might be seeing some pit ups here, coming up here for stints. Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide, no escape from reality. You guys are gonna have that song stuck in my head for the rest of the race. So, thank you. I think I was mentioning earlier, I don't remember if I got interrupted or not, I saw a car with Kermit on it, and I kind of want to, because I know that, I think it was like the Spanish commentators for 24 Hours of Le Mans, they'll like sing at like 2 in the morning. And so I was like, oh, it'd be funny if I sang that. So who wins on worst frames per second? Oh, me, easily. My computer can barely handle 30 frames per second. Oh man, we gotta add everyone in chat on where the speed line is. That's funny. Nothing new in race control. Oh wait, hold on. Never mind. Yes, there is. Car 333 drove into us on rejoin. Should be DQ. Seriously, lap 113. So that was about 6 laps ago. And the Melon bots is incident acknowledged wear checking. It is very definitely a bot. So they're currently looking into that. I'll get back to you guys. I'll keep my eye on race control for the next good while of race control and race updates, because that's could be big. We could see a car disqualified from the race, the 333. Okay. The internet just went out again for a second. I ended on 17 frames per second on the last 15 laps. Mine is holding on a steady 69 frames per second. Nice. I haven't been in the car yet. Yeah, I know. Every so often, like, underneath the map, you'll see, like, my thing, like, pop up. It's like, oh, it's, like, 27. Like, I don't know what you want me to do. I have all the settings on low. I don't know. It's gonna be real nice coming into darkness here. It's currently 4 in the afternoon in Okayama, Japan. So it is getting darker, and there's no exterior lights, so there theoretically should be less things that my computer has to think about. Man, driving on 17 frames per second on the last lap is... You know what, as long as it's smooth, because like sometimes, like when I'm racing, it's very jittery. So as long as it's like nice and smooth, I can live. I can live with less frames. Because like I know a lot of people are like, "Whoa, only 30 frames? That's so bad." And like I don't notice a difference. I mean, like this is 30 frames, and like I don't think it looks bad. Like I don't think I could probably tell you the difference between 30 frames and 60 frames, but I also don't have the opportunity to to figure that out. I am investing in a new computer. I promise. SD. Oh yeah. So even though I told iRacing to draw every car that is on the field, iRacing is not drawing all the cars that are on the field. So you'll see a lot of cars that say DNF. That does not mean that they DNF'd. It just means that iRacing is stupid. And iRoleplay is not acknowledging that. I swear if we have network issues, you know what, I probably know what happened. I think one of our college's internets went out, so it swapped the internet, and when it swapped the internet, it gave it to the worst one. That's my my guess on why it's suddenly bad now. And I would check it, but it would absolutely destroy everything. So I don't think we're gonna do that. Race control, car number 33 or 333, driver swap penalty. Ooh, that's a big one. Current driver must leave car. Stewards will be in contact. That was sent at 12:79. It is currently low battery. Oh, that was sent a while ago, so I'm not sure if that's happened yet. But that is the wrong button. I've been hitting the camera button, not the car button. 333. Where are they? Here they are. Sim Racing Party. Ryan LaRue is currently in. We're gonna give it a second here to see what lap they last pitted on, if the sim will have that. But they have been given a driver swap penalty. That is the first of today. Oh, yeah. Considering my phone has swapped to the less good internet, I'm going to assume that my computer has done the same. Actually, I'm going to turn Wi-Fi off on my phone. So that way there's less things stuck with Wi-Fi. So, yet again, I'd like to apologize for the problems. I'll just stick on this current Wi-Fi for now. And then in between stream switches, which will happen at the 18th hour, I will make an adjustment to the Wi-Fi and make sure it's good. But yeah, no, once again, I'd like to apologize for all the problems we're having today. I'm doing this race off of a gaming laptop, so honestly, just the fact that it's running right now is insanely impressive. Yeah. No. It's definitely the Wi-Fi. We weren't having any problems earlier. So yeah, no, I'll adjust that as soon as I can. Who knows, maybe the race itself will crash before that happens. Right now we're looking at the leader of Clio in Hell Motorsports, Renault. Currently well ahead of second place driver for Wiskins Racing. Making a pass on the MX-5 using Clio's advantage of the straightaways. GR86 will join in draft. Not able to make it around the MX-5, the GR86 is, what the Clio is. And going into the corners with the GR86 and the MX-5 do a little bit better. MX-5 and Reynolds fighting for position here. We're gonna go 3 wide in the corner. No, the Renault thinks better of it. But we are gonna go 2 wide. With the 910 from ORA Motorsport. GRD6 taking the lead. Oh, a little bit of off-track excursion there for a Renault. Here's a number 2 car. Got involved in a little bit of a off-track excursion earlier on. Tried to give an MX-5 some room going through a corner. Just going too wide, the MX-5 hit the grass and just went up into the Renault. Just a racing incident, honestly. But the number 2 has been fighting back ever since. They were second place at the time. So definitely hard on them, for sure. All the cars have disappeared yet again. Alright, honestly, I think I'm just gonna fix this now. So bear with me while we transition into a black screen. And I will try to fix what is going on here. Aha, because it is put on the worst internet. No, it's not. It's on the better internet. Probably not, because I think they're on the same server, honestly. Well, we'll figure that out. Oh, no. People are awake and are actively doing things. I disconnected. I'm back live on YouTube. It's not showing anything I'm missing. I'm gonna fix that. I apologize. I would hardwire my computer, but there's no port to hardwire anything in here. So I do apologize. But yeah, it is 1 p.m. or 13. We're using a 24-hour clock on my side of the world on a Saturday. So more than likely, everyone is up now and is using internet. So stream quality might get affected for a good few hours here, but I'll try my best to keep everything up and running. Alright, Racing, would you like to load? Can I join the session? It's not letting me join. Please, let me join. No. I don't want to withdraw, because I don't want that to cause a problem. But it's not letting me join. So I think it thinks that I'm still in the sim. I'm gonna withdraw. I'm just gonna re-enter. I might have to turn the spotter off. There we are, because I was given to a team. And then we'll swap that back over. And while that's loading, I will be right back. Alright, we seem to be back, at least for now. Not sure how long that will be, but hopefully everything will run a little bit smoother now. I apologize that, yet again, that we're having so many problems, but I feel like it's probably on the Wi-Fi now, and so it's going to be not as good as it was previously. I unfortunately have no control over this, so we'll just have to suffer for a little bit. Right now we're watching Tom Rushford from Gumpton Racing, currently in the second spot for the MX-5s, working on making their way up to the leader for 5-Star Motorsport. David Tarn, who is not DNF'd, it's just iRacing being buggy. Really? Hold on one second. Packet loss and latency variation. And I just can't fix it. We just have terrible Wi-Fi. Unfortunately. I can't hotspot my phone. And then connect that to the Wi-Fi here and hope and see if that works, but that would require me to, you know, have to stop the stream again. And I'm not sure I want to do that at this moment. So instead, we'll just keep an eye on our GR80 6 liters here, which are back to battling for first and second. Oh, you guys can't hear the race cars either. Okay. Let me fix that as well. I had to disconnect my headphones because they were dying. So, let's change audio to... Oh, not audio. There we are. To system default. And then apply and close. And then ignore. I'm not getting any sound. Why are we not getting any sound? Okay. Was system default my microphone? That might be why. Nope, that's not getting any sound either. Try that one. Or there we are. Alright, great. Only one thing I have has working sound. That is in my headphones. We're battling latency variation, packet loss, and all that stuff. We're battling just as hard as everyone out there on the track right now. as we see our 2 leaders of the GR86 class chasing unicorns in R&T Racing, currently battling out right now, the 169 and the 101. While we were away, let's see if we had any incidents from race control. Race control says car 88 hit car 10 from behind, lap 121. Apologies were sent, we accept them. Nothing's been added 6. So we'll keep that in mind. But nothing will probably get done because the drivers seem fine. Here comes a Clio. I think it just got passed by the GR86s. Really, you can see it's struggling very bad. But at least while we can see it. You have a close battle together with your GR86s and MX5s. First and second position are far behind each other. Did seem to be a little bit of an incident, but iRacing stopped drawing it, so we won't be able to look back on it. But I will continue to look through the car pit road. See, I'm sorry, it's been down there for a while. We will continue. Continue to look at the race control to figure out what happened, if anything did happen. We were doing so fine earlier. And now we just have no internet connection. And I unfortunately have no way to fix it. Seems to be working now. As soon as I say that and I click back, it's no longer working. Alright, cool. Reboot everything. Yeah, I guess the stream will still be here, wouldn't it? Yeah, no, I'm gonna try a total restart. And I will be right back with you all. Alright, I think we're back. I apologize for leaving you guys. And now, hopefully, things will work. I just did a complete reboot on everything. So everything should be working. Nope, nope, nope. Nope. Close the windows. Don't open Discord. Stop opening Discord. Thank you. Man, it's just been disastrous. I am so sorry, everyone. I mean, we had the problems of iRacing just not wanting to draw half the cars on the field. Now we're having the problem where Wi-Fi just doesn't want to work anymore. I seem to be the only one having it. I texted my my floors group me, and nobody else is having this issue, just me. So I don't know. I don't know. I'm a little upset. I'm so sorry. My hope is if I do get the chance to broadcast future streams for Melons, is not only have like an actual computer, not a gaming laptop, but also not be in a college dorm room and hopefully have better internet connection. Did not seem to save my sound settings from last time, so let me fix that so we have car sounds. The only functioning speaker was that one. I'll probably close. Ignore. Alright, so Training Paint is going to be loading, so you will see some great cars. Thank you, Aria. That does make me feel better. Man, it's just, you know, all the lights are shining down right now and everything's just going wrong. I mean, ask any of my subscribers, because I've done dozens of live streams before. It's not a Gotcha Racing 18 live stream unless something goes wrong, and there's been a lot of going wrongs for sure. So you know this should have been expected, but I've just been out of the live stream game for so long I forgot my the little in-joke I have with all my subscribers. But I will say it seems like the reboot has helped it a little bit. I don't think it's drawing all the cars like it says it is. But, knock on wood, we're not actively disappearing. So we're going places. I guess it could be worse. It could be the very last lap. The nice part about endurance racing, unlike, you know, I'd argue like NASCAR and Formula 1, where like it's always like actions happening all the time, every second. Endurance racing is kind of nice, kind of relaxing. As a spectator, you'll get some battles here and there where you'll be like, oh, okay, I'm gonna watch this. And then they'll single file out. Like this battle right here is actually pretty entertaining. But then they'll Tom Rushforth, MX5 just got caught up in a little bit of marbles, coming through the turn. But no, yeah, for endurance racing like this, for the most part, they mostly stay like in their lines and nothing too crazy happens. There's battles, of course. But for the most part, it is, whoa, big move for the MX5. Every time I keep trying to say something, the MX5 keeps doing some crazy stuff. But it's pretty calm compared to other motorsports. So it's not like, you know, I'm missing like, oh, 3 wide, all this action, and oh my gosh, look at all this chaos that's occurring. So there is that for sure. Well, as we have some pit stops, we are heading into hour 20. So it is time for stints to end, drivers to swap. If not stints to end, definitely pit stops for sure. These cars seem to pit, give or take, about every hour. That's something very interesting from an oval fan from a standpoint, is that a lot of times in endurance racing, you guys count laps through, oh, missed the pit a little bit. The leader of the MX-5 class did. Looks like they're gonna switch out driver. Oakley, the series owner, will take the lead. And everyone disappeared. Alright, no, we're fine. We're back. We're back. So as the series owner takes the lead, swap, driver swap. More drivers are also ending their stints as well. This is quite a terrible camera angle. iRacing. We have a black flag for the 2-car here. I would like to go back to the 2-car. Or sorry, the second place car. 220. I wasn't too far off. Black flag, I'm going to assume possibly for speeding in the pits. That's costly. There is lots of time to make that back as we just started the 20th hour for sure, but it is going to hurt the car that was second in the Clio category for sure. Let's take a look and see if there has been any other incidents. Race control 21 hits the 999 on lap 132, and the car 57 dive bomb 99 on lap 120. And an official warning has been given to car 88 for driving through an MX-5. Be careful of different speeds through classes. And that is all we have on race control. So we'll get back to that. The Harry Fox for Wiskins Racing was second in class and has been on pit road for a long amount of time. That is definitely going to hurt the 220 car. I saw a black flag there. I have to assume it's speeding on pit road. And it hurts. Every second you're not on track, you're losing time. You're losing time to the different drivers. Let's flip through, see if we have any battles for the lead. There's your current leader for the GR86 for RT Racing, Ryan A. Brown. Not a car in front of him, not a car behind him. Oh, we have an incident all the way over here, right on the straightaway. The 4th place car in the MX-5s. If we go back to... Here they are. Let's see what happened here. I was coming off the corner. At least I hope this is still the same car. Seems like iRacing did not draw them. I had them on the map, so I'm not sure. It might have been a different car, but there was an incident. Might have just been pulling down pit road. Because it did continue through the straightaway, but I'll keep an eye on that in the race control. Currently 5 p.m. in Okayama, Japan. The sun is slowly yet surely setting. Definitely a different view than we've had all day today. We will stop seeing the bright sun and start seeing the darkness of night. Okayama has no lights, so the only thing that will be able to guide these drivers' paths are the headlights that are on the race cars. That's also something different from over racing as well, is cars with headlights. And having headlights be your only reliant on a road course, it definitely like changes like just honestly like your perspective on how talented these drivers are to be able to like still see their track limits at night with their limited vision that they only have with their lights. You might also see a lot more flashing lights. I know I've seen a few of those every so often, but you might see a lot more of those coming into the night. Drivers look like they're running their low beams right now, at least on the 86 side of things. But it is getting darker, so you might see more lights. And we did mention that there might be some rain coming in later in the night. That's also going to be something that drivers will have to look out for, as well as internet connection issues. But that's been a thing since the start of this race. There were a few drivers who had internet issues. One of the MX-5s, very early on, lost a lot of frames, and in doing such, stalled their engine, and it took them out of contention. They spent a lot more time. They said it would only take 30 minutes to pit, but it took a lot more time to get the car fixed. I'm also excited for rain. It's really going to throw these drivers a curveball. I'm really excited to see the strategy on how long you stay out on the slicks. I love seeing that over on the NASCAR side of things when we do road course racing in the rain, seeing how long drivers are willing to stay out on slick tires. Oh, that time it wasn't a me issue. It looks like the 5th place car for box 5 has a little bit of a blinking issue. Let's take a... Whoa! Did we have an incident there? We might have had an incident there, or it might have just been some cars on the sand, but I'm not seeing anyone with any damage. So we'll carry on. Here's your current leader for the MX-5s, for 5-Star Motorsport. And it says that he is out, which is very odd considering he is driving right now. So I don't think he is out. Cleo's a blast in the rain. Yeah, Patrick, he's one of the co-commentators here. He mentioned, like, when a Clio spins compared to the rear-wheel drive cars, since Clio's a front-wheel drive car, you just punch it, and typically that's how you save the car. And so in the rain, it's kind of similar. So I imagine it is a very fun car to have in the rain. I don't know, Patrick's kind of convinced me to purchase a Clio. It's not very popular here in America, but I really want to try it. You know, because iRacing does have, like, one of those things where, like, you can try out any car, any track for free. So I might do that with Clio. I might test it out. It seems a lot of fun. I don't think I've ever driven a front-wheel drive car before. Turns out the reboot did actually help with things. I am quite happy that it did. Knock on wood. Let's see here. Where is our leader? There we are. Chasing Unicorns. Chasing Unicorns has been up front all day today. Back to back with R&T Racing. Both of them have been battling for the lead all afternoon long. It's so odd for me to say afternoon because it's been morning for me. It just reached afternoon for me not too long ago. But I guess they're technically in the evening now. When does the evening officially start? When do we go from afternoon to evening? So, I dictate afternoon as anything after 12 o'clock exactly. That's afternoon. But what dictates the evening in the morning? That's here. It says the second place GRD6 is out. I highly doubt that. We are going on the wrong side of the track. There we are. There's a second GRD6. So if you guys look all the way up at the map right now, look coming into that big turn all the way on the left of the map. That's the leader, the yellow one circle. And the orange 2 circle is second place for the GR86 right now. So big gap, about 8 seconds between the leader and second place for the GR86s. And that's honestly been the biggest gap I think we've seen all race long. And we've seen like green flag pit stops change a lot throughout the race. Talk about a battle that's not close. The one of the first place car in the MX-5s is right in front of the second place GR86. This car right here. And second place is all the way, almost coming down the front straightaway, right on that final corner right now. That's where second place is. Looking at my overlay, it says that every car except those two have been lapped. Dumpton Racing team has been the leader for a good majority of the race, And 5-Star Motorsport has been up there as well. They've been swapping back and forth for the lead, but it looks like there's a possibility that 5-Star might be able to lap the entire field. Of course, we have plenty of time for all of that to change. Pit stops can happen, wrecks can happen, slower traffic can happen. A lot of things can happen for sure. Rain can happen. We can have drivers who are a lot better in the rain than not. I know a lot of drivers have scheduled for the rain to be at night, so they put their best rain drivers. They scheduled their best rain drivers at night. But plans change, schedules change. One of the drivers who was in the chat earlier, it was a Lady Livery. She was scheduled to race. I think for the team I'm currently registered as, even though I'm not racing. And her wheel broke. So things like that can happen. And it can completely change your plan. Next thing you know, your best rain driver's out. You have to find your second best rain driver. None of you know how to drive in the rain? Buckle up, put that 5-point harness on, and slap that helmet on. Good luck. Here's the button for the windshield wiper. We lost all the cars. It's okay, they came back. I believe in front of our leader of the GR86, or the MX-5s. No, that was previously the leader of the GR86, but that has since changed. Cal Young has dropped several positions. If I remember correctly, yeah, they had a penalty. Because I feel like I remember the one car receiving a penalty. Let me open race control and see if I am remembering things correctly. Not seeing anything in recent history, so that might have been a good little while from now. But we do have something for race updates. There's a warning for car number 21 for causing a collision. Be mindful of where you attempt to pass. And car 57 is also getting a warning for causing an avoidable collision. Be careful of the different characteristics of the cars in the session while overtaking. Actually, yeah, let's talk about that, because like a lot of our incidents recently have been related to the differences in cars. And if you guys are just joining us, you might not know like what's the difference between the Clio, the MX-5, and the GR86. Like, I mean, other than the manufacturer and the shape of them. Well, we're going to keep an eye on this GR86 right here. Take a look at the design of the car. Big rear wing. Pretty low to the ground for sure, but mostly the rear wing. This car is fast, but really good in the corners. This car excels throughout each one of these corners. Let's go find a Clio. It's located somewhere. I think we're riding on board right now. We'll wait till it shows an exterior view of the car. But this car, when we get a chance to look at it, does not have a big rear wing. It kind of has a wing, but it doesn't produce a lot of downforce at all. This car excels on the long straightaways. The front straightaway where the start-finish line is down there, what I call the back straightaway, that's all the way at the top of the map. Those two are the best parts for the Clio. Anytime there's a straight line, the Clio is fast, and it's its perfect passing zone. And then finally, the MX-5. What a weird car. Not a big spoiler, so not a lot of downforce, but also not a fast engine. But for some odd reason, this tiny little Japanese car can handle corners pretty well. It's kind of the perfect mixture of both the being able to corner well as being able to drive fast in a straight line. But obviously, the GR86 turns a lot better. The Clio goes straight a lot better. And also the Clio is a front-wheel drive. Doesn't have any of the other assists that any of the other cars have, so it is a bit harder to drive. But Patrick mentioned before, like if a car's spinning, you can typically save it by gassing it up a little bit. So each car has very different and distinct characteristics to it, and that make it very special. However, I will say a lot of the cars are running very similar lap times. They excel at different parts of the track, but when you put all those lap times together, they're just about the same. 5-Star Motorsport is running a 1:43. They're the fastest, at least that was their last lap. I don't know if that was their best lap, But just looking at the chart here, that's like one of the best laps of the race so far. I don't think I've seen anything faster than that. And in practice and qualifying, the MX-5s were the faster cars. So kind of being that good middle ground is kind of ideal. But it's not who finishes fastest overall. It's about where you finish in your class. So you might be racing against the JR86s or the Clios if you're a Mazda. But you're not. They're just on the track as you. There are 3 races going on at the same time, and you just have to hope that one race doesn't affect your race. That's what makes endurance racing so fun, is having a variance of cars take to the track, and they're all racing each other, but they're not at the same time. And it's really fun to see. I look back at the 2023 24 Hours of Le Mans, where they had the NASCAR race car in there as well. I was actually able to keep up with some of the slower LMP cars. And it didn't necessarily do too well in the corners because it's a big bulky car, kind of like a GT car. But where it excelled was the straightaways. It's so cool to see, like, just the difference in all the racing cars. I'd definitely love to see NASCAR go back to Le Mans. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Honestly, I'd be down to do to host like an iRacing, like 24 Hours of Daytona, and then have a NASCAR class. I think that'd be pretty fun. So you'll have GTs, you'll have NASCAR, and you have the LMP cars, you'll have NASCAR. I feel like throwing like a production car in there just for fun. It would be 24 hours of hell, but it would be so fun. Yeah, no, I mean, if you guys are interested in something like that, I can see what I can come up with, and I could do something like that. I think that'd be a lot of fun. Oh, I think that we had a little bit of an incident here. I just saw a whole bunch of sand. That doesn't mean anything, because these drivers have been... it just looks like drivers just driving through the sand. A lot of these drivers have been enjoying the beach this entire race, and that is for sure. I'm very curious to see what the incident points are. I see 24 up there. I don't know if that's incident points or what's going on, but because I highly doubt it's 24 incident points per driver. Here's your second place in GR86. The leader for GR86 just ran a 143 as well. Because I mentioned that was like one of the fastest I've seen. And that was coming out of the MX-5. Now the GR86s are pulling 143s. Halfway through the stint, being able to pull off a fast lap like that, it's actually pretty impressive. Because in practice, we saw mostly 145s, I think, were the consistent laps. So I expected to see like a lot more of that now. Something else that was mentioned by the other commentators earlier on in the stream was that the MX-5 like peaks very early on, and then it just loses tires very quickly. So that's something else that you have to keep track of too. I don't remember if, what they mentioned the GR86 was, but I want to say that the Clio probably has the best, tire wear, only being like, or no, it probably doesn't have very good tire wear. Sorry, I take that back because it's terrible in the corners. The GR86 probably has the best tire life, I'd argue, at least through the corners. I will admit that when it comes to road course racing, I've done a little bit more in the MX-5s. Oh, we had an incident with a 5th place car in Clio. Oh, whoa, we have an incident going on right now. It was between a Clio and a Mazda. See what happened here. Oh, MX-5 just gets loose. The Clio has nowhere to go. Possible downshift on the MX-5. Let's hop aboard and see what happened. These cars get very peculiar when you downshift. Oh, wrong button. Downshift in the 4th. Car got loose on you. Bam, there's the Clio. Just nowhere to go. Very unfortunate for the 999 of Thomas White. Very scary on the entrance here, just waiting to make sure the track is clear before they enter back onto the track. But just unfortunate. That's one of the quirks about the MX-5 is it does not like downshifting without spinning when you're under braking. All right, we're gonna go back to TV mixed here, live. I meant to check back up on the Clio. Not sure on the damage of that. Here's your current leader for the GR86 and the Chasing Unicorns 169 machine. I'm gonna go check race control, see if they have any updates. Let's see here. Car 303 on lap 108 or lap 141 had a dangerous overtake. Disregard wrong car 303, car 38, lap 141, dangerous overtake near this run. Car number 69 on car 22, lap 145, causing a collision. Car 333 on lap 126, turn 5, car's bump drafting and then doesn't brake for the corner. If I remember correctly, didn't the 333 have an incident not too long ago where, they had to have a driver swap penalty? So stewards are looking very hard into the 333 car. It'll be interesting to see if we get anything else from that. And a car 38, lap 126 on turn 5 was braking way earlier than expected, so contact was made with 333. So it looks like there's a bit of an argument back and forth on what happened between the 333 and the 38. And we see the flashing lights from the GR86 telling the Clio and the 908 to move out of the way. And for everyone who's come here from oval racing, or car racing without headlights, honestly, you'll see a lot of the drivers flashing headlights. Normally that means get out of the way. I'm faster than you. Does that mean the driver in front of you will listen? Oh, absolutely not. But it's kind of like a horn, without making a loud annoying sound. Would be kind of interesting to see what would be done if horns were added on race cars. I feel like that would be very loud. It is almost 6 p.m. here in Okayama, Japan. We are on lap 151 of the GR86 leader, anyways. Currently 19 and a half hours left to go. Add 3 minutes to that. But the sun is setting. It's getting darker. You'll see lights pop on race cars here soon. It's gonna get darker. It'll be a lot harder to see. My computer will have less things to render. Race updates. Warning for the number 38 car causing an avoidable collision. Be careful of the different driving characteristics of the cars in the session when overtaking. So there is a warning on the 38, no penalty, but a warning. And stewards will continue to keep in watch of that. The 38 car, if I remember correctly, wasn't that in 37 is Clio. The 38, the GR86. There is a new driver in the 37, I have noticed. Scout Lawrence. She is piloting the 37 car. And I think the 38, yeah, there we are. 38 is in the GR86. So there's a meatball flag for Kenny Harrison Penguin Racing Team. Going back down there. That means the 38 got damage at some point. They're in P14. Just look at the mixed bag of field note of cars that we have throughout the field. I mean, I'm flipping through every one of these cars here. And they're different classes everywhere. It's really cool to see. we're just gonna go Penguin Racing Team. I think this would be a little bit easier. There we are. So they're on pit road right now. They're in the police car. Let's see if iRacing drew them back during incident. Quite far back. Ah, here we are. Oh, wow. No, there they are right there. I was looking at the wrong car. Already have damage. Oh, hard impact into the wall. Wheel stuck to the left. Oh, no. I think that was contact made with the, our co-commentator. He's not actively in there, but might be spotting for him right now. Oh, GRD6 looks loose in the grass and just got clobbered by the Clio. Very unfortunate, for sure. Now let's go back a little further. Oh, is there the MX-5 get involved as well, or is that previous? That might be previous damage. Yeah, GRD6 got in a little grass a little bit, got loose, 24 straight into the car, losing its front bumper. The MX-5 just gets stopped and avoids any further incident. Very unfortunate for the 31 team. Let's go back to the leader here, and I believe this is not the leader of MX-5, but currently in second place is Andy Oakley. Their team had, Gumpton Racing has been the leader of the MX-5s for a good majority of the race. 5-Star Motorsport took over a couple of pit stops ago and nearly lapped the entire MX-5 field. So Andy is trying to make back some time to see if he can get his team into the battle for MX-5 overall class victory. The Hell Clio is still leading with the Paddock GG car right behind. Currently trying to figure out how far they're behind. We'll wait till they reach the straightaway here. Alright, general notice, please improve driving standards or we will start handing out significant penalties. Ooh, officials, the stewards are not enjoying what they're seeing on the track. So stricter penalties might be handed out here. Oh, as we have a Neon Knights racing car currently getting towed. Let's go figure out why that is. I think they ran into trouble earlier on in the race. Yeah, it's the 808 car. They had some trouble earlier on. Let's hope that iRacing drew their incident. Yeah, here we are. Oh, I think that's contact with the leader of the GR86. It is! It's the contact with the leader of the GR86. Oh, no. Alright, let's hop aboard the rear chase of, not the GR86, but the 808. See what happened there. Is the 808 not aware of 86 going in? Didn't seem like it, at least from this camera angle. Let's hop on board the back of the GR86, see if we can grab something from there. From Chasing Unicorns Toyota. No, looks like the GR86 is just committed to the line. Did not see the GR86 down there. GR86 did have a big gap on second place, but will lose a significant amount of time. And I'm sure as the leader, it was definitely going a little bit easier. Unsure on the damage of that car. Let's go to rear chase. Cosmetic-wise, GR86 looks intact. Everything looks fine. So not too much damage, if any. But I imagine that Race Control in the chat put please improve driving standards. So we have that there as well. But no, big problems for the leader of the GR86. class. Something you don't want to see as a leader, especially when you have that far of a lead and you're trying to save everything that you have to, you know, make sure you save your fuel, save your tires. So that way you can be in the pits a lot less throughout the race. And just having an incident like that in front of you is scary. Very lucky for the 169 to not have any more damage. Doesn't seem to be affecting them at all, if they do have any. But definitely code brown for the Toyota. See if the 20 will want to be nice to the GR86 going through the corner. Doesn't seem like he'll give him the spot. MX-5 fighting for their spot. Yeah, number 20 for oh, number 20 is pitting. That's for Lame Sheep Racing. Coming down pit road. A little early, I'd say, to do driver swap. So we're not at the end of most driver stints yet. But we'll carry on. We'll see how that continues. I'm going to pop into race control here. Car 908 doesn't slow down under yellows and drives into stopped 808. Driver 908 could see car standing on the track 3 seconds unless he was looking at his phone. Lap 149 for 808. That's funny. Car 169 causing a collision in turn 4 with car 808 on lap 149. Ooh. Now, I know I'm not paid. That's the end of my sentence. But I know I'm not paid to be an official. I kind of disagree. I think that the 808 kind of came down on the GRE6. I don't want to be like, oh, it's bad driving or whatnot, but I think a little bit of situational awareness is definitely key, especially when it's the leader of another class. I think you just gotta give it to them. Stewards might see it differently than I am. I am not paid to sit here and tell you guys about what's going on. I am not paid to be a steward of the race. Do we know why the standings are kind of crazy on the broadcast? Yes, we do. Actually, no, we don't. We do and we don't. So, iRacing is like, okay, how many cars do you want to draw? And I'm like 60-something, even though there's only like 59 or 49 cars in the field. And iRacing is like, okay, cool, I'll draw that many cars. And it's like, cool, great, fantastic. And iRacing's like, haha, joke's on you, I'm not going to draw that many cars. And I'm like, why? And iRacing's like, I don't know, I hate you. I'm like, oh, that hurt my feelings a little bit, iRacing. And iRacing just pointed and laughed at me. So I cried a little. No, but seriously, I don't know what's going on, because I've told iRacing, like, draw all cars, draw max cars. Please just put all the cards on the screen. Please understand that there's cars throughout. And iRacing's like, no, I don't want to do that. So iRacing isn't doing that, so you'll see a lot of drivers that say, oh, DNF. They have not DNF'd. You'll see them, like, out or let down or whatever. They're not out. They're just not there right now. I think it's pretty safe to assume that the top 10 is all accurate, for the most part. And the map is mostly, for the most part... Oh, we have a car around. I changed camera angles. I did not mean to do that. Oh, no. I do know what car that was, though. That was one of the llama... Not llama. What was it? There's two of them. There's a 10 and the 20. I'll be able to figure that out. Lame sheep. There we are. I knew it was an animal. And it's not drawing it. So it wasn't the 10. Might have been the 20 of Lame Sheep Racing. Are they running two MX-5s? Lame Sheep, where are you? Let's find the 20. So know that they drive the 20 car. There they are. Oh, here we are. There's the incident. They're at their max rev limiter. You know what? I'm gonna boldly assume that they downshifted. I'm gonna hop into the car and we're gonna see. I mentioned it earlier that the MX-5s are very spotty when it comes to downshifting and braking, and that is exactly what happened. Threw the MX-5 for a spin, and contact was made. Who hit them? That was... Oh, the Dynaco car. The Dynaco GRE6. I mentioned practice. I love that car a little bit. Bam. Just sadly nowhere for the 12 to go. I don't think there was, anyways. Let's watch from his POV. Also running at the rev limiter. Oh, yeah, no. He thought that the MX-5 was going to continue spinning high, so he gassed it up down low. It did not. Very unfortunate. Just trying to avoid the wreck, and it just didn't work out. Let's look at the rear chase. I don't think the little bit of damage on the Dynaco GR86, but other than maybe performance on the straights, it's not going to be too bad. But yeah, no, that's why the not TV static. That is why the standings are out of order. So I do apologize on that as well. Number 20 Mazda, now in a proud tradition of contactless spinning at Okayama. That dates back to Senna and Haken in 1994. Really? What a random stat for you to have. That's really cool. This is like first levels of Gran Turismo, but with actually good drivers. Yeah, I can see that. I love like the very first few races in Gran Turismo where it's like a whole bunch of street cars racing against each other. It's a lot of fun. I love racing the street cars in those kinds of games. Yeah, no. The number 20 Mazda now have a proud tradition of contactless spinning at Okayama. Ayrton Senna. He had a DLC for Gran Turismo 6 and could never beat any of his lap times outside of the go-karts. And that's something if I can fix my PS3, that's something I want to do. Is I want to get back in there and I'm going to beat his lap times. I'm going to... Whoa! That is less than ideal. We hopped on board the 24 Clio, and I am no racing expert, but I feel like it is quite important to have your hood not covering your windshield. So currently driving blind is the 24, and they have been for laps, several laps. Look at this. Oh, here we are. There it is, still down. And it just popped off here. iRacing just like didn't draw it. So we have no idea what happened until now. We just get this. And the 24 car has been driving with their hood open, covering their windshield. Hold on, let me hop on board. Let me show you guys how little view... That's the wrong camera. Cockpit, how little view that this driver has right now. Look at this. Nothing. Going off of feels and vibes alone. I'm sure there was a spotter actively telling them which direction to go. I don't know why they haven't pitted yet. They've ran for this like several laps. Sean Fitzgerald, I'm excited to be driving later on. Going to be my first go in Melons. Oh, congratulations. What car are you driving? Wow. Now this is wild. Still driving. Let's see here. We're right here. Let's see if they come to pit road this time by. This is impressive. This is talent right here, ladies and gentlemen. Race 4 hours 38 minutes 57 seconds. Piper corner 411 exits track limits while attempting to make a pass and makes contact when rejoining with 37. Intriguing. Keep a note on that as well. Race updates. Warning for the 69 car causing an avoidable collision. Be mindful of where cars are positioned. Be mindful of where cars are positioned around you before turning in when racing wheel to wheel. Now, warning for car 333. If you wish to bump draft other cars, please be mindful that everyone has different braking points, so you brake earlier than you might normally. Yeah, no, I'm sorry I've been leaving you guys blind. See, there's so much more of a view over here. And they've been racing. They're still racing. This is absolutely impressive. Never have I ever seen somebody like actively continue racing with their hood open. MX5 with Isaiah Point Box 5. Nice. Yeah, I'm in the Box 5 Discord server. A lot of great people in there, for sure. Mike Messenger, just about to start my first stint in the 89 MX5. My first race since becoming a dad of 3 months ago. Congratulations! Mike, I have heard horror stories of children unplugging computers and sim rigs and whatnot. So, if we disconnect, we'll understand why. But no, congratulations, and I wish you luck. And welcome back to iRacing. Wow, car for 8th. And then the 2 car has had quite the trouble. Had a bit of an off-track excursion earlier on, and it's just been losing positions ever since. Got to be looking at the car in front of him right now and being like, what is going on? Why have they not pitted? It looks like the 24 is going to hang on for 15 more minutes. Excuse me. For 15 more minutes. Until the end of the stint to get their damages fixed. That is impressive. Or who knows, maybe the HUD isn't up on their end of the screen, and maybe that's just a weird iRacing glitch on my end. I don't know. Because like everyone seems to be passing rather easily. So incredible work from the spotter, if the hood is up on their end. Incredible work from the spotter, incredible work from the driver. That is really cool, just to keep the race strategy going. Man, I kind of want to keep my eye on this, but I also want to see what other battles we got going on around the track. We'll come back to the number 24 of Missed Apex later. For now, I'd like to hop on to... yeah, oh, no, never mind. I thought somebody was spinning. We haven't had a look at the MX5 leader in a hot second. There's Andy Diopley, 1 lap down our relay has him at. So it looks like 5-Star Motorsport has the lead by a full lap. That is impressive. Especially with how hard it is to do that in similar cars. A lot of talent behind the 005, for sure. Oh yeah, Sean Fitzgerald. Your driver, or your team is currently in 3rd. Also 1 lap behind. So, everyone's kind of hoping that someone's dog or child or wife or something's going to unplug the 5-Star Motorsports simulator, being 1 whole lap ahead of the entire field. Gotta feel pretty comfortable. I wonder how much, like, do you relax at that point in time, right? If you're... Let's go find him, actually. Oh, there he is. If you're the leader of the MX-5s by a single lap, 1 whole lap, are you kind of just off the gas a little bit, saving your fuel, saving your tires? Or are you pushed it, seeing how far you can get from anyone else, so that way when you do make those pit stops, you're well ahead of them. You don't have to worry about anything at all. Yeah, I wonder who currently has overall. It's going to be a little wacky and hard to read. I do apologize. But it looks like the Chasing Unicorns currently has the overall lead. Yeah, it looks like JRD6 has overall lead for the first 8 positions, and then the very first MX5 in P9 is overall is 5-Star Motorsport, the overall leader, and they're only a lap behind the lead GR86 cars, so that's actually not bad. I wonder if it is possible for the MX5 to unlap themselves from GR86. I mean, we talked about like how close these cars are to each other performance-wise around here, with like only slight differences and different variations of the track. I really wonder if you have the right drivers behind the MX-5, if we'll see the if we'll see the 5-star Motorsport MX5 possibly unlap themselves and maybe fight for overall. And it looks like the first Clio, which is in red, I would have done the colors a lot differently, me personally, iRacing. But yeah, Paddock GG is the first Renault car, currently 2 laps behind and in the 12th position. So yeah, no. For overall, I'd say probably the top 3 are all close to each other, pretty much up for grabs. 4, 5, and 6 are threatened to get a lap down. But Chasing Unicorns has just been, and RT Racing have been on top all race long. Thonk Motorsports has been contenders as well, at least in the GR86 class. And the MX5 has mostly just been 5-star and Grumpton Racing. And the Renault, it's mostly been Hell Motorsport. Actually, yeah, now that I think about that, they're all the way down in 3rd. It's the first time I don't think I've seen them lead. So very close battle, I'd say, with the Reynolds. With Hell being in 3rd. If I could find them. Well, here we are. Here's the leader with the Clio right now. Oh, no, sorry. The leader is Hell. Never mind. Nothing changed. It's just my overlay being silly. But I believe that is Thonk Motorsports' Clio as well. Sorry, Thonk Esports Motorsports Sim Sports Racing powered by beer! Exclamation mark. Us in the broadcast booth, we're not powered by beer, we are powered by coffee. And maybe a Wawa hoagie soon, because I'm a little hungry. Alright, let's see here. So there's the leader of the GR8, or sorry, the Clios. Let's see if we can locate. Whoa! Oh no, that's a safety truck. That's supposed to be there. Never mind. Clio is pink. Let's see if we can locate the 2nd spot. Looks like the 3rd position is at risk of falling a lap behind in the Clio class. And is this the, no, that's the 11th position. Here's the 3rd position of the Clio class. It's not the 2nd. Ah, there we are. The 2nd is all the way on the other side of the track. So we're gonna go over there. Currently on the back straightaway. Probably get them as they reach the hairpin. 7, 10, 1, 10, 7, 5, 15, 2. There we are. And there's the 2nd place Clio right now. Let's see if we're able to draw both the leader and the 2nd place car. Not sure who's up behind them. That is the Prismatic Motorsports. Scout Lawrence still behind the leader of that Clio. 37. Excuse me, 38. Where's the lead Clio? We're gonna have to go all the way back around to find the leader. Oh, there they are. They're all the way in the other turn. But obviously, yeah, there's a 2nd place Clio right now on the front straightaway. Oh, bit of an incident. Hold on. Bit of an incident on the front straightaway. I at least saw smoke. Might not have been anything too sketchy. Might have just been a puff of sand. Stop drawing the car there for a second. See if they picked it up. I'll just chalk that down to a puff of sand. Yeah, it was a puff of sand from the play. I saw it right before I clicked away. But yeah, no. Not too many close battles for the lead right now. But we do have rain predicted to come around at night. It's not night yet, but we're getting there. It's currently 6:11. But we are almost to pit stops right now. So I'm gonna focus. I'm gonna hit focus on those crashes here, and I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go get myself a sandwich because I am hungry. And so enjoy what we have. Oh, 2 MX-5s almost making contact together. Enjoy the show, and I shall be right back. Alrighty, I am back. I have my sandwich from Wawa. If you guys don't know what Wawa is, you do not live on the East Coast of the United States. And I do feel bad because you guys are missing out. I don't want to describe it what it is because it's a gas station that serves food, but that makes it sound like it's terrible. It's a gas station that serves really good food. It's more like a rest stop. That just so happens to be like everywhere. I absolutely love Wawa, and I'm down for not only an American expansion but a worldwide expansion as well. I love our hoagies. Most people call them subs, but I come from around the Philly territory, so hoagies. And also Wawa calls them hoagies. Anyways, random nonsense aside, we are about 2 minutes away from Sims ending. I would not honestly be surprised if we have not already seen pit stops. I think after this, I might look into seeing like other overlays, because like overlay is fine. Yeah, we're seeing some pit stops right now. The 24 of Missed Apex Motorsport. Oh, it's currently getting towed. That's right. That was the car that that had the hood up. Oh, what happened there? Error 24. When did they pull down pit road? Were they drawn? Oh no, I don't think they were drawn. Oh no. We'll have to ask Patrick what happened. Oh, when he gets back. Yeah, I know. Not actively drawn, but is currently on pit road under tow. Remember, that was the car that had its hood up, and it was running a good majority of laps with the hood up. That was insane. Let me take a look at race control. See if any other updates. All right, yeah, we do have some things for race control. Car 808, someone ran into her wheel and caused unfixable damage. Any way for race control to fix? Otherwise, we need to drop out of the race. Wow. Big update for the 808 car. Yeah, no, that's very unfortunate. I had mixed success in the past with unfixing damage of driving the car into the wall. Same side. A friend of mine might do that in a place so you don't bounce back the race line. Alright. Yeah, unfortunately, there's nothing from the steward side for the 808 car. But for race updates, car 908 has a 10-second stop and go for causing a collision. If there is yellow flags, please be cautious of what is ahead of you and be ready to react. There was more than enough time to avoid a collision here. So a big penalty for the 908 with stop and go. And I believe, who is that? That's ORA Motorsport. They're in the Clio. All the way in 13th position. So they've received a 10-second penalty. I saw someone in the chat mention RNT Racing. They are currently second in the GR86 standings. Let's see here, the 81 car. Usually that's my number when I sim race. I made sure to change my MX-5 to a different number that wasn't being ran, so that way there wouldn't be any problems. But yeah, the 81 car currently in third right now. Last lap was on lap 138, so that was a bit ago. It looks like the first drivers to make pit stops, most recently has been the 9th place car and the 8th place car. So around then. I expect to start seeing more pit stops soon, if they haven't happened already. Or maybe drivers are shaking things up a little bit here. As a Clio drives off of pit lane here. That is the... Let's take a look here. That is the Formula Llama in the 411 car. Here we are is a third place for Torque Freak Racing, 81 car. Where is the GR86? Ooh, I think we had a bit of an incident there with this Toyota that we just missed out on. Nope, no we did not. I'm making things up. I saw something. No, I'm just seeing things. Guys, it hasn't even been like 12 hours and I've already gone insane. This is not good. It means they don't have enough caffeine. Something else I would like to add is when we reach the 18th hour. I've been muted this entire time. I'm going to cry. Okay, cool. So we just glossed over everything I just said. Where do I start this? Okay, so at the 18th hour, start of the 18th hour, so 55 minutes from now, we will be switching over live streams to the I'm actively looking at one, to the Melons 24 hours, hours 7 through 13, I think it is. That is on my channel, and it will be made live as soon as I can get everything switched over. From there, if you can't find it in like one of the playlists I have for the 24 hours of Melons, and you're in the Melons server, it has been posted a few times, so look through it through there. But I will be on my channel, so just keep refreshing when we make that switch. After we get all settled in, all the pit stops happen, I'm going to be taking a break for a couple of hours, because being the sole commentator is a little hard. When there's silence, it gets awkward, so to fill the silence, I talk a lot, and it's kind of killing my voice. I don't know if you could tell. My voice has gone really deep from in the morning to kind of high to back down to deep. So I'll be taking a little bit of a break for like a couple of hours, and then from there, I'll come back. I'll commentate a little bit more, and then the Xfinity Series Championship over on the NASCAR side will start at like 7:30. So I also won't be here commentating for the race. But just because I'm not commentating does not mean that there isn't going to be a stream. The stream is going to happen 24 hours. I'll be constantly coming in, checking on it, making sure iRacing didn't self-implode or something stupid like that. So there will still be a stream, don't worry. All 24 hours are getting documented. Whether or not my computer crashes a dozen times, we'll figure that out as we go along. But I am going to give you guys as much racing as physically possible, whether or not there's someone in the booth or not. But yeah, no. So that is currently the plan. Not sure what's going to go on in the early morning, in my time, I guess late after, or late in the night. No, because we're kind of going into the night here. Early morning? In the race? Time zones are fun. But we'll figure that out. So like the 1 a.m., 2 a.m. for me, and it's daylight savings time, so I'll get 1 a.m. twice. Not quite sure how that's going to work out, but just stick with me. If I say, okay, I'm going to end the stream there, just go back to my channel, constantly refresh until you see a new stream that's like 24 hours of Melons, or Melons 24 hours, blank and blank. And it'll be there. They'll be racing, I promise. Because, yeah, I think in the Discord I scheduled one of the streams to start at 2. Completely forgetting that daylight savings time happens in the US, and daylight savings time is really weird. So, like, an hour kind of happens twice. Which normally I wouldn't care, because most, 99.9% of all my clocks are digital, so they all fix that themselves. However, I just so happen to be put on a broadcast where time is everything. It is the 24 hours of Melon. It's the Melon's 24 hours. Fuel is not measured in laps, it's measured in hours. How far is the driver behind? Hour. No, not hours. But yeah, a lot of times, so it's a very bad time to have a weird time change thing. But, you know, here we are. Should do an iRacing 24-hour race where the race runs on daylight savings time, but in sim. I don't know if that would actually do anything. That'd be funny. It would be a 25-hour sim. Excuse me. Yeah, we've been looking at the 7th place of the GR86 for a while. Not sure why, what happened, but the sun has set. Lights are on every single car now, and it is just getting darker and darker. The sun is hiding behind the trees in the mountains of Okayama, and really pretty view. I believe this is what's considered golden hour, if we were able to see the sun. But I don't know if you notice, but there's a lot of trees and mountains that Okayama is tucked into. So not too much of a golden sun rays to see, which is very nice, because I know in NASCAR during night races, as it goes from day to night, it's the sun being in driver's eyes is talked about constantly. And I'm sure for tracks such as Le Mans, where it's kind of more of an open area, that's a big factor as well. But it doesn't seem to be quite the problem here in Okayama. No further action for car 101, except a reminder, don't be a dick. That's rule number 1 in this series. Race control, cars 7 and 101, that's the they said that was talking about. 101 on passing to overtake the number 7 in turn 1, lap 164, weaving and braking hard into braking zone, very late swerve in front of the 7 car. And so that, nothing, no penalty was called, but a reminder was put. Bunch of a car battle here for several positions. Well, maybe not positions, but just position on track. Cat's clown car currently pulling off down pit road. Might be for driver stint, because if I remember correctly, that car was on pit road for a long while. Here we have the Project 88 team, which had an incident very early on. And as well as this car here, the police car, Penguin Racing, had a 10-second penalty not too far back. Oh yeah, I was just thinking about that. I know that like daylight savings time, at least in the U.S., has like I've heard like talks are going through Congress and whatnot on like getting rid of that. But nothing official. Also, the government being closed doesn't help at all. So maybe next year, no more daylight savings time. There was an incident that just happened right here. Just looked like this GR86, just trying to avoid running in some other cars. Currently 16th, 10 laps behind. Nothing too much to fight for as of right now. So maybe in the future we'll see no more daylight savings time. And I was actually thinking about like no time zones. Like we just have one standard time. But I feel like that would mess a lot of people up. And you have to get everyone in the world to agree on something, and that's really, really, really hard. Sorry about that, I really wanted to finish my sandwich. I was hungry. I didn't get a chance to eat breakfast because I thought we had Pop-Tarts. So I grabbed the box, only to discover it was empty. I'm telling you, when it comes to streaming, everything just hates me. Yeah. They get used to it in a month. Yeah, probably. Now, for me, like, big changes like that is kind of scary, but, like, I get over it within time. But, I mean, I think first we should reopen the government before you take a look at daylight savings time. But that's silly American politics. It's okay, Halloween's over, so, no more, Spirit Halloween in the U.S. government. I know that's been a ongoing joke on Twitter. Hey, looking at Twitter, speaking of Le Mans, there's a, because I was talking about NASCAR Le Mans a little bit earlier. Steven Taranto, he does a lot of NASCAR stuff on Twitter. Oh, wait, hold on. Even more news from him. Big news from Japan. Hey, that's fitting. There will be a NASCAR demonstration run at Fuji Speedway during the final round of the Super Taikyu Series with Jimmy Johnson, Kimi Kobayashi, and John Hunter Nemechek, and more showcasing the NASCAR stock cars. Oh, that is awesome! NASCAR stock cars will also be on display at Fuji Speedway throughout the weekend to give Japanese race fans an intimate look at the cars of top form racing in the U.S. And then there's a full list of participating drivers: Jimmy Johnson, John Hunter Nemechek, Kimi Kobayashi, Takuma Koga, Ketsu Kataka, and Toshiki Oyu. Please correct me if I pronounce any of those wrong. Kataka and Oyu are both Toyota Gazoo drivers and will be driving ARC cars. Interesting. It looks like Jimmy Johnson's going to be driving his Le Mans car. John Henry Nemechek will be driving Legacy Motorsports Club car. Riko Yashi looks like he's going to be driving the 2311 Racing 67 car. And then, yeah, the other drivers mentioned are driving ARC cars. With some throwbacks to... one of the cars is a throwback to Mark Martin. But no, yeah, that's really cool. I really would love to see NASCAR do an exhibition race at Japan yet again. All is over, so craft stores could probably start putting out Easter things. That is so true, Aria. Oh my gosh, I hate it when like stores are like 4 holidays ahead. Like, I need my Thanksgiving decorations. I need my Christmas decorations. Halloween's over, and people are already starting to listen to Christmas music. It's just, the NASCAR season hasn't ended yet. I'm not ready to listen to Christmas music. Oh, look at this GR86 drafting on this MX-5 here. Man, the sun sets so quickly. It rises really quickly, it sets really quickly. And I don't know why it does it. Like, it takes forever to do everything else, but it just rises and sets really quickly. It gets dark and light very fast. I got to watch the sunrise on the east coast of the United States on a beach. So I saw it come up over the water. That was really cool. But yeah, now it's getting darker. And we've mentioned it earlier on in the stream. Okayama, no lights at all. It is a very dark circuit, so these drivers will be relying on their lights, and us in the broadcast booth will be relying on driver's lights. Thankfully, there should be a lot more lights on cars than there was in the Box 5 practice I was there for, because there's only 4 cars in that, and there are like 59, I think, cars here. So, says the leader of GR86 DNF. I can tell you for true that is not what happened. Although we probably should go check up on the leader of the GR86 and the Chasing Unicorns machine. They are not in pink, but Hell Motorsport is still leading the way in the GR86. We're starting the Renault Clio pack. Ooh. Itasca Box 5 has currently moved up. Hold on. To second, and Box 5 is in third. Whatever happened to, yeah. Gumstop Racing dropped all the way down to 4th. Pit stops happened. 5-Star still has that lap lead on everyone. That's exactly what happened. Oh no. And now Gumpton is just losing spots. Everyone was able to catch up during the pit stops and just went on from there. But one of the Box 5 teams are currently in second place. 2 of the Box 5 teams are all in the podium. There's Cool Camel Racing Renault. The leader of the MX-5 currently has 1 whole lap on everyone else. Let's take a look at the GR86 leader. Here's the 3rd place car, the GR86 class, for the Torque Freak Racing. We'll accidentally find them. 12. 3. Getting closer. 8. Getting much closer. 14. 7. 15. 11. 3 again. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go And focus on the leader. That is not the leader. You know what? I'll do you one better. We're gonna go to chasing unicorns here. Chasing unicorns are the ones. I wish that this was in numerical order. I don't know what order it's in, but I don't like it. There we are. We'll wait for iRacing, I guess, to acknowledge their existence. There they are. There they go. They do exist. So now the question is where is the second place car of R&T Racing? We'll look for them as well. Here. We'll wait for iRacing to draw them. I believe in you, iRacing. You got this. Wow, cars have already racked up about 31 penalties. I think Patrick did the math earlier. Can only get like 5 per hour. Let's see, 120 divided by 24. Yeah, you can only get 5 incidences per hour. And we're still very early on. We're only like, what? You know, we're not even 6 hours into the race yet, and people are going a little bit over 30, but kind of on track to end the race with 120 incident points. Hopefully it will be a little bit calmer in the night and there'll be less problems throughout. Oh, did not mean to hit that. My apologies. No. What I did want to hit though was chasing unicorns. Let's take a look at where chasing unicorns are right now, just coming out of the back straightaway. Here they are coming through like that weird little nub on the inside of the track. And there's second place for the GR86, all the way up over here. I love this view of the track. Holy cow, that is cool. Look at all those cars as it attempts to draw the 2 car. That's beautiful. We're back to most exciting here. Oh, we have an instant, the 8th place car. Fletch Hearn. For Gumpton Racing Team. Oh no, that's Gumpton Racing Team for the MX-5s. And that was, what, 755. There we are. Oh, big slow for the MX-5. I hope that we're drawn. Oh no, they're just coming out that road. I missed the entry out of the pit box. Something happened. Ah, there was an incident. The driver that had been leading, no, all throughout the race, until very recently, and then lost several positions. Let's hop on board, because I have a feeling I know exactly what happened. You see it a lot here with these MX-5s. Downshift into the corner, exactly what happened. And I just went around, and other cars just had nowhere else to go. Very, very costly for Gumpton Racing, which has done so well, and threw out the steering as well. So they'll have to sit on pit road and get that fixed. Very unfortunate for such a fantastic team. Very, very disappointing for the MX-5. Let's take a look, see if we have any action going on in the race control. Nothing has been reported. So we're still chilling. Everyone's driving pretty nice now. All the chaos of the first sixth is yeah, the first quarter is done. Slowly easing into the night. And 18 and a half hours left to go. Oh, we have Cleo running off the track there, trying to give other cars some room. See, right here is going to be a good representation on each car's strengths and weaknesses throughout the field. I mean, how the GR86 handled those last few set of corners, the Clio is going to catch up here on the straightaway. And the MX-5 has been competitive for both bits of racing here. Oh, whoa, huge trouble. Wow, I came in at just the right time. The 808 car just got spun. Wow. I was eating a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, and I just finished it. I was about to take a sip of water. Let's see if we can get a better camera angle. Let's go rear chase. Wow, looks like the 808 car just slid up into his fellow Clio. The 908. The 808 into the 908. And this was for position. Oh, no, it was not. Never mind, I lied to you guys. Let's do front chase. Take a look at that. Oh, I think the 808 thought he was clear. Was not clear at all. I want to take a look on the 908 car as well. Just make sure it wasn't like intentional or something. So a bit of a wide line through here for sure. Probably braked a little too late. Seemed to come down low. But that might have been just to avoid the grass, because he was on the, Bam! He was on the, curbs there. It'll be interesting to see how Race Control handles this. Go take a look at it through several different angles, as the 808 is on pit road, as is the Melon Hub Autosport GR6. And we'll switch the camera back to there. That's just a perfect time to finish that sandwich, huh? The 808 has been in a lot of trouble throughout the night, or throughout the day. So I'll be looking to see if there's anything more. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how the stewards take that incident, if they do at all. The Hell 666 car is still leading the Clio pack, and almost similar to the MX-5. Second place, just about to go lap down, it looks like. That'd be the 8 of Paddock Racing GG. Let's see if we can go find them. There they are. They are all the way down here, and the leader for Clio is in pink, and they're all the way over here. So yeah, the second place position for the Clio also within the possibility of going a lap down, as the Hell Clio Renault is taking a huge gap, just like the MX-5 series. Seems like the only series that doesn't have too many cars a lap down and can fight for position is the Toyota's GR6s. They have about 4 cars, I think, on the lead lap. I'm actually going to look at iRacing standings here. Sorry, the top 3. The top 3 are on the lead lap, but third place is threatened to go lap down as well. I would not say that it is over by any means for any of these drivers. I mean, we still have a lot more racing left to go. Don't forget, there is going to be the possibility of rain throughout the night. So that's something else to look out for. A lot of drivers who are good at road course racing might not be good at racing in the rain, because racing in the rain is a completely different talent than one might expect it to be. I don't want to get into the mess that the leader of the Clio is in right now. look, there we go. That's a perfect view of that, honestly. Trying to fight two GR86s. Two cars that are better in the corners than the Clio, giving them plenty of room. The Clio's in its home right here on the long straightaway. And I'd just like to remind you guys, we have about 22 minutes left on this stream before we will swap over to the next set of hours stream thing. That is Melons 24 hours 7:13. It'll be up, just waiting for me to hit the button to get it started. I'll switch it over, and it'll be like nothing ever happened. But just get ready to make the move. If you don't see it on my YouTube channel, just hit refresh a whole bunch of times until you see it. No. The class leader for both MX-5 and Clio have almost, if not have, put their entire class at least one lap down. My class not to do is GR86, and second or at least third place is getting a little close. So the possibility of that happening is huge. Both RNT Racing and Chasing Unicorns have been racing really hard throughout the entire race, so they're definitely going to be a battle to watch. Well, I said the same thing about like 5-Star Motorsport and blanking on the name right now. But they're not even in the top 10 anymore. G. It'll hit me later, but yeah, no. We are actively missing. There we are. Dumped in racing. Yeah, had a big incident. Lots of damage on the car. They're at 7 laps down. So they're going to have to fight their way if they want to hope for anything at this point. But very disappointing. Very, very fast car, very fast team. Unfortunate situation for them as 5-Star Motorsport continues to carry on. And Tesca Point Box 5 make their way through the field. See if they can get a lap. Ooh, a little bit of a moment for the 755 here. Off-track excursion into the beaches of Okayama. Might not be a battle for position here, but here are the leading Clios and a GR86. Faster through the corners. We're going to see how this GR86 makes it through the line cars. Just about every car is hitting their red limiter coming down the straightaway here. Honestly, I kind of want to hop on the onboard. Yeah, this GR86 right through here, trying to make a pass on a route Clio. So we're gonna watch this happen in live time. Looks like able to get past it there. You definitely see it in their mirror. And look to your right, there's a Clio. Passing the GR86 on the long straightaway. There's a GR86 making the move on the inside, gets a door slammed on him. Here's another set of corners when GR86 does best. The short shoot. Clio might went out here. GRD6 deep into the corner. Jammed on the brakes. Looks like he's able to make a pass. Next. Oh wait, come back. I think that was a leader between the MS5 leader and the Clio leader. There's your GRD. There was your GRD6 leader for RD Sim Sport. I might be thinking of a different car. Was it RD? I think RD and RNT look pretty similar. No, I apologize. That was not your Spider leader, but that is one of the several Clios. Or it was one of the several MS5s throughout the track. That was your leader at some point. It's come to the racing team. That's why I thought it was a leader. I'm back, and we are in complete, total darkness. The only thing that is lighting the track right now is just every car's headlight. So a little bit less for my computer to render. Hopefully, maybe now it will want to read all the cars that are on track, but I make no promises, unfortunately. Right now we're watching Box 5 MX5. currently in third. Oh, camera just switched. Never mind. Let's keep an eye on this battle here with this good mix of Clios and MX-5s. Sheep Racing 20 looking behind. This is third place Box 5. Tries to make a pass. Unable to do it. Giro. Okay, says we're live. I am so sorry, everyone. The internet just completely cut out and stopped working for a second, and my computer refused to connect. So I had to do a complete restart. My phone wasn't connecting to it either, so I don't know what the problem was. But yeah, I'm very sorry. We're actively working to get back on the track. But yeah, I'm very sorry. All right, well, while we wait, let's give some updates from race control. Our friends at 908 drive towards the middle of the track on the exit of turn 9, where 808 is completing an overtake on them, causing collision. 808 left more than width on the left side, lap 176 of number 808. Oh, I need to fix the sound. I don't know why I need to do that every single time I hop in iRacing here, but there we are. Okay, we should be back. Standings should pop up there shortly. Fantastic. Alright. Cool. Also, updates on race control. Car number 98 drives into the back of 7, turn 8, lap 192 for number 7. Car 303 doesn't make the apex of turn 7 and drives into car 808 and on the outside, causing a collision. 808 leaves almost 2 car widths on the inside, lap 148 for 808. And then in race updates, no further action for car 21. Just remeasure the car dimensions. Car 908, 10 seconds stop and go, causing multiple collisions. So another stop and go for the day for the 908. Here we go. Okay. Awesome. So our Wi-Fi had a collision, and so did the 908. And I think the incident between the 908 and the 808 is the one that we were looking at a few minutes ago. So that's definitely one to look for too. We are closing in on the 18th hour. I love how my internet kicked out right before that happened, so I couldn't just do the swap. But we should be expecting pit stops soon for some of the drivers. So we have a 3-wide battle going on right here. Or between all 3 classes of cars: GRD6, MX5, and Clio. And I think we lost the vehicles. That's sad. Oh well. It was an insane battle between all 3 classes of cars coming into turn 1. Definitely a sight to see. There's our flagman, waving the blue and yellow. If I remember correctly, isn't his name Barney? Barney the flagman? There's your leader for the MX-5s. And yes, just a reminder, I know we had an incident and we got kicked off, and we came back, and we're only going to be back for like a few more, like a minute or 2 here. But I will be swapping over to hours 1 through 7. So I will let you guys know when I am about to make the swap, but we're gonna be pretty close. I want to see if anyone's gonna make a pit stop at this time by. So I'm just gonna move the camera down to pit road. Seems like drivers are staying out. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to end the live stream right here. Oh, we do have a taker on pit road. I'm going to end the stream here. Go over to my channel and get ready for the second part, Melon 24-hour, 7 through 13. And we will restart the stream through there. And yeah. Alrighty, I will see you guys on the other side.